Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for joining us for your open forum political discussion show on Mtembei TV. We are so excited tonight, even as we begin to look at the latest development on our political front. And Baba receives a heroic welcome in Kilifi. Does this signify he's still the king of the coast or what? What is the impact of Kingi joining Kenya Kwanza when Baba has this kind of reception in Kilifi? We need to dive into that and discuss at length. Of course, Deputy President returns to Kiambu with his bid for presidency and search for votes from Kiambu County, a place that was meant to be his stronghold per se. He's revisiting again and again. Well, let's keep moving. Sonko, end of the road. Supreme Court pronounces itself against the appeal for his impeachment and therefore off the race from Mombasa governorship, and until further notice, Sonko not viable for any elective seat until that is pronounced otherwise. Welcome, everyone. It is 24 days to the D-Day. Are you set for your MCA? Are you set for the electing of your MP, your senator, your governor, your women rep? Or where do you stand? Do you have your voters card ready? You have your ID in place? Or what is cooking? Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking politics. It is our duty to see to it that you all get right information so that you make an informed decision come August 9th, 2022. So wherever you're joining us from, please let us know where you are watching from, and if you're able to get us loud and clear. And more than that, want you to invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse, share in your WhatsApp group, share in your Facebook groups, share in all your social media platforms so that the whole world can tune into Mtembei TV and be able to get the latest on our political front. Well, Mtembei TV is one unique TV station where you can link to from anywhere on earth as long as you can connect to the internet. And so make sure that you do that. There are some hiccups with the YouTube, but I believe you are able to get us. Please just confirm that. And those of you following us on Facebook, make sure that you subscribe on YouTube so that you don't miss out on any of what is happening. Thank you very much. I want to salute Salome Mbone, karibu kwa show. Tatu Juma, asante sana. Matesa Maurice Mangeni, karibu kwa show. Kuna Ayando Wycliffe, you're welcome. Robert Opilu, Favor Akita, Abdirizak Ibrahim, karibu kwa show. Enoch Legrand Mopoa, you're welcome. Catherine Akinyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Haman Oduor, you're welcome. Kuna Patel Sabomanyi, you're welcome. Kuna Dolph Land Green, you're welcome. Mishak Kosigei, kuna Sarah Serange, karibu kwa show. Esther Anindo, we appreciate you. Kuna Jackson Ogutu, we salute you. Kuna Mweu Madiba, asante sana. Akengo Mwango, you're welcome on board. Thank you so much. Kuna Parasites Juma, George Ouma, karibu kwa show. Kuna Paul Mwiruri, we salute you. Thank you so much. We appreciate everyone for joining us. Dorothy Ndoigo, you're welcome. Kuna nani huyu mwingine, General Isaac Mathenge, karibu kwa show. From Nasimiyu, good evening to you. Joab Ochuka, we appreciate you. Dominic Sabuni, we appreciate you. Dani Darius, asante sana, tunashukuru. someone has to petition IEBC for Sonko's case. Otherwise, IBC may remain mute, hence complicating issues. There is no appeal after the Supreme Court has pronounced itself. There is no higher court than the Supreme Court. So after the Supreme Court has ruled, that is it. Every other lower court must abide by the ruling of the Supreme Court. So this is the end of the road for Sonko. And if the IBC puts him on the ballot, it will be an illegality, which can lead to the nullification of the entire elections. So everybody must look at it keenly so that nothing goes wrong. And just wait on this before we get down to discussion. That could be one of the strategies of the people who are eminent to lose this election, to use the illegalities to lead to the nullification of the election based on the ruling of the 2017 general election by the Supreme Court, that any form of illegality, irregularities may lead to the nullification of the election. And the repeat elections are not healthy. They don't have the same bearing as the general elections. And so probably it is suspected that could work out some illegalities deliberately to lead to the nullification of the election, to give an upper hand to those that are due to lose this election no matter what they do, since it is late in the day. I don't know what you feel and think about the same. Get yourself into the studio. Let us talk politics tonight. Kuna Adriano Mondi, kuna Trufosa Lai, kuna Rajab Abdallah, kuna Beatrice Odhiambo, tumeambiwa inafronanziwa hivyo, Laban Omkatu. Hey. Adiki Soja, karibu kwa show. Mary Mutindi, alafu nani huyo mwana wa Frank, karibu kwa show. Kuna Cosmas Owino, kuna Gary Innocent, kuna Simiyu Alfred Mukenya, alafu Levi Timbe, nani mwingine, Shadrack Wambua. Thank you everybody. Please, let's now get down to business. The link once again is in the comment section. Click on it, get yourself into the studio, and let us get talking. This is our country. It is our responsibility to see to it that it takes the right turn in order for everything wrong to go right, and then we will be able to pick up and recover the losses and be able to push forward. So this is one historic elections that cannot leave you behind. Let your voice be known, let your vote count, and be enthusiastic about what you must do in order to make the change that this country badly needs. Thank you everyone. Bwana Wangira, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana Bernard, habari yako?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Niko salama, namsalimu Abdi hapo. Wacha nichangie kwa haraka. Bernard, for some of us who believe in the progression of the 2010 Constitution, Bernard, today it is one of my happiest days, Bernard. And the reason why I am happy, today the Supreme Court has affirmed that Chapter 6 was not enacted in vain, or it was not just or it's not just in this particular constitution for cosmetic purposes, and there is need to enforce this particular provision, especially Article 73 of the Kenyan Constitution. They were very, very clear on Article 73, and they warned any other public officer that they would be firm in trying to enforce this particular Chapter 6, and especially Article 73. And it's important that perhaps I just read briefly what Article 73 says. And it says that authority assigned to a state officer is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that is consistent with the purposes and objectives of the Constitution, demonstrates respect for the people of Kenya, brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office, and promotes public confidence in the integrity of the office, and vests in the state officer concerned the responsibility to serve the people rather than the power to rule over them. Bernard, that is chapter 6. In fact, that is the entry of chapter 6, Article 73.1. Bernard, it's very, very clear today, and it had been enforced by the Supreme Court, and today this particular provision of the Constitution is alive. You saw any public officer out there must know, especially as what part B says, that authority assigned to a state officer authority vests in the state officer the responsibility to serve the people rather than the power to rule over them. We know that many state officers in this country don't want to serve us, but they want to rule over us. So today the court was telling them that they must know that according to the Kenyan constitution, they are here to serve the people of Kenya, but not to rule over the people of Kenya. So I am so happy with the development from the Supreme Court, Bernard, and today as it stands, Mike Mbuvi Sonko not hold any other public office. That one is very, very clear that he cannot not hold any other public office, because Article 75 is very, very clear that a person who has been dismissed or otherwise removed from office for contravention of the provisions specified in Clause 2 is disqualified from holding any other public office. So Mike Songo cannot be even a messenger in a government office as we stand today. So that's good development for us who believe in the progression of this particular constitution that we promulgated on the 27th of August 2010. Bernard. On the second issue, you say today we are 24 days to the general elections, 24 days. There is this new development. I thought people in Kenya Kwanza were telling us that they did not want us to go the manual way and they wanted us to go the digital way. So today there is a claim by Oscar Sudi and Dismas Barasa. They are saying that there's a scheme being orchestrated by the deep state to use the ICT experts to tamper with the result transmission on the election day. That's what they are saying. And they are accusing CS Joe Musheru, who is the CS in charge of the ICT, of being behind this particular scheme that will even interfere with the internet. That's what they are saying, Bernard. So they are saying that, they have now brought up the issue of the algorithms, Oh, you remember the algorithm? We had that problem in 2013 where there was this talk of algorithm. So they are claiming that, no, Joe Musheru has come up with a data system that is heavily secured and equipped that will manipulate the results in a manner that will introduce algorithm in that particular exercise in a predetermined manner. So that's their claim. I thought they told us that they were very comfortable with the electronic system. So today they are telling us that it's likely to be manipulated. So I don't know which is which in this particular matter. The other thing that I'm also happy with Bernard today is this issue of the party list, Bernard. The party list, the 79 political parties were told to present their party list of the people they would like to be nominated for the 20 seats in the Senate, 12 seats at National Assembly, and seats at the county assemblies, Bernard. For example, in my own county of Busia, Bernard, my governor, whose term is coming to an end, Bernard, is now running to become an MP in Teso. And he had also nominated his wife to the Busia County Assembly, and some of us were not very happy about it. I understand, like the present MP for Langata, Koril, had nominated his sister in Baringo and another sister, a sister in the county assembly of Baringo, and another sister in the county assembly of Nakuru. And you have seen people who participated in nominations and lost appearing in the party list, Bernard. The party lists are supposed to be for interest groups. There's not supposed to be to reward cronies here. And I'm happy here. I agree with Chebukati, who has returned the list to the various political parties, Bernard, so that they can come up with the proper nominations. We don't want to use this party list as a means of rewarding people. Because if it ends up becoming a means of rewarding people, then we don't need to have these nomination slots. Let us just encourage everybody to go out there, Bernard, and run for elections, Bernard. Because, it's becoming a big abuse where you find people nominating brothers, sisters. I know a guy in the Busia County Assembly who nominated his three daughters and a wife to the Busia County Assembly, Bernard. We know the case of Ososi, where we are told in the last time he nominated two mothers-in-laws to various county assemblies, Bernard. So that one is an abuse. And here I agree with Kibukati. We need to have clean way of dealing with this issue of nominations, or we just do away with it, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Wangira kwa utangulizi huo. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na mtazamo wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Kenya, hii ni Mtembei TV. Tuna kipindi chako ambacho unakipenda cha siasa zetu na uchambuzi wake. Kwa hivyo mahala popote ulipo, hakikisha kwamba unamakinika kwa kumkaribisha mtu ili atazame pamoja nawe na afuate matangazo haya ili asikie kila Mkenya angependa kuona kupitia uchaguzi huu. Mambo ni kama hayo. Supreme Court imefungia Sonko na nafasi tena ya kuwania kiti cha ugavana Mombasa, na alafu Raila Odinga awika tena katika Kilifi. Tunauliza Kingi ana ushawishi upi katika Kilifi wakati baba anasherekewa hivi? Tena zimebasalia siku hizo 24 kufikia uchaguzi wetu. William Ruto amerejea Kiambu kuomba kura. Ngoma ndio hivyo. Tafadhali naomba kila mmoja hakikisha kwamba unatujulisha unatazama kutoka wapi, alafu kama unatupata ama upati. Wale watu wa matusi kwa comment section, tafadhali jiheshimu, alafu fanya nini? Heshimu wengine. Matusi haiwezi kupatia kura, na kama yule mtu una support hana umaarufu, matusi haiwezi kumpatia umaarufu. Kwa hivyo tegea hapo. Hii ni channel ambayo imefunguka ili kila mmoja aongee yale ambayo anafikiria. Lakini wewe kama uko tayari kutusi kila mtu, basi you don't deserve to be among human beings. Tumsikilize Abdi tukisonga mbele. Abdi, namna gani leo? Samahani, Abdi, unmute. Your mic is beside your name.
Okay, halo, unanisikia?
Yes, unapatikana sasa, endelea.
Okay, hamjambo nyinyi wote. Mr. Bernard.
Hatujambo, uko salama?
Mimi niko Wamba, mahali inaitwa Wamba. Kutoka Isiolo unakuja kama kilomita 100 ndani ya Samburu. Sina mengi ya kusema. Nilifurahia sana leo mambo vile Supreme Court iliamua mambo ya Sonko, kwa sababu hiyo ilikuwa imeniweka wasiwasi kidogo juu ya Mombasa kule. Wangetuharibia kura huko bwana. Wangegawana. And then mambo ya pili nataka kuzungumza juu ya huyu anaitwa nani, huyu Ruto. Anasema baba ndiye alinipeleka Hague sijui nini. Na mnakumbuka akisema don't be fake. Alikuwa amesema nini? Don't be fake, let's go to Hague. Bali ni baba ndiye alipeleka huko, si yeye ndiye alijipeleka. Wakati mzee alikuwa anasema wao fanyeni hivi, tufanye hii kesi hapa Nairobi, alikataa. Akasema don't be fake, let's go to Hague. Sasa kulaumu tena mzee hapo, sasa jamaa amechanganyikiwa huyu bwana. Alafu ya tatu, tungependa mzee kama kuna vile angekuja kutembelea watu upande ya Isiolo town. People of Isiolo town wana complain, mbona yeye hajakuja kuwatembelea? Sijui atapataje hiyo message. Sisi tungefurahi sana akuja Isiolo. Sisi tuko karibu na Isiolo, hata tungeenda kumkaribisha huko. Ni hayo tu, mimi sina mengi, lakini naona mambo sio mbaya. Nafikiri tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tutaingia Ikulu tukisherekea sisi wote. Ni hayo tu, asanteni sana.
Asante Abdi kwa mchango wako. Ujio wako umefika. Nafikiria hao ni wanafuata kipindi hiki, kwa hivyo ujumbe umefika, na naamini kwamba baba atafika Isiolo kabla ya uchaguzi huu. Naamini kwamba kila Mkenya ana haki ya kukutana na yule mtu ambaye anamshabikia katika kura hizi. Asante sana kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele tusikilize hii video kabla Anderson aje kutupatia update fulani kutoka Vihiga. Nimepata video nyingine inasema vingine, sijui kumekwenda aje. Yule kijana aliconfront deputy president, lakini tutaingia kwa hayo tu baada ya ujumbe huu. Tuanzie hapa.
Mama, maneno iko sawa.
Let the nation arise. It is our time.
Haiye, nimetoa mchango wangu kidogo.
Hiyo kichwa yake ni mzuri kweli. Wacha kuvuta watu Rais Kenyatta. Panga vilago yako uende nyumbani.
Na ndio kwenda kwera Kanini Koru totiriari kali yako. Huyu Kanini Koru atidaga agechona mondrome Matina. Nyona mchona mondrome Matina.
Cheni ukuzi. Msikuja hapa kupiga kelele kwa mkutano yangu.
Wewe kijana, wacha kunijibu. Unanijibu kama nani? Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hiyo mkutano utoke.
Sisi tuko nyuma ya baba. Baba ya nani? Wewe una baba kwenu? Unakuja kutafuta mtu anatangatanga kwa barabara unaita baba.
Aidha utanyamaza ama utaondoka kwa hii mkutano. Unasikia wewe?
Tumekuja kwa heshima na kunyenyekea.
Leo tumekuja kumuomba mjiunge nasi katika azimio la umoja. Tumekuja kwa unyenyekevu kuomba kura zenu.
Baba amerudi tena. Una furaha. Una furaha.
Tumekuja kwa heshima na unyenyekevu. Kura iko mfukoni mwako, hatuwezi nyakua kinguvu.
Inawezekana, inawezekana. Na azimio heye.
Anderson, namna gani?
Bena. Mambo?
Fiti, namna gani huko?
Si tuko poa, Vihiga tuko sawa. Mambo tunaendelea tu. Nilienda Bena kuangalia ule kijana. Nilifanikiwa, nilifika huko, hata nikaonyeshwa, nikamuona yuko hajakufa. Kijana bado yuko tu, hata anafanya kazi yake, ni bodaboda yuko. Hiyo ilikuwa rumors tu, hajakufa.
Good.
Kwa hivyo ako sawa. Ako sawa. Alafu nilikuwa nikupatia update kidogo. Ile ulikuwa unaniuliza jana. Nataka nikupatie mambo ya Hamisi sub county. Iko na ward ziko 7. Hamisi sub county. Shiru ward definitely huyo mtu wa ANC atachukua. MCA amedeliver, unaona, amefanya kazi, so watamrudisha. Huyo competitor wake huyo ni wa Azimio, lakini juu huyu jamaa amefanya kazi atarudishwa. wanasema hawataangalia chama ndio wamefanya maendeleo. Alafu ukienda kwa Gisambai ward, hiyo ni mtu wa Azimio atachukua. Hiyo competitor wake hata yuko karibu, anamshinda kwa umbali sana. Ni wa ANC, huyo atashindwa. Shamahoho ward, jamani wa PPK. Unajua PPK iko nini? Azimio, huyo atachukua. Alafu kuna Banja ward, Azimio. Muhudu ward, hiyo ni ward yangu. Muhudu ward jamaa wa Azimio atachukua, lakini margin kidogo sana. Atashinda huyu wa ANC na kura kiasi sana. Juu huyu jamaa ametumia pesa mingi. Unajua yeye ndio MCA, bado yuko huyu wa ANC. Ndio MCA wetu. Ametumia pesa mingi sana. Sasa alikuwa ameharibu wa mama. Though tumefanya kazi kwa wamama, lakini angechukua, lakini sasa hataona. Lakini wanashindana kidogo sana na huyu wa PPK, lakini wa PPK atachukua. Wende Tambwa ward ni Azimio, huko hata huwezi ongea, huko ni Azimio tu. Alafu kuna Chepkoyai ward, huyo ni wa Azimio. Hapa hakuna venye mtu wa UDA atapata hapo. Kwa hivyo hapo hiyo nini hii ni Amizi sub county wanaweza pata MCA mmoja kwa 7, wanaweza pata mmoja. Alafu kesho nitakuangalilia wengine hizo ward zingine za Sabatia na Luanda, Mhaya. Nitakuletea hizo kesho. Nikiingia kwa mjadala, Raila Odinga grand reception in Kilifi. Baba anaendelea na kazi mzuri, anamalizia kazi mzuri. Hapo tunafurahia. TP Ruto return to Kiambu. Benda nilikuambia Ruto ataenda Mount Kenya. Atarudi huko. Unajua uwanja umeteleza. Sasa itabidi arudi huko na arudi. Zile kura alikuwa anajua atapata, mama alienda huko akazibomoa. Sasa itabidi tu arudi huko. Na akirudi huko tena inafaa afuate mahali baba ameenda. Sasa ako na kibarua. Hizo siku 25 zimebakia, DP ako na kazi. Mara ako Mount Kenya, mara inafaa afuatane na baba mahali ameenda. Sasa hiyo ni kibarua yake, tumemwachia. Mambo ya Sonko bena. Sonko ni kama kuna watu walikuwa wanasukuma Chebukati. Chebukati ni kama alikuwa anasukumwa na watu fulani. Sonko avai huko Mombasa ndio waharibia mtu wa Azimio. Ndio mtu wao hapa apate nafasi. Lakini sheria lazima tufuate sheria hapa Kenya. Kwa hivyo mambo ya Sonko ni sawa. Huyu aenda akipoteleanga mbali. Siende kuharibu huko kura za Azimio. Ndio watu wengine wapate nafasi. Asante bena, bado niko tu, nitarudi baadaye.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Anderson kwa kushika doria na kufanya kazi nzuri. Tunashukuru sana kwa ujumbe huo. Naambiwa ma-DVD yako kwa Goslo, sijui kunaendeleaje? Mbona haonekani kwa mikutano ya Kenya Kwanza?
Ma-DVD yako Vihiga. Ma-DVD yako Vihiga anatafuta 70%. Sijui ni 75 people ama ni 70%. Ni hata sijui. Yuko Vihiga anazunguka na hiyo UDA yao. Sasa unajua anazunguka akipeana kidogo watu wakikula, lakini akishapeana hivi watu wanamwambia hapa ni baba. Unaona? Hawampichi. Watu wanamwambia ukweli. Akishapeana watu wanamwambia lakini wewe ulipotea, ulienda peke yako. Unaona? Kwanza huku kwetu tunamwambianga live. Toa pesa lakini sisi ni baba. Kwa hivyo ma-DVD yuko bena. Yuko tu.
Sawa, asante Anderson, tunashukuru. Wakenya, asante sana kwa kumakinika. Endelea kukaribisha mtu. Wale wanatufuata Facebook, hakikisha kwamba una subscribe kwa YouTube. It's important for you to get our programs, all of them, without missing any. You need to be a subscriber on YouTube. So If you have a challenge in subscribing on YouTube, let me know so that I send you the link directly. But we want as many as you can to subscribe both on YouTube as well as Facebook, because there are limits in going live on Facebook. That's why we want everybody to join us on YouTube, where we have a limited time of broadcast. Please don't just watch. Make sure you're inviting somebody. Thank you, those of you who are sharing and inviting as many as you can. Please, let's do the right thing, because it behooves us as Kenyan citizens to rise up and do what is required in order to make this country great and fulfill what our founding fathers expected to make out of this great nation, not just the survival mode that we've been in all along. Comment section, please, let's keep it civil. Let's respect one another, support what is right, stand against what is wrong, and stop insulting people. Thank you. Tumsikilize Tom tukisonga mbele. Tom, vipi? Unmute bwana.
Habari ya jioni.
Niko salama. Namna gani huko?
Niko salama ndugu yangu. Nimefurahi sana. Nimeona wenzangu wako hapo wanatusikiza vizuri. Mjadala ya leo iko na mazuri sana ndani yake. Nimeona Bwana Sonko kule Mombasa. Hiyo ni kawaida kama court, you have to respect the law of this land. Wakisema tunafuata tu, tutafanya nini? So Bwana Sonko hapo atulie tu. Nafasi yake itakuwa. So tutaangalia mahali hapo kwa Azimio government, tuone ni wapi tutamweka. Hata kama hata kuwa na any sensitive office, tutamweka tu somewhere, at least ni mmoja wetu, hakuna venye tutamwacha. Lakini asilalamike, asitoroke Azimio, ajiunge tu, aendelee na kupigia baba debe. Hiyo peke yake haitamfanyia mabaya. Ajiunge tu na sisi, tuendelee na umoja vile tumekuwa. Bwana Sonko asione ako disappointed. Lazima tuheshimu the courts. So mimi kwa upande yangu naona tunaendelea vizuri bwana Bernard. Nimeona grand reception Kilifi, tumeona vile imekuwa. Baba ako na umati yenye tunaona imezingira baba kule Kilifi. Hiyo is a sign of faithfulness. Watu wako na faith in him. Ukiona umati aina hiyo, watu wamegeuka, watu wamefanya ile, unaona vile anasemanga about turn. Jeshi vile jeshi wanajipanga pale so jeshi la baba wako na baba kila mahali. So nimeona Kilifi, hiyo ni Mombasa County, hiyo ni Coast Province. Coast iko na baba hapo, hatuna maneno, sababu tumeona Coast Region walidanganywa siku moja na bwana bottom up. Walidanganywa siku moja. Jamaa alijaribu mambo ya ile port ile ya Naivasha. The media, I have to thank you, I have to salute you for keeping these records. The clip you played that day ilitusaidia sana, sababu you recalled what happened in the past. So what happened in the past helped us a lot, because unajua mtu anaweza sema kitu na hiyo siku tulikuwa na evidence. You played your role, the media fraternity. I salute you for that, because mlitusaidia. Jamaa yeye alikuwa kwa hiyo kamati ya kusema Mombasa Naivasha iwe na hiyo maneno. no, na ile siku alikuwa amegeuka, anasema ni baba ndiye aliamua kusema hivyo. Sasa hapo alidanganya watu wa Mombasa, lakini sasa wamerudi wako kwa laini. So propaganda kwa hii siasa hiyo kitu hatuwezi kubali. So watu wa Mombasa wameamua, hata ukiona vile iko wameamua. So cost hiyo ni kama ni mbaya sana ni 95. Mimi nimewarate kama 100. Hapo kura ni mingi. Unajua watu wa Mombasa ni watu wapendi haraka sana, lakini ukiona wameamua, wanaamuanga polepole. By today's the last how many days left? Around 20 something days. So the few days left, I tell you, wataingia 100. Hapo tuko sawa. So hapo tu naona tunaendelea vizuri. Madam Martha tunamngoja hiyo siku. Is it 19th? Hiyo ile ya deputy hiyo ni interview. Sijui ule mwingine ameogopa. Sijui kama atajiunga. Kizungu ni ngumu bwana. Kuna wasomi wale walisoma na wale wajasoma pia wako. So ile how do you call it? The Chief Act, wale wako na Chief's Act. Unakuta nyumbani mwako watu wamekuja wanashika tu kuku. Hiyo authoritative language hiyo hakuna sasa. Hiyo ilienda na wakati. Naona huo mzee ameogopa sababu atapata Martha pale. Martha amemngoja. Martha amemngoja sana. Madam Martha amemngoja kwa hamu sana. So naona tu tayari ameogopa, sioni kama atajiunga, atakuja. Hiyo tunangoja. Ingine matusi tumekuwa tukiongea. Hiyo naona imetulia kidogo, lakini bado hasira ziko sababu hasira the dying horse. Unajua teke inakuanga kali sana kwa dying horse. Hiyo teke kali sana inasaua mtu. Lakini hiyo tumeweka kando sababu tunaona utulivu imekuwa. So hasira, matusi naona inarudi chini. Lakini kesho sijui, unajua wanamukanga na mambo yao. Kesho pengine matusi itakuwa na hiyo matusi itaenda na million votes. Ikitoka inatoka na million votes na hiyo debe yetu kikapu yetu inajaa. So Bwana Bernard, mimi nina mengi leo isipokuwa naona kwa screen wenzangu naona watu ni wengi. Wacha niwapatie nafasi kidogo waendelee pia. Mimi nitarudi saa zingine.
Asante Bwana Tom, tunashukuru. Line imekuwa mrefu na lazima tuhakikishe kwamba kila mtu anapata nafasi. Tunashukuru kwa utangulizi na asante sana. Tunashukuru watu wa comments. Tafadhali let us keep it clean, let us keep it civil. Na wale wengine mnaotufuata, tafadhali usitazame peke yako, endelea kukaribisha wawili, watatu, wanne, watano, watu 10 ili kila mmoja amakinike. Mtembei TV yapatikana mahala popote dunia nzima, bora tu uwe unaweza connect kwa internet. Kwa hivyo karibisha watu wa diaspora, karibisha watu wa kijiji, karibisha watu wa mjini, ili wote tukamakinike katika siasa zetu na kuelewa ni nini kinachojiri na yote yanayozungumziwa. Haya, Tom akazungumza kuhusu debate. Wacha tuone vile Kenya Kwanza wanazungumza kuhusu hiyo debate kabla Mike aje kutuelekeza. Any further? Okay. Ya kilio hicho.
Will appear is a matter that now firmly rests with them. I and the team gave them advice based on the current media environment. That advice was actually legitimized by a report, a monitoring report of, they call it the monitoring report for the month of June by the Media Council, and you all saw it, that the other people are enjoying 61% or so of coverage. It's interesting funny and believable that Media Council did not see a problem with that. Now, I think 2 days ago, the Media Council again issued another statement. This time, however, without any report, without any statistics, trying to say the numbers have changed. And then in this obsession with polls, the Media Council goes ahead to even tell us now they have done a poll about journalists and which campaign journalists would like to cover. Really? I mean, is that the work you're supposed to do? What you're supposed to do is ensure compliance to the Act, to the laws, and we know what the Act says. We know what the laws in Kenya says about public information to be aired by a journalist or a public entity or the media, and that it has to be fair and accurate. All they have to do is ensure compliance. And again, they say journalists are not comfortable with Kenya Kwanza. And they try to quote about something that happened in the NDC, which was a misunderstanding. On 24th of March, the same Media Council and Kenya Union of Journalists complained when my colleagues, Nyamori of Standard and Awich of the Star, were actually assaulted at the ODM headquarters. So who's really, if it's about being safe, is the Media Council really being fair? All we want them to do is ensure objectivity. We have been in the media, we are still journalists, and we are asking our colleagues, and especially the media companies and owners, we are not saying you must cover us. No. We are saying this is public information. This is what you're doing this for public good. If you have decided to give one side more coverage, then please tell the viewers what you are doing, than trying to say you're objective and you're not.
Haya, video za Kenya Kwanza hizo, mimi najua kwamba news coverage is determined by newsmakers. If you don't make news, news houses have no business visiting your house. So if you want to be covered, you must make news, not to be covered because somebody else is being covered. Sasa mimi sielewi wao wanataka kutufunza nini. Cha muhimu kila moja amakinike. Na wewe ukitaka coverage kama the other media houses, private media houses are not covering you, then you have your own media house. It can carry your story. You can buy airtime on other media houses where you want to be carried. So you don't have to complain that these people are being covered more than this. It's in my opinion, uncalled for. Bwana Said, vipi?
Yeah, asante. Niko poa. Sijui unanipata?
Haya, karibu mawili matatu.
Asante sana. Leo tulikuwa na baba huku Marafa, ingawa aliepuka kuja huku Malindi, tulimkosa sana, lakini natamani hata kesho atengeneze siku akuja hapa Malindi tumkaribishe jinsi watu wengine wamemkaribisha huku Kilifi. Alafu nikizungumzia kuhusu hiyo video clip ambayo umecheza hapo, Mohamed, ni kama kuna kitu anakosa kujua. Yeye amekuwa katika media houses, amekuwa mwanahabari, na najua kuna kazi ya editor. Kazi ya editor ni kuchuja zile habari nzuri na mbaya na kuelekeza wale wengine waende kupokea hizi habari kutoka katika kundi gani. So haizisuta Azimio kuwa wanapewa kipaumbele, kwa sababu hao wako na ujumbe maridhawa, na ujumbe ambao wanapitisha kwa umma ni ya kuomba kura, hawatumii matusi. Sijaona kama wanatukanana. Vile vile ukiangalia siasa hizi za Kenya, naona jana nilizungumzia kuhusu Sonko hapati nafasi Pwani. Naona mahakama imetenda haki. Nasema sasa katiba imepata nguvu fulani, na wacha waendelee hivyo kusafisha. Hakuna nafasi ya kiongozi mbaya kupewa nafasi nyingine kwingine. Kama uliongoza na imedhibitika kuwa ulifanya ABCD, ukaiba mali ya umma, ukapatikana uko na makosa, ukaambiwa upumzike, inabidi upumzike, usiende kuharibia viongozi wengine nafasi ya kuania cheo kama hiyo. Vile vile tunaona kinyang'anyiro cha Kiambu kimepamba moto, lakini naona nafasi hii itaendea ODM kwa sababu huko wanapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Na hiyo inaitwa divide and rule tactics. Naona nafanya vizuri kwetu. Ni hayo tu Bernard, wacha niendelee kukusikiza tukifuata mjadala wa leo.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Saidi, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Kuna huyu Honorable Bosire Masese anasema you're being ignorant regard the law. Follow the law. There is no law requirement somebody to be covered because another person has been covered. You don't do that. I'm a preacher. You cannot say that because you carried out Christian news, you should now go to every mosque also to cover Islam so that you balance. News is covered according to who is making news. So if you have not made news, you have no business featuring in any news. We can't follow somebody up because we have to balance our broadcast. It doesn't work that way. So tell Kenya Kwanza people, if they want to be covered, let them make news. And when they make news, they don't need to invite the press. We will be there to cover what they have made. But if they are repeating the same thing they have been telling us for 4 years, we don't have space like that in our print media and other to carry something that has been on for 4 years. Let them improve on what they are giving, and then we will be able to cover them. Other than kulialia ovyo ovyo. It is important that as Kenyans, we make progressive reporting on issues that arise, not for somebody to hold us hostage on bottom up, bottom this, bottom that. Let him make news, we will cover it. If he's not making news, asalio konyuma atasoma news kwa paper. Kuna mambo ambayo hata hayapasi kuwa problem kwa sababu Kenya Kwanza owns some media houses in this country, okay? And those media houses, the headlines are the same as the other media houses. It means there is a reason why they are covering Raila and not covering themselves even with the media houses. Why? Raila news sells more than Kenya Kwanza news, and media houses exist to make money, to make profits, not to balance reporting, is to make profit. So if we write Kenya Kwanza story and the paper is not selling, we will write a story that is selling because we are in this to make money. So Honorable Bosire Masese, hiyo sheria enda kaichunguze tena. Media houses don't exist to follow people just because they need to be reported or they need to be wherever, or also balanced into their presentation. Tutasikiza hii video alafu tusikilize. Mike inaonekana kuna shida na internet, endelea kujaribu, tutaona vile kunaenda. Tulete hii video kisha tumlete nani Kiale. Acha tuje hapa ya tumsikilize huyu mama.
Sabina akiongoza na wale ambao wanapenda Sabina, wale wa Mount Kenya ambao wamechange ile tunasema change of heart. So kama baba aliongoza wakati hakuwa na vote hata 1% ya Mount Kenya, na sasa tuko over 30%, na tuna matumaini ya kwamba by next weeks tutakuwa 50% Mount Kenya. Tena wewe useme opinion poll ni fake? Labda wewe huoni, na mwenye macho ambiwi tazama. Wagoje tu tarehe 9. Hiyo ndio itakuwa finishing. Na huyu mzee ambaye sisi kama Wakikuyu mara nyingi tumekuwa tukisema maneno mengi kumhusu. Mimi nimekaa na yeye, nimekaa na Mama Aida, nimeona ni watu ambao wanaogopa Mungu. Ni watu ambao pia wako na nchi katika roho. Na pia tumeona wale wengine ambao tulidhani ni marafiki wetu. Ulikuwa ile maneno ya 2007 tukasema tutawasamehea, lakini hatukusahau. Lakini hata vile tuliwasamehe na tukawaleta katika nyumba kabisa, waliingia mpaka wakaingia katika bedroom yetu. Na ile jambo ambalo mimi limenikasirisha zaidi ni kwa sababu walikuja badala ya kufanya Wakikuyu wapendane, wameleta chuki. Tumeona sisi wenyewe tukipigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Kwa nini tukulete katika nyumba yetu kisha ulete chuki? Tumeona waheshimiwa wanatukanana, tumeona sisi hata vijana wetu wanatukana rais wetu. Na mimi ningetaka kuambia Wakikuyu, unajua kiongozi anapewana na Mungu, na usiwahi tukana yule ambaye ungetaka kuwa. Mimi ningetaka kuwa rais wa Kenya kwa siku za usoni. Kuna watu hapa ni wazazi wangependa watoto wao wawe viongozi, lakini ukitukana na kiongozi, jua wewe mwenyewe umejiletea ile ningesema ni kasi ya uongozi. Kwa hivyo sisi tunasema Uhuru amebakisha wiki 3. Ni kweli walisema amalize aende, ataenda na ataenda kupumzika. Lakini nchi yetu itabaki wapi? Hilo ndilo swali ambalo tuko nalo. Na mimi nimeingia mashinani hizo wiki 3. Siku moja kwa siasa ni kubwa sana. Na sisi tuna matumaini ya kwamba roho zetu, roho za watu wa kwetu zitapoa, na watasema tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya atakuwa ni Raila Odinga.
Okay, thank you. Mike unaonewa lakini pole. Sam, how are you? Sam Kialo.
Bernard, salama sana. Aje?
Niko salama.
Lo, mnanisikia?
Tunasikia, changia 1 2 3 tusonge.
Sasa Unasemaje?
Endelea, tunasikia.
Mnasikia? Sasa ndio nasema nini, unaona, for example mimi ni youth. Na youth wengi sana wana sijui vichwa zao wamepeleka wapi. Like kama mimi sahi napaswa kuangalia nini about my future yangu kwenye yuko. Sahi mambo ni noma. Na alafu maisha imekuwa ngumu sana. Sasa ukiangalia for example DP kama mi youth mi aje ni convince. Si ati namtukia. Unaona for example unaona baba. Hiyo jamaa hata naambia watu, hata youth wengine wenye wanakona doubt na yeye nawaambia huyo jamaa atadeliver. Hata ataonesha watu kwa nini. Hata watu watashangaa huyu jamaa alikuwa wapi nini for those past years. So for me muendelea tu ku encourage youths, maybe wataza change mind zao. Hata me I'm trying at my best kutry kwa convince na pia kwenda kupiga. Hata mwenye anataka kumpigia lakini wa practice demokrasi yao. Unaona? Hakuna haja ati mtu aseme jamaa anapelekaje government ama anaranaje country no uja vote. It doesn't make any sense. So naweza sema tu hiyo baba hiyo anaenda nayo. Yeah. Thanks.
Sawa, asante sana Sam kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru. Ni muhimu tuelimishane, ndio sababu tuko hapa ili kila mtu amakinike katika kufahamu ukweli uliopo. Kuna huyu Peter Kemei. Naomba hivi tafadhali, ukweli unauma lakini unaponya. Sisi hatumpingi deputy president. Nishasema hapa mara mingi tena nitarudia. Adui mkubwa wa deputy president ni deputy president mwenyewe. Yule mtu hataki deputy president awe rais ni deputy president mwenyewe. Kwa sababu zile vikwazo amejiwekea mwenyewe kunjiani ya kufanyika rais ni nyingi kuliko zile wale wapinzani wake wamemwekea. So mkitaka kumsaidia ni msaidie vizuri, aelewe kwamba he is his own greatest enemy and he needs to reconcile with himself if he wants to be the president of this country. Insulting people on this platform is not going to help you. Ukweli ni kwamba no media house is going to report things insult, is going to recycle news simply because somebody has to be covered. No. Mtu amecomment hapa akasema for 4 years when William Ruto was featuring on the news headline, is the one who challenged the news houses that wamgawie percentage ya pesa kwa sababu anasaidia magazeti ifanye nini? Kuuza. Sasa saa hii amepewa blackout tena analia. So anataka nini? akubali ameshindwa, agenda imemshinda. Anasema yeye kuna agenda na tuone agenda yake. Anasema kuna sera zake zimemshinda. Anasema yeye ndio akona vision ya Kenya, atujui ni gani, atuielewa. For 5 years he has given us so many visions and so many versions of what he wants done until we don't know what he is after even himself. So tafadhali msaidie kwa kumwelewesha kwamba hii Kenya ni ya wenyewe, na kama hataki kuwa mmoja wao wenye Kenya, basi ajitenge peke yake. Sisi wenye Kenya tutasonga mbele nayo na tutairudisha nyuma. Huo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Na ikifika masuala ya siasa, William Ruto ni mtoto, anapaswa kujifunza. Keti chini, angalie vile wazee wanafanya siasa, akisha analyze akajua, ajiunge na siasa. Kwa sasa hivi haelewi, anafikiria anaweza kujipiga kifua kikamfanya rais. It doesn't work that way. He needs to go back and learn again. Aongee na wazee, watamwambia, na kuna wale ambao washamwambia, ni vile tu anapuuza. Alafu huyu anaitwa Samo Songa, hate speech uko nayo mingi sana, na nimekuwa patient na wewe. Nikirudi huko utakuwa umekwenda. Boni, habari ya leo?
Mr. Bernard, niko salama sana. Niko mzima, nashukuru Mungu. Asante sana. Unajua Mr. Bernard, watu kama kina Kemei yao usipoteze muda nyingi sana. Unajua Kip sahi yako kwa site anakata miti. Ako site anakata miti. Sasa hii masaa Kip akiingia hapa mwambie Boni alikuwa anauliza amepotelea kwa site sana, anakata miti sana. Aingie. But mbali na hiyo tungependa kuambia wengine wanao support pia mrengo wa UDA. Sisi hatuchukii UDA. Kiongozi wao ndo atupendi matamshi yake na vitendo vyake. Wengine wetu tulikuwa UDA tukahama sababu ya uongo ambao tuliona ulikuwa pale. So kitu ambacho Kemei nafaa afanye, atuongeleshe tu, aseme tumebadilisha tabia, tumebadilisha sera, hata manifesto tumebadilisha sasa. Tumebadilisha sasa, inasema vizuri, njooni mrudi, tutarudi. Lakini kwa sasa tuko kwa gear too low, tunataka kupanda mlima polepole. So kwa sasa Bwana Bernard, ninaangalia vitu kwa njia tofauti. Mimi kwa upande wangu wiki 2 ni muda mrefu sana kwa wakati tunaenda kumalizia watu kupiga kura. Na nilisema Mama Martha Karua mheshimiwa, yeye inafaa apeane kijiti for the last lap. Last lap ni wiki ya mwisho. Tunataka Gachagua vile ametoka Mount Kenya, Martha Karua na Kanini Kega na Sabina Chege waingie Mount Kenya sasa. Waingie Mount Kenya, hao watu wako na matusi, tunawapiga tuna hiyo fimbo yao hiyo wenyewe. Hiyo fimbo ambayo wametoa matusi, sisi watu watusi, lakini tunawaeleza matusi yao na tofauti ya matusi na mazuri. Na mama anajua kueleza vizuri. Tumekuja kwa unyenyekevu. Kura ni yako. Hiyo tayari ni fimbo. Hiyo ni fimbo moja nyororo. Ile tulikuwa tunapigwa waliwa hesabu. Watoto wa siku hizi Bwana Bernard wapigwi. Zamani tulikuwa tunachuna kiboko, we mwenyewe kiboko yako unajichunia, mwalimu anakungojea wa hesabu. Sasa Gachagua alishachuna viboko ya kutosha yake, inafaa ajinyoroshe mwenyewe. Na tunangojea kwa debate hapo na tajinyoroshea. Nilikwambia Bwana Bernard, sio kwamba William Ruto anaogopa mambo ya debate. Yeye haogopi. Na ako ready na anajua kujitetea. Yeye anaogopa naibu wake atamwaibisha na anamficha. And the reality is that, and these people know, hakuna vile Gachagua anaweza ng'ara mbele ya Mama Martha Karua. So that ndio unaona sasa kina Hussein wametokea kudefend. Wanakuja tu na excuse but wana defend mtu wao, wanajua ni nani. Gachagua ana nini? Alafu kuna huyu ndugu yetu mdogo amekuwa hapa kidogo, huyo mwana youth. Ningependa kujua kwamba amepiga kura hii ni mara yake ya kwanza ama aliwahi piga kura. Na alipopiga kura wakati ule, wakati mheshimiwa Ruto alikuwa anasema 6 stadium, kila ward tutakuwa na wifi, alipata password ya wifi ile aliambiwa last time. Na kama hakupata basi aelezee wenzao vile walielezewa kwamba wifi itakuwa itakuwa kwa kila ward, hakuna. So wasijaribu kupiga mrengo huo. So mimi ninasubiria na hesabu, hata silali Bwana Bernard bwana. Unajua hata usingizi siku hizi inapotea. Mimi hata naomba hii kura ikuje ishe haraka. Tulali bwana, sijui tutafanya namna gani mheshimiwa. Na kwa hiyo mambo ya nomination bwana Mena, hata mimi nilikuwa nangojea nene list yako kwa nomination ya party bwana. Umeenda huko. Ni vizuri wamerevoke huko pale ndani, lakini tunajua next labda utakuwa ndani. Na ukiwa ndani sisi hii timu yetu tumejua tuko salama.
Asante sana Boni, tunashukuru. Tunashukuru na mambo itanyooka tu, mambo itanyooka. Serving this country, we can serve from any capacity, even if we don't get nominated. I believe even what we are doing here is helping this country. And so wherever we get an opportunity, we will do what is required and make this country great. And therefore, wherever we find ourselves, we will do the right thing. Only a few twisted people who want to turn the good into bad and right into wrong. Those are the people we need to surround and prepare them for that pickup that takes people to committee. Wakae karibu nayo karibu, kwa sababu hakuna nafasi ya watu kama hao katika nchi hii, haswa baada ya uchaguzi huu. We must be a people that are forthright in doing what is good, not just for us, but for the future of this great country. And anybody supporting what is twisted as far as this nation is concerned, he's part of the enemies of this country, and they need to be named and shamed for the same. It is wrong for anybody to support evil. It doesn't matter whether you are born with it or not. The truth is, the interest of this country becomes first before anyone else, before anything else. And the presidency of this country is available to the highest bid in terms of getting the majority of the votes, not being angry, not insulting people, not fighting people. Do you have a general support countrywide? Do you have the majority of the support? If you don't, you don't. So history ya kusema nini kuna mwingine anasema atafunga hii station, utafunga uliifungua wewe. Hebu jipange tafadhali. Usituletee tumekuwa hapa na tutafunga wewe. Kwanza wewe utakuwa list ya kwanza kwenda kamiti. Now tumsikilize hizi tapes mbili mbio alafu tusonge mbele. Tuanze hapa.
You are, it reveals who you are. And the same thing is true of a presidential campaign. So if a candidate is erratic and threatening, if a candidate traffics in prejudice, fears, and lies on the trail, if a candidate has no clear plans to implement their goals, if they disrespect their fellow
Mkanifuata ati mnanifukuza Jubilee. Haiwezekani.
Inawezekana. Leo ni leo. Na inawezekana. Inawezekana. Leo ni leo. Kenya mpya inawezekana. Inawezekana.
Hamuwezi kunifukuza ODM ati mkanifuata ati mnanifukuza Jubilee. Haiwezekani.
Inawezekana. Leo ni leo. Na inawezekana. Inawezekana. Leo ni leo. Kenya mpya inawezekana. Inawezekana.
Hamuwezi
Kenya mpya inawezekana. Naomba tuende kwa John. John, namna gani? John Nyakeruri. Are you there? Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Hey, bwana wewe. Okay, samahani, inaonekana uko na shida na mitambo. Utajifunza polepole. Mlete Eliza. Eliza, karibu.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. How are you today?
I'm fine. Sema Bernard.
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Okay, mi mali niko salama pia. Nashukuru Mungu kwa siku ya leo. Tunaendelea kupambana tu, tunapambana. Hope Joshua Mark. Ule jana alikuwa analia Supreme Court. I think today is happy. Jana alikuwa anasema mimi sitaki maneno ya Sonko. I think now amekuwa relieved. Because Sonko alikuwa anaenda kusumbua Mombasa. Haya. Okay, leo baba amekuwa Kilifi na Ruto amekuwa Kiambu. So mkutano ya baba Kilifi imekuwa mzuri. Imekuwa welcomed huko na hao wanaendelea kutangaza ajenda yao. Lakini watu wa Kenya Kwanza hao ajenda yao tu ni maneno ya wheelbarrow ya miguu kubwa tusukume huyu mzee mpaka Bondo. Sasa saa hizi imekuwa kama hataenda Bondo aende akae na Uhuru Ishaweri. So hiyo ndio manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza. Hakuna kitu ingine wanaongea. Hao wanaongea, niliona mtu akiuliza mtu wa Kenya Kwanza mahali. Akawauliza, hii poll saizi zenye zinatoka inasemekana Raila ndiye anaongoza ako mbele. Ingekuwa ni Ruto ako mbele anaongoza, mungesema nini? Mungesema hiyo opinion poll ni uongo, ama ndio mungeendelea mseme hata mnaongoza kwa opinion poll? So kila kitu tuweke sisi kama binadamu. Hakuna kitu, mimi nikifanywa vizuri I will be happy, nikifanywa vibaya ndakuwa vibaya, ndakuwa mbaya, kwa sababu the other time Ruto walikuwa wakiongoza before baba aanze kukanyaga chini. Ruto Kenya Kwanza walikuwa naongoza, walikuwa wanafurahi sana, walikuwa yani mtu alikuwa naona tu kesho tu ndio uchaguzi ingefanywa. Hawakuwa najua bado masiku, hawakuwa najua masiku bado. Sasa saa hizi wanaumwa mdomo, saa hizi wanashindwa leo tuende wapi, sasa sijui tuende wapi. Sasa leo nani anaitwa nani huyu gavana wa Kilifi, leo ndo nimemuona tangu sijui wakati gani, leo ndo nimemuona akiongea pale Kiambu. But hata akiongea pale Kiambu ukiangalia sura yake, they have stress, wako na stress kubwa sana, hata amekonda. Unajua ule mtu uko very happy na unajua hii kitu huko unaenda kuwin, una relax, hata mkutano yako you don't fight. Angalia mkutano ya baba, una relax. Baba hata anakaa anapiga simu kwa mkutano, ameweka miguu hivi, anajienjoy, hana stress, ako na majeshi yake pale wanachapa kazi. So Ruto yeye ndio mdomo each and every day. Mkutano yoyote mimi ya Ruto nikiona yeye tu ndiye anakuanga mtu wa kuongea, yeye ndiye anakuanga mtu wa kuongea, yeye ndiye anapeana microphone. Aongoji kwanza watu wengine waongee ndio hand over kwake, hapana. Yeye ndiye anakuanga wa kuongea, ndiye apatie Gachagua microphone, apatie wale wengine wote. Sasa unashinda, yeye ndiye anafaa awachie wadogo wake waongee, ndio wadogo wake wamwachie amalize afunge. Kama vile baba anasema, baba tufungie mkutano, baba anaongea, watu wamesimama, wanafunga mkutano, wanatoka wanaenda. But for them every time ni maneno ya baba. Wasipoongea maneno ya kitandawili, siku yao haiwezi kuwa mzuri. But sisi tunaomba tu Mungu, siku zinaendelea kuyoyoma, baba aendelee kuuza sera zake. Ameenda Coast, atarudi maybe aanze tena Ukambani, you never know mali ataenda, ama arudi aende Mombasa, you never know, ama arudi tena aende huko Nakuru, you never know. So wacha baba achape kazi polepole, Mungu amsaidie. Tarehe 9 ifike, watu wajitokeze waende wapige kura kwa amani. Mtu akipiga kura yake arudi nyumbani aongojee matokeo, asikae pale waanze kuleta siasa. Mtu angalie tu watu wasianze kupigana na wenzao, watangaze amani, wapige kura kwa amani. Mwenye atashinda ndiye atakuwa ameshinda, tuongoje uongozi wake. Hii uongozi wakati mtu amechukua amekalia kiti ndio tutajua, kwa sababu kila mmoja ametamani kukalia hii kiti, tuone atapeleka hii gari mpaka wapi. So hii uongozi Raila ametafuta kwa muda mrefu sana. Tunataka akalie tuone anasukuma wapi hii gari, vile Uhuru anasema atamwachia baba isukume. Wacha baba achukua isukume, kwa sababu watu wanasema ni mzee. Wale walikuwa vijana ambayo ni kina Ruto na Uhuru walishindikana kusukuma hii kurudumu. Yeye ndio huyo ndiye anapiga kelele pande ile. Kama alishindikana akikuwa naibu huko, sasa akikuwa president ataweza kuisukuma? Hataweza kuisukuma. Yeye akiingia kukalia hiyo kiti, anataka kukalia hiyo kitu kutoja wa Kenya, will be torturing. Utakuwa unajaribu hata kuongea kitu hivi unasukuma, wewe unaongea kitu gani? Kila kitu itabadilika. Hata internet yeye anasema atapeana internet, hakuna internet itakuwa pale. Hii internet zote zitafungwa, ndio msikuwa mnaona vitu mnapost. So sisi wa Kenya tuchague watu ambao watatusaidia, ambao watu watasikiza wananchi. Wananchi pia nyinyi mchague watu ambao kama ni mbunge ambaye atafika bunge aende kukutetea, si mbunge mwenye anafika huko kuanzia mwaka wa kwanza ameingia bunge hajawahi toa mswada yoyote kwa bunge. Yeye ni kukaa tu. Wananchi wote wa Kenya wachague watu wenye wanaenda kuwakilisha kule. Mtu anafaa kuchagua mtu mwenye anaenda kumwakilisha, si kesho mtu anachagua mtu anafika kwa bunge ama aonekani kwa bunge. Kama kina Oscar Sudi hao waonekanange kwa bunge, hakuna mswada yoyote wameshaitoa. Hata mimi mbunge wangu anaitwa Janet, alikuwa independent, sijaiona akisimama akitoa mswada yoyote. Ikishafika wakati ya election ndio unaona sasa wanaingia wanaanza kuja kudanganya watu na basari ya 5,000. Huko kwetu 5,000 basari ndio wanapea watoto. Na wanapea watoto kwa kila mtoto mmoja mmoja. So watu wachague watu wenye watawasaidia, sio watu wenye watafika huko wanawapotea, alafu ikifika wakati ya election tena ndio wanajirudi wanajionyesha ni mimi niko. Hapana, chagueni watu wenye wewe utakuwa rich kumfikia. Chagua MCA mwenye utafika kwa ofisi yake ukae na yeye chini ya kuhudumia. Chagua mbunge mwenye atakusaidia. Chagua governor mwenye ataleta maendeleo katika county. Si mlete governor tu kwa sababu tu ni jina mnaleta, sababu huyo jina yake ndiye natakana ikuwe pale. I think nasimamia hapo Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Eliza, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. It's good and we pray that every Kenyan gets that right. These elections gives you an opportunity to hire people that are going to serve you for 5 years. If you hire crooks, they are going to rob you everything. Hire people that are credible, people that are reliable, people that have this country at heart and they can propel it to the greater future. If you've been hired to go and advocate for the crooks, shauri yako. It's important that we do what is right, not for ourselves, but for the country. Kuna MJM hatuwezi kuongeza kwa screen wakati uko nyuma ya curtain. So if you can't put your camera on, hatuwezi kuongeza kwa sababu we want quality video for the viewers who come to view this show after we are done. So your camera must remain on. And then if you have finished making a submission, you don't have much to add to what you want to say or you will say later, it is good for you to move out so that somebody else gets a chance to get in, because the studio can only hold 10 people at a time. And when we are all 10 and we are looking at each other here, we are stopping a lot of people, the traffic of people to come in and make their submission. We'll do this video and then we'll listen to Lydia before we go back to our trail. All right, let's get this.
Hiyo kichwa yake ni mzuri kweli? Wacha kuvuta watu Rais Kenyatta, panga vilago yako uende nyumbani. Na ndio kwenda kwera Kanini Koru totiriari kali yako. Huyu Kanini Koru atidaga agechona Mondrome Matina. Nyuna mchona Mondrome Matina.
Teni ukuzi. Msikuja hapa kupiga kelele kwa mkutano yangu.
Wewe kijana, wacha kunijibu, unanijibu kama nani? Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hiyo mkutano utoke.
Sisi tuko nyuma ya baba. Baba ya nani? Wewe una baba kwenu? Unakuja kutafuta mtu anatangatanga kwa barabara unaita baba.
Aidha utanyamaza ama utaondoka kwa hii mkutano. Unasikia wewe?
Unanijibu kama nani? Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hii mkutano utoke.
One moment.
Vijana we! Vijana we! Vijana fire! Vijana fire! Vijana fire!
Amjambo. Amjambo tena. Asante. Asante. Poa tu dakika moja.
Wacheni kuji. Hapana, no. Hapana.
Wewe kijana, wacha kunijibu, unanijibu kama nani? Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hii mkutano utoke.
Okay, the character of a man is all that occupies the office you give them. Offices don't change people. It's people that change offices. So, if he cannot stand the heat on the campaign trail, he will not stand the heat when all the universities are on strike, the doctors on strike, the teachers on strike. What will he do? He will scrap off education, say the education is not necessary. Tuachane nayo, sisi tuendelee mbele. It's important that we check the character of the person who is applying to serve us as Kenyans. Na kulingana na hesabu zangu, William Ruto ashaanguka mtihani kabla interview ianze. Lydia, dakika zako 2 tafadhali, tumlete Mike. Karibu.
Hi everybody, good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you today?
Doing good, I thank God. Kwanza nasema ni asante kwa nafasi Bernard. Mimi nashukuru kwa kile kinaendelea because tunaendelea kuona some changes and we can say yani ni kuinuliwa, tumeinuliwa na Mungu. Unajua kiongozi, unataka yule kiongozi ambaye ukiongoze kwanza before you lead others. Uwezi ukachiongoza, unataka kuongoza nani? Kama uwezi kuongoza hata mdomo wako, ukanene yaliyo matamu. Zinaona Africans, kama msee ameenda kuseeka, hata watoto wanakaripia. Wamama wanatuma watoto nenda kwa babu. Kwa vile wanaamini kuwa anatoa maneno mazuri ambayo ya kubariki jamii, ya kubariki watoto, jinsi watakavyokuwa. Lakini nashangaa watu wakiendelea kupokea, yani kuongea maneno ya kiupuzi, kusema huyu msee. Kwa hivyo inatakikana kuwa yani Kenya yetu tusiwe na wasee, tuwe na vijana peke yake. Ndiposa tunasema tuna neema ya Yesu Kristo ambapo iko katikati yetu. Kama ingekuwa zile nyakati za wana wa Israeli, Mungu mwenyewe anaamua kutenda kitenda, anasema this generation nitaiondoa over 20 and above. Ile itakayopaki ndio nitainuka nayo. Najua tumekuwa watu wa kusahau. Biblia tunajua, tunasoma. Mbona tusiwe tuseme kama Yesu, mtu akikuslap pande hii peana nyingine. Hiyo mbona hawataji? Wanataja zile zinawatetea. Wanasoma one side of the verse, nyingine hawasomi. Mbona usiseme kiongozi mzuri ni yule wa kunyamaza, ungoje, yani maneno yako mwenyewe na vitendo zako sikufanye uwe kiongozi. Tunataka kuona track record ya mtu ambayo ni nzuri. Mimi nafurahia kwa vile deputy wetu kama angekuwa mtu wa kunyamaza, kutulia, hizi shida zote asingemwandama. Angeachia wale wako nyuma yake waongee, hata yale matusi wayatoe wao, sio yeye. Ingempa heshima. lakini amekosa heshima ya kuwa ni kiongozi ambaye anatoa maneno bila mpango urushao, sio wa mama, sio wasee, yani ana right and left, na ni double speaker. That is the truth. Mwenye atanichukulia makosa unisamee, lakini ni double speaker. Leo anaongea hili, kesho ni nyingine, ambapo sasa hata inasidi kuchanganya wafuasi wake. Wanaona alisema hivi tufuate, kesho anasema lingine. Sasa wamefika katikati, hawajui wampigie ama wasimpigie, lakini ukweli ni kwamba kiongozi ni Raila Amolo Odinga na mama. Mimi nafurahia. Nitatoka kwa ufupi, nasema nashukuru, wacha nikae nje niendelee kusikiza kutoka nje na wengine wapate nafasi. Lakini mandugu zangu, nawaomba tuombe amani, kwa vile leo unamtukana mwenzako, kesho mko ofisi moja, mtaangaliana vipi? Macho yenu yanakutana vipi ukikumbuka yale ulikuwa unamtupia mwenzako? Tuachane na maneno ya matusi, tukae na amani. Hiyo siku ikifika tumalize, kila mtu aende nyumbani angoje. Hata mwenye atakayechukua kama hakutakuwa na wizi, bado tuwe na amani na tupendane kama mandugu, hakuna uadui, na nchi yetu ipone na iendelee. Nashukuru kwa hayo, mbarikiwe sana.
Thank you very much, Lydia. We appreciate that, and it's important that we lay to heart to do the right thing. You can't hide a characteristic forever. It will eventually come out. But the Bible says a man who has no control over his spirit is like a city without walls. You are as secure as you can self-control yourself. So if you can't lay a grip on your anger, you can't lay a grip on your spirit, then you are unfit in leadership. Mass responsibility requires tolerance, requires patience, requires long suffering. And that's what molds you into a great leader. What is a very much missing ingredient in the Kenya Kwanza leadership? They're erratic, they are quick, and they want it either their way or the highway. That is not how governance is done. There are things that are negotiated, others is give and take, and all that. So we must all assess this. Give leadership to people that are capable, who are faithful, and are able to hold the heat until the rains come back. Thank you very much. Tumsikilize Mike. Mike, na kupatia nafasi ya kufanya submission. Hey, wewe Mike, leo sijui imekuaje. Inaonekana umevamiwa. Badilisha jina lako angalau uachiwe. Kuna uwezekano umevamiwa. Wapi Jared? Bwana Jared, you're still mute. We can't hear you. Jared. Yeah.
Egento njengo tebangwa kila Mutembei, yani napigia Mutembei asante sana kwa sababu ya kazi nzuri mnayoendelea kuifanya, ngawa nimesahau nimeongea kilugha kidogo. Mungu awabariki kwa kazi nzuri mnayoendelea kuifanya, kwa sababu mmeweza kusaidia watu wengi, wameweza kujua njia mahali inaelekea. Kwa wakati huu mimi kitu nimeweza kuona ni ya kwamba wakati mwingine Mungu anaongoza watu wake. Kwa sababu gani? Tulianza kampeni mapema. Deputy alianza kampeni mapema miaka 5. Sasa imefikia mahali ile tabia yake alikuwa ameficha, imefikia mahali maneno yameisha, kwa sababu alitumia kuongea maneno muda mrefu mpaka yamefikia yameisha. Sasa uvumilivu umekosekana. Sasa ni kuongea yale yote alikuwa anayaficha tabia yake, ili aweze kuwaonyesha ya kwamba hata kama mkinichagua tabia yangu ndio hii, sitaweza. Anasema yeye ni anatetea mama, aliulizwa kwa nini unakuwa na hasira. Anasema anakuwa na hasira kwa sababu ya mama mboga. Utawezaje kuwa hasira na mama mboga? Kwa sababu mama mboga ni mtu mdogo sana, anauza mchicha wake mahali pale sokoni, ameketi pale. Unakuwa na hasira kwa nini? Kitu tutaweza kusema ni ya kwamba mahali ambapo shida ni kwamba wanatafuta uongozi na kifua, na unajua wakati wowote ukitafuta kitu na kifua kukipata inakuwa ni ngumu. Mtu mnyenyekevu, mimi nakumbuka wakati Uhuru alimwambia ya kwamba enda pole pole, slow utatoboa, lakini ukienda haraka haraka mzee atatembea pole pole na atakupita. Na kweli tumeona amempita, kwa sababu unapoangalia kura ya maoni mzee alikuwa sijui ni 18, yura ako 80, ako 60, lakini saizi unakuta yeye ndiye ako 25 30, amempita. Na uongozi ukitafuta kwa nguvu, yani unatumia kifua. Na sana alipoona juzi Uhuru ameanza kuambia watu wapigie Raila kura, sasa ndio hasira yote ile ilikuwa imefichwa ilitoka. Yani mahali alikuwa ameificha ilitoka yenyewe, si kupenda kwake, lakini iliweza kutoka. Lakini sisi kitu tutaweza kumwambia ni ya kwamba jinsi ambavyo Mungu ameweza kupanga, hakuna mwanadamu hawezi kupangua, kwa sababu mzee ameweza kuvumilia kwa miaka mingi, wameweza yani wamemtendea mengi miaka mingi, lakini mwaka huu Mungu ameweza kumchagua yeye, ndiye tutaweza kupatia kura zetu, na mzee ndiye atakaye tuongoza. Na tunashukuru ya kwamba mzee siku hizi huwezi kumsikia akitukana watu, wao wanamtukana lakini yeye hawatukani. Na ubaya ni kwamba Kenya kwanza hawana heshima. Anakuja mpaka kwako kwa nyumba, anakuja kukutukania huko, ajui ya kwamba uko na watoto, uko na majirani wataweza kukutetea. Yeye anakutukana, anafikiri ya kwamba wakati ametukana kwako sasa ndiye ameweza kupata kura, ajui hapo ndio anapoteza kura. Unaona kama akienda Kiambu anaenda na nguvu zote, anajionyesha ya kwamba yeye ndiye anajua kuongea, yeye ndiye akona watu pale, ajui ya kwamba watu wataweza kugeuka usiku ule kura naenda kupigwa kesho. Hiyo ndio anajisahau. Mimi naona ya kwamba hata leo vile walikuwa hapa Mombasa, nimeona ya kwamba kampeni ilikuwa hapa Mombasa ilikuwa ni nzuri sana, na wakuweza kumaliza. Kilifi ni kubwa, Kilifi ni kubwa. Walitembea upande wa hata Malindi town hawakufika, lakini walienda Watamu, alafu hawachakuja upande huu wa Kilifi South na Kilifi North hawajafika. Kwa hivyo tunazidi kuwaombea ili waweze kufanya kazi nzuri vile wanavyoendelea kufanya, wawe watulivu wao, hata wakitukanwa na wasiweze kuwatukana. Na kitu kimemharibia Western, kimemharibia kura kabisa ni ile kuweza kumtukana Wamalwa. Ninaona ya kwamba Western ameweza kuharibu, alikuwa anafikiri kukimbia usiku na mchana atatengeneza, amesaharibu huko na kuingine ataenda haribu. Tulikuwa tunafikiri Gachagua ndiye anamharibia, kumbe walikuwa alichagua mwenzake wanafanana. Sasa wao wacha waendelee kuongea wakitabika maneno, wakiendelea kutujengea kura. Asante na Mungu asidi kuwa pamoja nanyi.
Okay, thank you, Brother Jared. With interesting way to look at it. Mute your mic, please. Okay, asante. Let's make progress. It is important that we focus on the people that are asking for the highest office in the land. They must be credible. Hiyo mwezi kutoa hapo. Sisi ni lazima tulinde hii nchi, ni jukumu letu kama Wakenya, na mtu yeyote anayetaka uongozi amejiweka wazi ili tumkague. So wewe ukikasirika kwa sababu sisi tunakagua naibu wa rais, kuna sababu hatukukagui wewe mtu kwa comments. The reason we are not investigating you, one of it is because you are not asking for public office. You are not asking us to be our president. The moment you do that, we'll begin to scrutinize you. We'll check you mpaka primary school, mpaka nursery school. We must be sure of you, because 50 million Kenyans will be in your hands. Are we going to be safe in your hands? If you're erratic and you want to insult people because they asked where are the laptops. Okay, let's make progress. Tumsikilize nani alitangulia mwingine. Watch. Oluoch,
Habari ya
waga.
habari yenyu.
Salama
Sasa
yako?
mimi niko poa.
Waenda
Kilifi, wengine walienda Kiambu. Kwenda Kiambu ameanza kusema mambo na sijui ICC, sijui alipelekwa na nani ICC, anasahau ICC walienda na Uhuru, na Uhuru alisahau mambo na watu wame move on. Mtu bado anatutajia mambo na ICC na kesi ilishaisha. Kama kesi ilishaisha, hiyo tuweke kando. Kilifi nilikuambia raundi ni kila kitu ni 99.9%. Huko tumeshachukua. Sasa tunataka kurudi huku mahali alitoka inaitwa Migori na sijui hii area ya Kisii, tupitie tena Narok, tukichafua tuchukue. Yeye tumwachie tu hiyo 0.1% ni ya matusi tu. Ni ya matusi tu. Alafu ndugu yangu hapa naona kwa comment watu wameanza mambo zingine hazitasaidia. Inafaa tu harmonize ourselves na tuheshimu kila mmoja wetu hapa ndani. Wengine wanaweka matusi sana mpaka unakuta mtu anaweka mpaka mzazi ndani. Ikienda hivyo ndugu yangu Bena, wacha uniweke moderator. Na nitakuwa nikiwatoa tu polepole, sio kwa nguvu. Yule ameleta matusi ninamuona mara ya kwanza, ya pili, ikienda mara ya tatu namtoa. Vile tunataka kutoa huyu kiongozi wa matusi, kama wafuasi wake wamemfuata hapa na matusi, hapa hatutaweka matusi. Hapa tunataka decorum na kila mtu aheshimu mwenzake na maoni yenye mtu anatoa. Lakini mi naona vile tu jana nilisema swearing in ni tarehe 10, tarehe 8 tunapiga, tarehe 9 kura, tarehe 10 ni swearing in. Hakuna maneno nyingi. Huku Kajiado hata tumemaliza kila kitu. Hatuoni mahali huyu jamaa anapenya. Hata ndege zile zilikuwa zinatembea siku hizi hazikuji Kajiado juu tulimwambia huku hatutaki mambo na matusi. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Na kuna kitu nataka kuuliza ndugu yangu. Wana mboga wangapi ama wamama wangapi wa mboga waliteuliwa kwa hii chama ya UDA? Hii nomination ile sasa, baada ya nomination, hii nomination ndiye sasa mtu awe na surety ya kwamba anaingia parliament, anaenda MCA. Huku Kajiado tujaona, labda mnitajie kila location yenu wangapi waliteuliwa. Na mzee huyu wenye mboga na watu wa pikipiki ndiye nauliza maswali yao hapo. Asanteni sana na tuzidi kupendana. Sio matusi, ni kura tu. Tulitukanana kitambo sisi, hata hatutaki tear gas tena. Si tumezoea tear gas. Wengine hapo wanaongea hata hawajawahi kula tear gas na hatutaki tear gas. Asante sana ndugu yangu. Acha niachie wengine wenye wameongea watoke kwa line, tuachie wengine. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Oluoch for applying to be moderator. We will consider your application. Lakini ushawaonya wale ambao watakwenda kinyume na wewe, utawanyoa mapema. Asante, lakini tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tunasonga mbele, kila mmoja makinika, endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kuelewa nini kinachoendelea kisiasa hapa nchini. Mtembei TV tuko committed kuhakikisha kwamba tunabainisha mbivu na mbichi kati ya yale yote ambayo yanaletwa na wanasiasa. Kuna wale ambao wamechagua kuwa waongo katika siasa zao. Ni lazima tujue kwamba tunadili nao kivipi, kwa sababu hatutaki mtu yeyote adanganywe ama afanye uamuzi kutokana na masuala ambayo si ya kweli. Naomba tusikilize hii kisha tumlete Adams. Ameenda wapi? Net leo inaonekana is unfriendly, but we'll try and see to it that we get as many people as possible to make their contribution. Okay, listen out to this.
Kenya and Commander of the Defense Forces, His Excellency the Deputy President, Prime Minister Baba Raila Odinga, na wananchi wote mko hapa, amjambo. Amjambo tena. Your Excellency, leo ni siku kubwa sana katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. This is a historic day, Your Excellency, because the journey of uniting the people of the Republic of Kenya begins today. Your Excellency, I want to take this opportunity to thank you and the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga for coming together as statesmen so that this country can unite once and for all and join countries that have developed as first world countries, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, kazi yangu ni kidogo sana ya kuita tu wale wanasiasa ambaye wanaweza haribu hii document kama hawatakubaliana naye, ili tujue maoni yao iko namna gani. Unajua, Your Excellency, mwanasiasa kazi yake ni ngumu. Kama kitu hataki na ni kitu mzuri hataki. Unajua Somalia wanawako na methali wanasema kama mtu anataka muka yako, hata ukipatia msichana yako amefika, hawezi kubali, anataka tu hiyo muka yako tu. Hawezi kubali. So, with those, with Your Excellency, first of all, I want to start by calling the youth leader kuba university students anaitwa Ann Muvuria aje awakilishe youth ya Kenya.
Sisemi kitu, lakini hiyo iko hapa courtesy of Alex mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo kama una swali lolote elekeza kwa Alex, sio mimi. Dave, iko nini tena?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening all.
Good evening to you.
Can we put that one hold? Can we hold that one first? The one you played now. Can we put it aside first, because it is a crucial now. We can keep it aside first and then later on, because it will trigger some sensitive issues. Please.
Sawa, maombi yako imesikika. We'll see what to do with it, but it has already gone. Adams, naomba ufanye submission yako. Mbio tafadhali.
Yes, hamjambo nyote.
Hatujambo, vipi huko?
Salama kabisa. Ya, unajua leo nilipotazama ile mkutano ya Malindi ya Kilifi na ya Kiambu, kitu ningependa kusema ni moja, kwamba Ruto kitu ambayo inamuumiza kwa sasa ni ile kitu alikuwa nayo inaitwa overconfidence. So saa hii ndio inakuja kumkula. Inamkula. So wakati anafika kwa mkutano akitoa zile cheche zake, wakati watu wana resist, inamuumiza sana. Na kitu ingine ambao watu wa Kenya kwanza huwa wataki kukubali ni ukweli. Unajua Bernard, ukisimama kama mbunge wangu, lazima niangalia wewe ni mtu wa aina gani kwanza, ndio nikuwe na trust na wewe. So lazima nitakuwa na ile track record yako. Kwa mfano kama Yusi, naona kuna Yusi alikuwa analalamika hapo zi bla bla bla. Unajua kama shuleni zile zama zetu za kitambo kidogo, before tuchague prefect, tulikuwa naangalia huyu prefect ni mtu academic ako vipi, kuzungumza anaweza jipresent aje, wakati tuko na issue zetu tukimpa atazipresent aje. So the same case apply to this guy. Yeye alikuwa na overconfidence kitambo, hii nimechukua. So saa hii kitu anajaribu kuuza, anajaribu kuuzia watu uoga na zile unaniuliza kama nani? Unaona? Already ashajipea rank. You are not in the same level ya kuargue na yeye. You are still low. And the same guy anakuja kutuambia, mimi naangalia watu wale wa chini. Kivipi sasa? Tukirudi Kilifi. Kilifi huko hatuna story mingi, wacha hii propaganda sijui hiyo ni ground ya baba kucheza. Alienda tuko kusafisha kuambia mimi ni yule tinga mwenyewe, sasa nimekuja kulima na this round sijakuja kubahatisha, nimekuja na masenari fulani Alafu cha mwisho nataka iende vijana sana sana. Unajua hii mambo ya kuuziwa uoga tukataane kabisa. Hii si ile time ya kubeba ujinga ati because you are youth and you unafanya nothing ati unafikiria tutakubaka because na ukora yako. Hapana, because even us youths tuna zile chances ya kuraise our family, so we don't want to raise a family whereby tutakuja to regret. That is the only thing I can show. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana, tunashukuru kwa hayo, na ni muhimu tuelewane kila mmoja. You listen to somebody, check what they are saying. You can support it, you can disagree with it. It's important that we keep at that, not just to dig in because you are told to dig in. It is important. No, Michael Odhiambo, we have already confirmed hiyo story ya kijana aliye confront deputy president ako salama. Anderson ametembelea leo wakaongea, so achana na propaganda tafadhali, hiyo mambo imeisha hivyo. Let's not recycle that. Unajua Wakenya mnapenda gossip sana, hebu reduce hiyo sai. Hiyo mambo imemalizika namna hiyo, ama mnataka tumpigie simu aongee hapa ndio mjue kwamba ni yeye? So tulizeni boli tafadhali. Let's do what is viable and what is necessary for helping the debate and helping our progress. Tunarudi huko juu kwa MJM, alafu ningependa kumchagua nani, Dave ukuwe chairman kidogo tu, narejea. Utakuwa chairman, utafanya submission nikirudi. So Dave will be the chairman. You give to MJ, then Henry, then ndio kuja hapa kwa Pato. Okay, hao ndio wajafanya submission, then by the time I come back you will make your submission. Sawa. So MJ, karibu.
Shukran sana Bernard. Nashukuru sana leo nipo. Nimekuwa nikitizama kule nikiwa background. Nimekuwa kwa busy kidogo lakini huwa nafuatilizia. Lakini nashukuru sasa nimerudi. Labda kitu ambacho ningesema, labda nitaanza nacho ili jambo la Sonko. Mimi nitasema sitazungumza mengi, lakini kitu ambacho nitasema tu ni sawa vile jinsi ilivyofanyika. Naona sijui watu walikuwa wanamtetea. Jana nilikuwa naona watu wazungumza wanasema ni sawa, sijui voter turnout nini, lakini we shouldn't compromise on certain things just because we are desperate for a certain item like voter turnout and all that. No, I think it was okay kwamba jamaa amesimamishwa, kwamba hizi wania tena kiti because our threshold for leadership is just so low. Our threshold for quality leadership is just so low. Kwa sababu watu wengi walikuwa kiuliza kwa nini mwamtaka Sonko? Sonko yawasaidia. Sawa, kuna watu wengi wasaidia, lakini sasa hata nako sawa atasaidia na mkono mmoja alafu yachukua na mkono mwingine. Kwa sababu labda atasaidia, labda atatumia milioni, kwa sababu huko kulipa school fees, kufanya nini, matanga, sio kulipia magari, kupeleka miili bara nini, labda itamgharimu hata si zaidi ya milioni 10. Ushaona? Lakini akija kuibia sana, ibia labda milioni 300, analibia milioni 500. Ushaona? Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa I didn't consider Sonko as a leader, so at least the Supreme Court has put an end to that. So governors will fear being impeached. That one is one thing I'm very happy about. Then the other thing, if I make people understand, wajua sawa katiba, naliambia watu hapa, sawa katiba inaruhusu waweza wania uongozi katika jimbo lolote. That's the letter of the constitution. But what about the spirit of the constitution? The spirit of the constitution was such that devolution is something that at least the locals can have a chance of, if I may put quote unquote, governing themselves. in a way. Yeah. So kwa sababu mara nyingi ulikuwa pata kitambo rais alikuwa tunasema kesa huni DC tutampeleka huko. Haya huni DO tutampeleka huko. Huni PC tutampeleka huko. Unaona? Hawataka kujua kwamba zile tamaduni za wale watu walioko pale, zile jinsi watu wanavyoishi, jinsi ilivyo pale, ushaona. Kwa hivyo hii devolution ndio ilikuwa ni ugatuzi ama ndio ilikuwa ndio njia pekee yake ambapo watu wanaweza wakajitawala, if I may use such a term. So you find that people, when it comes to devolution, they are very attached to it. We see. So Sonko's candidature was misplaced, and that is one of the things, or that is one of the issues that I have with Kalonzo. Kalonzo's decisions are always wayward. Ruto may have all his faults, yeah. Najua Ruto ana matatizo yake yote, and we bash him every day. But one thing I respect about Ruto is that he can see political realities in certain things. So he wouldn't allow such a person to vie in such a place. He would know the backlash would be so much, and he's very careful. He may force maybe even a local to vie on UDA while the locals want a party of maybe another party, but he would not allow, if I put quote unquote, kutumia majina lest you accuse me of being tribal, but he wouldn't allow such a thing. So this is the problem. Shida ambapo iliyoko na Kalonzo. Sasa angalie, washamwaribia Alimbogo time yake. Alimbogo was the candidate, he had a good chance, lakini sasa ile time ishapita, ile time ya kunominate tena ishapita, haiwezekani. Sasa washamwaribia Alimbogo time yake. So even Wiper will not even have a governor candidate. Yeah. So this is the problem I place squarely on the footstep or on the doorstep of Kalonzo. It was a very poor decision. I don't know what he was thinking. And when he went around campaigning and I don't know, saying that he must be the one, blah, 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 and he has really messed up. Now he has messed up to people. He has messed up his party. He has messed up also Alimbogo, and this is very bad. Yeah. So let people just, maybe in the next 20 years, maybe Adigo will be able to vie in Kisumu. I don't know. Maybe Kamba will be able to vie in Northeastern as a governor. Yeah. MP, it is possible, but for governor, with all the resources that he controls, it is still not easy. And I can assure you, should Sonko have passed in the unlikely event, Mombasa would have been totally destabilized. I can assure you, there would be gangs and fighting every day. I can assure you, Mombasa would have been totally disabled because Sonko would have come in and he knows that, okay, fine, I don't have, I've been able to be voted, yes, but the locals are not happy and they'll start sponsoring gangs to try and show that his government is ineffective. And Sonko himself, being whom he is, he'll also bring his own gangs and people will start fighting and all that. The social political environment in Mombasa would have been really destabilized. And it is a good decision what the Supreme Court did. And for me, as a Mombasa resident, as a voter in Mombasa, as somebody who has grown up in Mombasa, I welcome that because I still feel his candidature was ill-advised, totally ill-advised. Yeah. On the issue of Kilifi, I wouldn't talk much. Kilifi is ODM. That one, even I wouldn't even waste my breath of trying to, I don't know. Kilifi is ODM. Kilifi, in fact, even is more ODM than Kisumu or even Siaya or even other place. Kilifi is ODM. So we are looking at good figures within the coastal area. I saw the Infotrack. Was it Infotrack or Ipsos? It was Infotrack. They were saying that Tana River is a battle zone, but I highly doubt because the governor there is ODM and is coming back still on ODM. So I don't know how Tana River will be a battle zone for that. The only problem that you have in coast is the voter turnout. That voter turnout is usually 65 to 70%. I don't know how it will change. Yeah, for it to be at least, if it goes to 75 to 80, it would really be good. But the voter turnout has always been between 60 to 65. It has never crossed 65. It's always 65. For reasons best known to watu wa Mombasa, sijui hawapendi kupiga kura kwa sababu wanataka wapambwe kidogo ndio ende kupiga kura. Alafu unaweza wapamba alafu pia waseme wakishatoka wasema usijali wewe ndio tunkupigia nene, but they rarely attending your meeting, they'll attend. Okay. Very what attend, lakini kwa kupiga kura hawatapiga kura. So that's my submission. I'll be watching from the background, so thanks a lot. To the next person.
Okay, before we go to Henry, I just want to make attention to Mr. I don't know the name is 20G TV. Please observe your comment and just be professional wherever you are. The issues of Meru regarding the stone, that is a politics game, inside job for that other side of the party. So please just don't go there and be unprofessional. Wherever you're doing is a childish thing. Just be you and mature, please. Okay, before we go to Henry, I saw my brother Bonnie raising his hand.
Thank you, Mr. David. I'm happy to see you and
Thank you.
the other panelists. I just had a question for Mr. MJM. On issues of voter turnout in Mombasa, I was thinking maybe if Sonko could be allowed to vie for governor seat, I think the voter turnout could be a bit of a good number, which will be advantage to presidential candidate for Azimio. I don't know about that. Maybe you can answer me on that. And do you, MJ, do you think on the same what happened in Mathare?
MJ, can you answer the question, please, before we go to Henry?
Okay, it's as if he wanted to ask a second question, but he has frozen. So on the issue of voter turnout, this is blackmail. This was just a blackmail. I can just call it blackmail because what new voters has Sonko come with from Nairobi? Yeah, just tell me, even from the IEBC numbers, what new voters has Sonko come with from Nairobi? I don't know. Because if it was the issue of voter turnout, last time Wiper had a candidate. The candidate was who? Hassan Omar. But Hassan Omar didn't make a dent. Yeah, he didn't even move much. So this issue of voter turnout, I don't know Sonko coming with the issue of voter turnout. No, the only issue was there are those people who felt that Shabal was a better candidate. Yeah. And when Shabal was forced to step down and Abdul Swamad was told now to vie, they felt slighted. So they felt that the next best option to try and express their anger was to go to Sonko. But there's nothing new. Yeah, it is still the same voters, still the same people. So the only issue is now how to get these people out to vote. Whether Sonko would have been there, it would have just been the shifting of voters. There's nothing new that people would do. It is the same people. The numbers in Mombasa didn't grow that much. It is the same people. And let me tell you something. If you can remember, during nominations, ODM nominations, let me use ODM nominations. If you can remember ODM nominations, there was a lot of push and pull. Yeah.
Okay.
That shows you how popular ODM was or is in Mombasa, and people showed up. People showed up to vote, and some were saying, "No, this one isn't a member of ODM. We've never seen these people and all that." But in the database of when they were voting, these people were there. Yes. However, when it came to Wiper nominations, yeah, go to YouTube, go back and check on YouTube. When it came to Wiper nominations, bana Wiper walifungua vituo sijui kama saa mbili ama saa moja, wakasema wanatumia vote inio party register. Hakuna mtu alitokea. Wakabadilisha wakasema okay, sasa tutatumia sasa IBC register, ndio labda watu wakaanza kuja kidogo kidogo. Mwisho wakasema sasa ni mtu yote ambaye ana ID. Watu hawakujitokeza. Sasa hii voter turnout ambao watu wanaosema ni wapi? The assured voter turnout is the ODM base. Hii nyingine ni blackmail tu. It was just simple blackmail, which I think Wiper is known for. It was just simple blackmail. Because Wiper walipoweka nominations, hakuna mtu alijitokeza. Walianza na party register ikashindikana, wakaenda kwa IBC register ikashindikana, hasa ndio wakasema mtu yote mwenye ID. So which voter turnout? If you cannot just come out and turn out for your own party, watu wako wewe wenyewe, so how will you now do hizo za voter turnout? Hiyo ilikuwa ni blackmail hiyo bana, msisikize. And by the way, let me tell you something before I go. Kule ambako nimekulia ni Majengo which is in Vita constituency. Hapo ndo the heart of Mombasa politics. I can assure you, I know people who are in UDA, walking around, jumping around and all that, but they are there just on loan. They just want to make money, and then when the day comes, they disappoint those people like no one's business. Sonko's supporters were not that many, but it was just that they were loud and noisy. That is one thing you have to know. They were just loud and noisy. So people like us who wanted to vote for Abdul Samad, we're just quiet. We're just waiting for the voting day. But Sonko supporters are loud and noisy because anytime he goes, he must mobilize, he must pay, he must do what. So that's what people want. And kitu kimoja ambacho mnafaa kujua na watu wa Mombasa ni kwamba wanapenda kusaidiwa. Yaani kama wewe unaweza kuja na kwamba ati sijui kuna harusi, kuna nini, kuna fulani na wewe utoe. Okay, sawa, watu wa Kenya wanapenda kusaidiwa, lakini ya Mombasa ile sasa ile imezidi kabisa. Wanapenda kusaidiwa. So kama Sonko anaweza kuja na wao katika akili zao walikuwa najua kila siku atakuwa kwa ofisi ya Sonko. Shidangu ni hii, shidangu ni, shidangu ni, shidangu ni, which does not solve anything. And that group, I can assure you, that group is very small. Very small. Yeah, it's only that they were loud and noisy. So these things, people doing the armchair analysis and all that, while they're in Nairobi, they're in Kericho, they're in Kisumu and all that. No, ask us who are on the ground. We know these things. We know how these things run. So please, don't fret. And I said it, even if you go and check on my YouTube and on my Facebook wall, I already started congratulating, even before the Supreme Court case, even before the High Court, I don't know, gave Sonko, I had already said Abdul Samad will be the next governor and nothing will change that. Now, if they're angry, they want to go and vote for Hassan Sarai, it's up to them. They're saying, oh, we don't want Arabs and now when Swahilis, but they're going to vote for Hassan Sarai because they're angry. Who is another Arab? So what's the difference? Yeah. So don't bother about that. Yeah. That's what I can tell you.
Thank you, MJM. Thank you.
Okay, Andre, please. My Wi-Fi went off. Sorry for that. You can go ahead.
Hi guys. Nowadays, niko nadra sana, but in most cases, when I have time, I watch the show, and I don't have enough time, but I'm happy of what I see. Some of our colleagues are contributing. Now, there's the 1, 2, 3 things maybe I want to highlight. Normally, when I listen to these leaders, whether in Azmio or UDA, there's one question I ask myself. Why is it that you say like wale wapisani wengine wao hawajafanya kitu? Like in most cases, UDA members say like Jeruot niliona alikuwa kwa interview anasema this country has been in captivity for 60 years. Kwani Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali gani? Na yeye yako kwa serikali gani? They should leave. Kama the country has been in captive, nani huyu alikuwa captive hadi deep state? If you are in the government, then you are deep state. We don't have two governments, we have one government. So let us not deceive wananchi kwamba mimi nitaenda kufanya hivi ukuwa na pesa kwa mfuko. What is this you did not do? What is this you did not sit down with your boss muongee uwaambie watu mimi wakati nilitupwa nje, this is what I did. I told you nimetupwa nje mimi, I'm not part of the parcel, and you will only not be part of the parcel if you are not in government. Sasa unapiga serikali haijafanya kitu, on the other side unasema mimi nimefanya. Sasa ulikuwa unafanya kwa nchi gani? If it is this Kenya, it is meant the same. Now on the side of judiciary, mi naona ni kama wa Kenya tuombe tu Mungu. There's nothing which can come out of what we are doing, but we pray that. Ndio maana most cases nasema hata watu when they are competing kuna mwenye anatangulia, so we see where there is a fair play. So in court mtu unajua vizuri sana kama ni Sonko was impeached, mbona Waititu hawakukubalia na yeye aingie kwa nini? So let us not, sisi common men,
sisi ni wananchi raia tunaona, and all this information in most cases it is them who give it out. We don't know nani mwisi, we don't know nani amechukua hii, but when they say, wanaingia kwa platform wanasema huyu ni mganga, huyu ni mwisi, huyu aliwa, huyu amefanya hii. So we don't know. When we say we are having this information from them, na sisi tuanze kulaumiana mambo ya judiciary. Sorry. Yes, yes.
There is feedback from your end, either your TV or you're listening from another feed. Put it off fast so that you can communicate through the studio.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was TV in my bedroom, so that's why I went to put it off. Okay. Okay. What I'm saying, let us be one. Do what can make our country economically grow, not kwa mdomo. I've heard most speakers say our deputy is good in speech, which is okay to be good in speech, but let this speech be in action. Sio kudanganya watu, nimefanya hii, ataenda kufanya hii. What have you done? And if, as this said, that is not going to attend the presidential debate, sasa hiyo nchi unaenda kuwakilisha, we need you represent us with such things like debates out of the country, wherever you are needed. Sasa kama unasema, so which means you are utoshi if you cannot attend such activities involving the government. Sasa kama wewe vitu vingine unapishana, unasema hii, the next thing unasema hii. So nimesikia tu, as I was saying, Cheloyoti ameulizwa juu ya Aaron Kimware. He did not even say nothing because they know what Kenya sio sisi we were born in Kenya, and every day's activities we see or we hear them. So mtu uweze kusema kama umeambiwa pesa imekuja hapa ununuliwe shamba ama whatever can be done for you, and mtu aseme kazi imefanywa and the money has been used, but you don't see the service. So let us not deceive ourselves. Let us work boastfully, tell the truth. Kama serikali kama ilikuwa na upaya, we see corruption has been we had 10 years 3 billion or 4 billion. Sasa imeenda 10, richimu ya miaka 10. Our deputy president na president, they cannot evade this. Hawezi kuepuka. They should tell us where this money went. Hata deputy mwenyewe hawezi kusema mimi sijui. So anasema mimi sikujua juu ya hizo pesa zimeenda wapi za China, but he's saying mimi I participated kujenga reli. So, ulikuwa na participate aje kama ujui hiyo pesa ilikuja ikajenga hiyo reli? So let us not be deceived. Sababu unataka uongozi, okay. Hata mimi naweza kutaka uongozi, but what am I doing to these people I'm going to represent? Let us not like, because tunachezewa wa Kenya. Tunachezewa wa Kenya. Kama si kusoma kwa mfano kwa degree kama inahitajika. So today inasemekana una degree, unafinywa mpaka koti, then you are cleared. Na watu nyumbani, hata wazazi wako, your friends, your relatives, watu wanajua you did not go to university, but here unaambiwa now you are cleared, certificate yako ni mzuri. So what kind of governance is this? Majudges wafanyie ukweli, wanajua that's one way of corruption na kuua nchi yetu. Anyway, thank you. Na nimeamuka saa hii, mimi natoka, nashukuru for the time. And Bernard, I don't have your number for whatever we said. We have to support this channel so that it can be aired back home there, because they cannot get information unless we have a channel. Like we have so many local channels back home. If we have one, or we use one of the national TVs, we pay them, that we will pay. Okay. So I don't know where I can get this. Do you put it on the message text section or?
Thank you, Bwana Henry. There is on the private chat on the side of your screen. There is banner. There is private chat. Okay. So I'll put there my number. You put there your number. Then we exchange.
Okay, sawa. Anyway, that will be okay. Sometimes if I want to contribute, I'll just text you when I'm on my way to work or at work, because I don't have time to do it from over there. Anyway, I appreciate so much. Sawa wenzangu, endelea na kazi mzuri, nashukuru.
Okay, asante sana, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako.
Okay, asante.
Dave, endelea.
Believe we still have one person, Pato. You are next in the line.
Okay. Good evening, guys.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine, Bernard. Before I continue, I will, for the first time, I've been away, lakini nitaomba pia utaniambia ile kwa ile private chat, alafu nione vile kutaendaga, but tutapotea. This is the remaining time, countdown ya 2022 election. Tuko busy tukifanya 1 2 3. Otherwise, guys, tumeona Kilifi, tumeona Kiambu, Kenya Kwanza na Azimio. I'm telling you guys, ni kifumbi 2022. So tembasi yetu, wale wako na hasira mrudishe chini. It is just 20 something days to go. Tujue who will be the next president for the next 5 years constitutionally. So Uhuru Kenyatta must pack and go to Katundu ama Ichawiri. Nimesikia there is something tunaambia Ichawiri. Mimi sijui hata Ichawiri home ni wapi. But Uhuru Kenyatta, that is tuko sure anaenda nyumbani. What we are not sure is about William Ruto na Raila Odinga. Wachakoya, we endelea kulete maneno ya bangi na nyoka. But I want to tell you guys what is happening in the Kenya politics now. Wasimu wawili wale wamekuwa wakiwa on one side of the politics, watajuana, ni mashemeji dabi. And I want to tell you, it is all about politics of Nilot. Kama utaki William Ruto, kula samaki. Kama utaki kukunywa maziwa na kukula nyama, utakula samaki. So it's all about Nilot. And it's all about Pantus when it comes to deputy. So hatuna choice. Choice is all about Nilot. And I want to tell you guys, ikienda Nilot, itacheza pale Western, itacheza pale Rift Valley, pale, people will miss other people who have been in power. I am speaking to Mount Kenya community. Maybe wengine wanaona William Ruto wako hapa, wengine wanaona Raila wako hapa. Those are the brothers. Those are the cousin brothers. Raila Odinga na William Ruto. Those are Nilot. Mwingine ni River Lake Nilot, mwingine ni Island Nilot. I want to tell you guys, these people, they have been in one camp. That is when ukienda pale nyuma 207, we forwarded to Raila, to the man, me and the Kenya Kwanza. What William Ruto has maybe amepoteza Central, we don't know chenye Raila amepata Central. What Raila Odinga amepoteza Western na William Ruto amegain pale, we don't know. These are coming. Those people who are telling us, oh, this we are ahead, oh, this we are relax. I'm telling you guys, what Raila Odinga amegain Central, atujui in numbers. What Raila Odinga has lost in Western, atujui. We don't know, because when tukiwa campaign trail, people are coming in large numbers. People are cheering up Kenya Kwanza. People are cheering up hii kusimia. Even in Coast, we were in Coast last time. Wale wenye walikuwa wanatushangilia walikuwa miti. There were people wenye walishangilia Raila Odinga Kilifi ama Coast mzima ni watu. But let me tell you people, kisingumkuti ni chenye Raila Odinga amegain Central na chenye amelose Western. I'm telling you people, countdown is here. Hatutahama Kenya, tutakuwa hapa tukiapisha. But I want to ask our competitors who are on the other side, will you this time accept defeat? My friend, watu saizi wako na njaa, mtapebesha watu kuandamana na unga iko 300. Guys, let's be serious.
Kibu, sasa nani wanaandamana? Ama ni nyinyi ndio mko tayari kuandamana?
By the way, si wewe. I'm sorry, it is not you. I'm saying hata sisi pia nauliza William Ruto asitufanye tuandamane. Saa hii unga inatufinya sisi wote. And by the way, whoever win, me I'm a Nilot. Raila Odinga akiwin is my cousin.
Pato, thank you for the conceding speech. We have accepted. Please now agree that you are losing this election. Tumalize. Watch a story ya Nilots, River Lake Nilots, Highlands Nilots, Plain Nilots. Hiyo maneno ya standard 5.
I'm very Mr. Bernard.
It's simple. Tell us what Ruto has gained in Western and what Raila has gained in the mountain. If you don't know, then we have had you already.
But I want to finish by saying, I know one of the Nilot will lose. One of the Nilot will lose. That's what I want to put across. One of the Nilot will lose. Is either Nilot Odinga ama Nilot Ruto.
Tangatia wasichome nyumba.
Okay, Pato, thank you so much. Lex, what do you want to say, bro, before we go to submission?
No, I was saying achana hiyo maneno ya Nilots, and then I think Bernard has put it very clear. But also, Mato, thank you for the greatest concession speech. It was started by Cheriot. He wrote it in a Twitter that Raila is a Nilot, but his boss told him to delete it right away. But hiyo maneno propaganda, Raila is not a Nilot. Raila is a Kenyan. He has represented Nairobi. Hiyo porojo na utapeli atutaki. Raila has never represented any Nilot. He has represented Nairobians. He has been only an MP in Nairobi, and that is what we know. Hiyo porojo ya last minute mnataka kuleta ati sijui ni Nilot. Sasa watu wa Bantu lazima mjue Nilot is taking over. Watu wa Bantu wa Central, watu wa Bantu wa Western, ona sasa sisi ndio tunaongoza. We know hiyo porojo, hatutakubali. Nyinyi ni matapeli. Mume lose, and I thank you for giving that concession speech. And that is what you're supposed to do. Ambia Black huko chini pia give his concession speech huko chini. Tumeshapata yako already.
Thank you, Lex. Pato, don't worry, bro. We are all Kenyans, because when you start that picture, the way you started first, before your team started about tribalism, or we are coming from Rift Valley, Kikuyu, they are on our side. But remember that even Bantus are coming out of Kenya. Nilot, they are coming out of Kenya. So ukisema tunataka tuanze kupeleka watu kwao, pia utajikuta mbali sana kule Sudan. Wengine watajikuta Rwanda, wengine watajikuta Uganda. So we are all Kenyans, bro. So the issue, there's a first person raised about the Sonko issues, impeachment. The issue of Sonko, we cannot compromise, because we remember the last 5 to 6 years, CJ Batakome was on Studio in Spice FM, and he put it direct and clear. If someone amekuwa impeached, that's it. Sonko is a good guy. Sonko anajali mtu wa chini, anakula na mtu wa chini, hata kama anaiba anakula na mtu wa chini, but when it come kwa sheria, when it come to kwa katiba, hakuna vile anaweza pata nafasi Coast. So hiyo ni done deal. Mtu amekuwa impeached. And the issues of the magistrates or the judges, I think this government inakuja, God wishes ya Azimio, Martha Karua ako na kibarua kikubwa sana. Huku mbele naona kuna majaji wengi sana watafutwa kazi na watashtakiwa because of bribes, because this government imekuwa hii ya nusu hii ya 2013 to 2015, another one to 2016 to this time. Wamekuwa na bribe sana majudges, chief magistrate, lakini wakati Azimio itaingia, we know very well Martha Karua atadili na hiyo kitu na acheki. Tunajua kabisa huyu mama acheki, ni mtu mchapakazi na ata clear everything, kila kitu tarudi sawa. Another thing is about Nasir. Nasir, we know Nasir is very soft guy. It's very soft in Coast, na lakini anataka naanze kuchangamuka. Tumestudy sana Coast, hatujaona akicampaign for the past 2 to 3 weeks back, but sasa hizi weeks zimebaki, anafaa anze kuchangamuka zaidi, kwa sababu Coast asipochunga Omar atachukua. That is fact. Okay, let us come now to the blue color. Mtu asikudanganye ati Kenya Kwanza ama UDA ina domain saizi. Hakuna. Saizi kila country ya Kenya kwa kila kona ni blue. Ni blue. Na ule mtu atake kukubali, in the next coming 5 to 10 days, yata realize ya kwamba government ishachukuliwa na Azimio. Now we are gonna form the government. And I was asking my brothers, tutamwapisha wapi baba na mama? Cause hiyo ground, hakuna ground ya kuapisha hao watu wawili. So sijui tutachukua ground zote pamoja tuzicombine ndio tuwapishe, kwa sababu itakuwa huge hata kushindilia 2202 ile. So I believe that we are on the right side of this history. We are going to form the government, the great government. We are going to kill these bribes. We are going to kill this corruption. And life is, maisha itakuja kuwa sawa. People, they will be okay. The reason why you see this high cost of living sana katika country yetu, kumekuwa na a lot of investors. Na each and every elections, a lot of investors wana withdraw. The shareholders wana withdraw. For instance, mimi na brother Ben ama na sister Eliza, we have a company that to make a shareholder. Now, for example, sister Eliza ni Mkenya na sisi ni watu wa nje, outsiders. When it come to election and campaign season, we have to take our shares na kwenda kuhifadhi mahali pengine, because we never know what will happen. That's why we see a lot of struggle in the country. But after that, after campaign ishe, tufanye election ifanyike poa sana, tuchague rais wetu ambaye tunajua ni baba na mama, investors watarudi, na wakirudi life itakuwa poa in the next 100 days, and we will enjoy this life. Seriously, we will enjoy the benefit. We'll enjoy. Thank you, bro. Continue, my brother Bernard.
Thank you, King Dave. We appreciate that. And just information on the comment section. Unaambiwa Omar hawezi kusonga karibu na Nasir kwa masuala ya ugavana wa Mombasa, hata kwa dawa.
Mwambie Nasir achangamke kwa sababu amekuwa soft pia na yeye.
No, Nasir anacheza. Unajua katika siasa, akianza kucheza tune ya opponent, hiyo unamalizika. Kwani nini kinamaliza William Ruto? Yeye amesahau alikuwa na manifesto ya 200 pages. Badala aendelee kuchambua, yeye ameenda kila mahali ni kitendawili. Huyu mzee atazimia, tutazimia, taenda, tutarudi. So dunia nzima ameijaza na manifesto ya baba, badala yeye atuchambulie ya kwake. So inamaliza. You don't play the tune of your opponent and win against your opponent. Just dance your tune and make sure that you are playing your part right. Tulikuwa naambiwa wakati tumeenda kutembelea anko yetu across the river, mbia kukianza kunyesha alafu unarudi usiku na unapata mto umenyamaza kimya mbia usijaribu kuvuka. Rudi kule umekuwa ulale. Lakini ukirudi na mtu unafanya kelele papa, mbia ile maji iko kidogo, wewe pita tu. So kuna mambo yanafanyika wakati mambo yamenyamaza, na hayo ndio yanakuwa makali sana. Sinaona baba amenyamaza for 4 years. Haya, akaenda na walikuwa watu sita pale Nakuru, akazindua Azimio la Umoja. Azimio la Umoja ilikuwa Uhuru Park, ilikuwa pale Nakuru na walikuwa watu 6. Sasa wapi Azimio la Umoja sahi? Hakuna nyumba ambayo haijui Azimio la Umoja. Some of the greatest things don't happen in a bang, they happen in silence, and even in silence we speak. So I mean, I am sure of the win for Azimio in Mombasa, and it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. It's not easy to overturn the loyalty of people by incentives. It's not easy. Ni kama tu, like me, I shop in Naivas, okay? So napita kwa quick mart as if it doesn't exist, because my loyalty is to Naivas. But there is nothing Naivas gives me to tell me, please, Rudi tena, please, Rudi tena. It's just loyalty, commitment. And it's very hard for me to enter another supermarket. I just look for that. It is that way. So Wakenya wakisha kuamini na wanafuata, they deliver. And for that matter, the Costarians are very traditional people. Traditional in the sense that kuheshimu wazee na kuweka ahadi, and then taking people at their word. That's their culture. So they will not easily change their word simply because somebody else has come into the friendship and is telling them otherwise. That could work maybe elsewhere, but not in Coast, based on their beliefs and their operations. Well, thank you very much. Naomba sasa tuende kwa Mike. Mike, did you succeed?
I'm in, Bernard. Can I go ahead?
Come forth. We want to hear you before any other thing happens.
Thank you, Bernard. I'll be quick so that I'm not thrown out. Greetings, panelists. I'm happy to be here again to share the success stories that we are about to witness. Bernard, this gentleman called Hussein Mohammed worked for Citizen TV for quite some time, and he rose up to a very high senior level. But unfortunately, he entered into an organization and never read the history of that organization. Citizen TV went through a very rough time before multipartism. Immediately, it was launched in 1988-89. During that time, Ruto was in Kanu and a very senior person in government. They orchestrated a vandalism act in the station. They went and broke all the machines. During that time, we were entering into serious multipartism and 202 elections. And Ruto is surprised that SK Macharia is not rewarding him for the acts he did by giving him coverage. When during that time, the person who stood with the Citizen TV was Martha Karua and Raila Odinga. People need to know that you only reap where you have sowed. Consistency has been very key in Raila. He has always stood on the right side of history. The old man is reaping where he planted. People are thanking him for standing with him when it mattered most. Ruto cannot expect SK Macharia to spend sleepless night following him and giving him live coverage when he and Kanu were the authors of vandalizing equipments that he had worked solely to bring up. Remember, Citizen TV is not a a government agency. It's not paid. It does not get any money from government to sustain it. The station Ruto should be making noise to or at is KBC. You should ask KBC why it is not giving coverage. But an entity like Citizen TV, which is a private entity, just like CNN was a private entity and did not have time for Trump because of the lies, and there is nothing Trump could do. It's the same thing about Citizen TV. You cannot put lies and you expect an international media to give you coverage about lying. They have a responsibility. When you say fair coverage, it means fair even in the content. Pornography is fair to somebody, but it is not a moral content that you can present on TV, but it is fair to some people. So they have a responsibility, a moral responsibility to know what to air and not what to air. If you are calling people waganga, matapeli, and you are calling elders, and you are quoting wrong verses, embarrassing church members, and you want us to keep covering you quoting wrong verses, insulting elders of the community, and you want us to continue giving you coverage, there is a moral responsibility and authority. You have seen Facebook were blocking certain messages that were deemed to be propaganda about COVID. Whenever you would say the vaccine is poisonous, that message could not go through on Facebook. There was a system that had been put in place to block propaganda and falsehood, so that wrong information does not reach the public. So Ruto should know he's the owner of his own problems, and he should only blame himself. And Hussein, of all people, Mohammed, having worked in the media, should have read the history of Citizen to know why it is loyal to people who stand for justice, for freedom of expression. He should not expect anything less than that. So coming to Sonko, Bernard, I've been telling you that I'm one person who really been looking forward to see Chapter 6 of this Constitution actualized, and I'm happy that the courts are setting precedent and determining certain matters, so that going forward, Bernard, when you're impeached, you'll not disturb the time of the courts by going to court. It is now been ruled very clearly and finally that you will not appeal on the grounds of fairness or whatever, as long as you've been impeached. That is equal to a judgment, a Supreme Court judgment. The Senate has the status of a court, if not a Supreme Court. Why would somebody trivialize a decision made by the Senate, which in other jurisdictions are called the upper house, to go and even challenge such ninis? Bernard, presidents of countries, prime ministers of countries are resigning on very, very simple issues like having a drink at the backyard of your house. And out of moral responsibility and integrity, you step down. The prime minister of Sri Lanka, the prime minister of Italy are stepping down out of principle. But in Kenya, somebody stupidly tells you I was elected by people. When those people were elected by goats, those people residing in other jurisdictions, they were elected by people and they hold very high offices. But out of principle, when things go wrong and you think, as much as you might not be personally involved, your office, because of the respect of that office, you give way so that you honor the office and say, I might not have lived up to the expectations. The way Deputy Governor Igade did, he said he couldn't gain the trust of his boss, and that's why he stepped down. The way Jaramogi did, he said I cannot earn a salary for not doing anything. The way Matiba did, he resigned because he didn't believe in the system. The way Kibaki did, the way Raila did. The cases are enough to explain what a person of decency is supposed to do. We shall not be reinventing the wheel. It will not be the first person to do it. But he has stuck in office, getting money and insulting the same government that is giving him money. But that is going to end, Bernard. We are not going to have another deputy that will be as arrogant, as selfish as the one we have. I think this is the last we are going to see, and I think Kenyans have seen what a good leader and a bad leader is, and Martha has been trying to explain that to us. Bernard, Uhuru Kenyatta is, and I told you this a while ago, that in the last 21 days he's going to really be very tactful but effectively. He used the word swiftly but effectively work behind the scene to deliver what he's supposed to do, and he's doing it very well. The Meru people, Ruto will not go there and promise them about Miraa and all that. He has cancelled that, and that one is been put as a closure. The votes are now closed, and it will no longer be a campaign tool again for Ruto and these people. And we are going to see more in the following days, Bernard. I don't know what he's going to do, but I can tell you Uhuru is going to release or unleash very many secret weapons that he has been holding for the last minute. And that's what strategists do, Bernard. They don't expose all their weapons. They unleash them when it is most needed. I would want to leave it at that, Bernard. Thank you for the time. Let us continue educating each other.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We appreciate that. Good way of looking at it. From all indication, I don't understand why somebody should sanction a private media entity to cover his proceedings. Is it a constitutional requirement? I don't think so. Does William Ruto own any media house? He does. Who leads in the headline of the media houses where he's leading? Why is it that Raila Odinga is on the front page of his paper and on the front of the reporting of his media house? It's simple. Media house is concerned about what sells. He is not selling. That's why nobody is taking interest in what he's saying. And shouldn't blame us. News houses report what news makers do. Make news, will come and cover you. You don't make news, you don't demand coverage. When you make news, you don't even invite us. We will look for you. We will track you down because you have the news we need to report. But you can't sit around playing on record for 5 years and you want us to keep playing it for you. That's asking too much. He's looking for an excuse not to turn up for the debate. Sema tu kama mwanaume ukuji. Wacha kutafuta vijisababu. Sisi tunakuelewa. Unakwepa maswali. Na tunakusubiri hata ukikwepa. Si unaona sasa maswali imeanza kukufuata kwa crusade ground. Kwa campaign ground. Ukihepa ya debate tunakufuata sokoni. Kwa sababu wewe pia umetufuata sokoni kutuletea habari yako hiyo ya bottom up. Huko sokoni ndio tutakuuliza laptop, ndio tutakuuliza shamba la mteshi na hiyo masuala yote. Kama hutaki kuja debate inakuja kwako. Let Kenya Kwanza wherever own up to their faulty and rekebisha it, other than crying around like what? Let's watch this memory lane.
Prosecutor of ICC to have meetings with possible suspects.
Prime Minister Raila Odinga was hard-pressed to give the government position on how it intends to handle the perpetrators of the post-election violence after the visit by the ICC prosecutor Luis Moreno Ocampo early this month.
If the government is willing and ready to hand over the suspects when and if Moreno Ocampo asks for them.
You can be a suspect, Mr. Speaker. It's not a convict. You are just a suspect. The mere fact that somebody mentioned the Honorable Jirongo's name or Honorable Alwale's name, Mr. Speaker, does not make him culpable.
But the Premier insisted that the country would continue with its efforts on truth and reconciliation even as it cooperates with the ICC.
For the government to agree to refer its citizens to another jurisdiction will be abdication of its responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, that would in fact be meaning that you are actually ceding your sovereignty to another authority.
But while in Mombasa attending a conference by the International Commission of Jurists, Justice Minister Mutula Kilonzo was reading from a different script. He wants the ICC to begin its investigations immediately.
I plead with the country, please allow the ICC to come in as quickly as possible so that this evidence can be protected.
Mutula says that intelligence reports show that the lives of several witnesses have been threatened. Earlier, the debate on the constitutional amendment bill tabled by Imenti Central Member of Parliament Gitobi Manyara to pay for the establishment of a local tribunal suffered a setback yet again due to a lack of quorum in the House. Nevertheless, few members of Parliament contributed to the debate and 4 out of 6 people supported the bill. Olivia Ketch reporting for Citizen TV, Nairobi.
But special thanks to go to the Parliamentary Service Committee.
Nini? Hiyo mogo. So mimi nataka niseme asanteni sana kwenu. Nawatakia baraka ya Mungu. I think you guys of the media, I think we are done. Do you have any other issues? We are going to work with like-minded parties, but in a structured coalition process. And URP is readying itself as a party to have our own candidates all the way from the president to the county reps. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? I mean, the president can go to court, answer charges if they are confirmed, and if they are not confirmed, he continues to do his job. Yeah, so there is absolutely no problem. Yeah, I would have no problem going to The Hague, reporting to The Hague, and running the affairs of Kenya. We are in an ICT world. I can do many things on the internet and make sure that Kenya is running, even as I attend to other issues. As I said yesterday, we can chew gum and still scale the stairs at the same time.
Okay, let's hear from Joshua.
Habari yako Bernard?
Mimi niko salama. Vipi?
Nashukuru sana Mungu kwa kutupatia nafasi hii. Come again and have another day to celebrate this day. Now, I just want to recap on the issue of Sonko. And it's very clear that this is the end of Sonko. And I think politically, that is the end of him. He'll never vie again in any position here in Kenya, unless you operate a private firm or a private sector. But any public office, Sonko will never be seen in any public office. And I thank the Supreme Court for setting this precedent. I wish all governors and all leaders who are corrupt, I wish they could have followed this channel to weed the corrupt leaders and those crook leaders in society. And also I wish that they could also go ahead and the issue of certificate and degrees, because we know there are so many leaders who have find their ways into parliament, senate, governor. They have crook degree and papers. So I wish that our court should come out clear and with this character, because sometimes our court failed us. But today I was very happy that the Supreme Court will stand up and defend the Constitution, chapter 6, that Sonko could no longer be a leader here in Kenya. So that was a good judgment, and we welcome it. Let Sonko just participate in his private affairs. I was very worried with this coming in, not that he was going to beat Nasir, but the kind of chaos Sonko like to create. That's only my worry. So it's good that God has removed Sonko and let him just stay aside. If you want to help Igade campaign, he could do that. If you want to help Nasir campaign, he's free to do that. And then on the issue of Raila, I saw it today. It was well attended, Kilifi, and Ruto was in Kiambu. I cannot talk about Ruto in Kiambu. Ruto is just somebody who like propaganda. Today I also saw there with Igade. And then I want to, there's a daily news today where they were trying to give us the breakdown of the different parliamentary seats, governors of different parties. But when I look at the table, and I realize that Ruto is really playing with the ANC for the Kenya and other parties. Because, like example, MPs, out of 290 MPs, Ruto has filled 261 MPs. And then ANC has 71, for the Kenya has 34, and then the rest of the parties. So this shows you that Ruto is not busy with other parties. After this election, Ruto will do away with Mudavadi, and is going to do away with Tangula. And then when you look at Azimio, they are balancing. So you see, like ODM as 181, Jubilee as 178, and then Kanu as 78. You see, there's some sort of balances. You know, when you're in a coalition, at least you should try to balance even the kind of people who are vying. But when you look at Kenya Kwanza, UDA has dominated. So sometimes I wonder when people are calling this Kenya Kwanza. We don't have any Kenya Kwanza. We have UDA. So the hiding of UDA and Kenya Kwanza, we don't have Kenya Kwanza coalition. We have UDA. Whether they call it a party or a coalition, but we have UDA. Because when you look at 261, and then the rest, even if you combine all those parties, still they cannot, all parties in Kenya Kwanza, they cannot beat the aspirant who are vying in UDA ticket. So that tells you alone that we don't have Kenya Kwanza, we have UDA. And then on the issue of IBC, today I saw they rejected the list of the nomination. But I was very happy with them doing that. But can IBC be clear with what they're doing? To me, if you can stand your firm, you can stand firm in the issue of nomination, you need also to stand firm in other issues and come out clear, because today they were trying to pretend that they're trying to defend the law in terms of the gender balance, ethnicity. But now IBC should also stand and tell us each and every step they're doing. They should also be open. They should not speak. They should not preach water, and then they're doing wine. So Chebukati today, he pretended to be good. Well, he raised a list of those people nominated, but he should come out clear, because to me, I see, I'm still doubting Chebukati. However much some people are telling me that I should have confidence on him, but I still doubt Chebukati. So what he did today was I welcome it, but he should also come out clear and try to brief each and every step they're doing, so that they should, like the issue of a ballot paper coming in Kenya. So there are some commissioners who are not aware of this. So they should come out clear and give each and everything they're doing, so that we can be in picture. We don't want for us citizens to get trust to them. They must give us that trust. They must prove that they want to give us a credible election, so that we can have trust in them. But if they contradict themselves, even the other time they were in the interview, they were not even speaking one. Hussein Marjan is speaking another language. Chebukati is speaking another language. They don't even know what's going on. Like the issue they were asked about the companies that's going to subcontract us with the Kim kit, but they were not even clear. They don't even know. They were asked if they know they are aware that this company bungle election in other countries, because when you read the history of this company, they bungle election in other countries. But Hussein Marjan could not even answer that. So we need IBC to give us confidence that they will give us credible election, for us to trust them, because you cannot trust somebody who does not prove to you that it's going to deliver credible election. So I think IBC should come out clear and give us a credible election. But above all, I had that guy known as Pato, I don't know Pato. He was trying to say that Nilots, that this thing will go to Nilots. So what? Nilots will not give us food on the table. Whether it's Nilot or Bantu, we need a leader. So sometimes these people of Kenya Kwanza, they are trying to portray that so that the Bantus, the people of Central can now vote against Raila. That after all, this thing is going to Nilot. Why could they say this Nilot 5 years ago? Now they're speaking about the issue of Nilot. Now they're trying to convince us that after all, it's either going to be a Nilot, plain Nilot, or it's going to either be I don't know, River Lake Nilots or Island Nilots. We need a leader, and they should not play in the politics that it's neutral. What we know, that Ruto is not going to win this election, and this election is going to be won by Raila and Taretisa Muzwanani. I don't know, like my brother Kings, they've said, we don't know where we're going to celebrate. We're going to, because if the mock swearing of Raila 2018, the ground was full. So I don't know where I want to celebrate this, because the way I'm imagining, we're going, that field is going to all almost like 4 million people. So I know that this election, Raila will win this election, and I don't think that Ruto will even get 30%. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Joshua, for that. We will go to Alex first. Is Alex still with us?
Yeah, Bernard, I'm here.
Bernard, a quick one.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, one moment. Mike says, Mike, what are you saying?
A very quick one. I've just read somewhere that Sonko has made an appeal to the East African Court of Justice on the judgment that was done by the Supreme Court. Let me send the appeal. Let me send to the WhatsApp group of our forum.
So. He's entitled to it. He's right. Let him exhaust all available but in my opinion, he will just cool it down, and then in the new parliament, they push for a legislation to address matters of impeached people. Then with the new law, there will be a way out. But if he continues like this, and then he gets the dead end at the East Africa Court of Justice, what happens? So if you want to salvage his
Bernard,
career,
it is good. It's good because it's going to help us set precedent so that nobody in future will challenge it, because there will be no other court for him to appeal. So he's helping us set precedent.
Let him go to ICC.
So, Alex, make your submission quickly, please. We move on.
Okay, I will be lengthy in my submission today because of the case. Anyway, first of all, I want to congratulate Sonko. Life is full of unexpected, but we'll have to stay equipped for battle. The reason I want to congratulate Sonko is that he believes in our courts, unlike many. He knew he was wrong, but still believed in our courts. He has exhausted what is called the due process. And I think in the future, politicians should understand that when we go to our courts and our courts gives the verdict that is right, then we strengthen our courts. So Sonko is one of those few people who does not fear going to the courts. And as such, before Mike said that, and I was about to say that I know for sure Sonko will go to East Africa courts. Before you said it, Mike, I knew Sonko will go there. He believes in the courts. He doesn't shy away from the courts. And that is a good thing, actually, because many politicians fear going to courts. Even you and I, some of us, even the other day we were speaking here in the panel, before uambio ukipata ticket, NTSC gets you over speeding, you don't even want to go to court. You want to give them a bribe before you go to court. Let us believe in our courts. In doing so, we are strengthening them. Now, Bernard, let me say a few things. Firstly, before, let me thank Justice Koome. Justice Koome has shown resilience. As some of the people have said in her interview in Spice FM, anybody who wants to understand how her legal mind works, go watch that interview, which was very topical and very educative. You could see where she's coming from. Before Maraga left, he warned the judiciary that this country will burn if you allow it. And he went forth and said, the drums of war are beating. Stay fast, stand firm, and steadfast. You are the only one who will help this country. And I think she was very right. So today, Koome set the record straight, not to Sonko. Sonko was just a conduit. He set the record straight to Chebukati. The due process must be used. Don't play. I'm glad for all the 7 things that Sonko went to court for. You need to read the case of Sonko and thank Sonko for the case, because that case almost solves our case against William Samoei Ruto. When William Samoei Ruto will go to court, the verdict has already been given, because the 7 points, which I will highlight later on, are the same 7 points that Ruto will use to go to court. So UDA and Kenya Kwanza were set in a trap. They played along in the trap, but they have been told that you cannot play with this trap. Therefore, this case, for me, was a watershed moment for us. Had it gone against us, we could be worried now if there will be contestation, which obviously, William Samoei Ruto is preparing for. He has 50 lawyers already trying to prepare for the contestation for Supreme Court. Now, let's go for the political part of it. The political part of it is that the president receives every day security briefings. And the security briefings are not in the judiciary alone. The security briefings cut across in the legislature, the executive, and also the judiciary. So when the president met Sonko and Raila met Sonko, from the point where I sit, they had a preview of what is going to happen. And therefore they played it along because we questioned it. In fact, one person came here in panel and say, Raila should not be next to that man. And I say, you cannot criminalize association. I don't think Raila is so stupid to allow this. But I think there was a trap to Sonko. So therefore, where they also gave Sonko airtime in Mombasa, he played his politics very well. Akavalishwa kofia ya Azimio. Na yeye mwenye akaingisha hiyo kofia kwa kichwa yake. So hamna popote anaenda. Sasa hiyo yote alitaka kukose kule, imemweka mahali in the periphery that now Sonko has to sit somewhere and negotiate within Azimio, because that's what we wanted. We didn't want the disruption. Now, the other thing was, Kalonzo also set Sonko in the trap. I don't think Kalonzo in his right mind, with Mutula Kilonzo and also the Senator Wambua, wanted Sonko to become the governor. After Oka was dead, remember when we were having Martha Karua come, the young man Olo, who is the Secretary General of NAC Kenya, said 5 times, Oka is dead. Therefore, Kalonzo was not going to negotiate based on Oka. So now Kalonzo started negotiating by disrupting the organization. And one of the disruption that he was using was Sonko in Mombasa. And remember, the long tour that he had to Mombasa was nothing but meeting the Kamba Nation and trying to disrupt Azimio from within. And part of the places that he really wanted to disrupt so that he can negotiate from was Mombasa. And I think we never liked Kalonzo, but I think somehow Kalonzo has gotten what he wanted, which is 30% of whatever he wanted, which is okay. I mean, politics is about interest, perception, and also yenye unachukua nyumbani. So I think that was the political part of this. But let's go back to the 7-point agenda, and I will highlight them quickly because we don't want to miss what was being debated here by the Supreme Court, because if we do so, we will not understand whether the court jurisdiction was properly invoked. Was it? They said yes. Secondly, whether the due process was followed by the county assembly to remove the governor from office. And remember, this was in one thing. Remember, Sonko had taken some MCS Kwale. So we had only a few MCAs in the county assembly of Nairobi. So in doing so, the current speaker of that time invoked and said they could vote online. So Sonko anawapea Mombasa kule Kwale pombe, but they were on the phones voting. So the impeachment motion passed by 88 votes. So the question was of legality. Was it right for those MCAs to vote online while they were with Sonko? So that was the second question, whether the due process was followed by the county assembly to remove the governor from office. In the future, even if the government will ferry the MCAs or threaten them, even if they take them somewhere, even in America or in Dubai, if they are on hold with their phones and they vote to impeach the president, the Supreme Court has already ruled that it will be valid. And that is important to us because MCAs are threatened not to do their jobs. Henceforth, the Supreme Court has said, mupende musipende, I will uphold that if they vote through the phone. The third one simply was whether they were accorded adequate time to facilitate. You know, they had tried to impeach Sonko for a very long time. The fourth one was mandatory to verify the impeachment motion. That was easy. The fifth one, whether the public participation was undertaken. And that is critical. And that is why I said, if the county assembly people had spoken to their people and they brought the impeachment and they followed all the processes and they represent the people, therefore, the public participation was undertaken. Now, and therefore, the last one was whether the sovereignty of the people envisaged by Article 1 of the Constitution was respected and protected in the removal. That we have touched to. Now, let's read the final verdict of what they said. In the light of the above judgment, Sonko can no longer hold a state office either by way of nomination or through elective process. That was the final say. Sonko can no longer hold a state office either by way of nomination or through elective process. This is because Chapter 6 of the Constitution on Leadership and Integrity it bars individuals who have been dismissed or otherwise removed from office for contravening the law from upholding any office. Chapter 6 of the Constitution was not enacted in vain or for cosmetic reasons. That was the finishing line. So Kenyans, we are happy that today the Senate has won. We should be happy. Had Sonko won this case, it meant that in the future, it was going to be hard even for the county assembly to sit down to start an impeachment motion. It was almost impossible because you can do everything in your power to make everything illegal, including making sure that you take them to benchmarking over and over and over. So what Justice Koome did today was to preserve the sanctity of the upper house, which is the Senate. When Baba comes to power, I know for sure the lower house will respect now the upper house, and that is the normality that should have happened under Duale, who continuously refused that everything must stay and stop in the lower house. Going forth, the Senate is able to be your monitor, and your senator can actually stop your governor from misusing funds. Thanks to Koome. Kenyans, we won today. It was not about Sonko. It is about people like Ongwae, people like Obado, people like Ojamong, people like Wambora who have been impeached, I don't know, 100 times, but they're still in office. But today the precedent was set, and we thank God going forth in the third devolution, parliament, the parliament of the upper house will impeach governors like crazy, and it will be upheld. Thanks, Madam Koome. Wanawake, kazi ichapwe.
Alex, umemaliza?
Yeah, nimemaliza Bernard.
Ni kina mama, sio wanawake. Asante lakini.
Zuri aliharibu panel jana. Pole kina mama.
Usiende hapo. Utaharibu mkutano. Thank you very much, Alex. We appreciate that thorough analysis and observation of what came from the Supreme Court. And it's good that we embrace that as a way of dealing with whatever disputes that may arise in our process of governance. It is good that we follow what the due process and secure whatever we seek the right way. It is important that the law is upheld, and assuming public office should not be an automatic wherever entry without proper scrutiny and proper clearance. One other thing I would recommend is the issuance of certificate of good conduct. I think good conduct should not be a piece of paper. It should be somebody thoroughly investigated, if possible, appear before panel, then so that when that certificate is given to you, you are right. Because Sonko has been given certificate of good conduct how many times? Every time he has vied. And then, lo and behold. So we need to see to it that this certificate of good conduct is not an income generating program for the government, but a really testing ground of seeing who is this that we want to entrust with responsibility. Certificate of good conduct is supposed to give lawyers wherever confidence that the person they are hiring is not a thief, is not a crook, is not bad mannered. But you have certificate of good conduct, but your conduct is questionable. My humble advice is, let that certificate matter. Let that certificate count. Tumsikilize Sam alafu turudi kwa big nani. Hey, Sam, mbio mbio, Mama Selina alikuja. Sam endelea, Sam Ayeka.
Good evening to you all. I'm so humbled being here for the first time, and I've been following the conversation throughout, and I'm really much humbled, Bernard, for giving me this opportunity to just share some few thoughts. I want to echo what Alex has said, and it is very, very important that what issues he has laid down, exactly that is what we need to stand for. Thank you so much, Alex. Now, I have just some few things to say. Number one, there is something that we as Kenyans, we want it to be rectified with our judicial bodies. Because the issue to do with papers and the issue to do with integrity, it has really been watered. Why am I saying so? I remember the story of Sakaja, how it was being twisted here and then, and at the end of the day, now we find Sakaja being cleared, and we cannot actually come out clear and say if he has a degree or not. If this Ben could be you who is going for an interview somewhere and you've carried a fake certificate, I think right now you could be rotting in jail because you have gone against the laws of the land. But now, when it comes to these, our big people, you'll find that they will just play around with it, and you find that these people have been cleared. Same issue happened to Malala and this other guy that is vying for Senate in Kiambu. You see, the matters to do with integrity, if the laws needs to be understood very well, you need the law also needs to deal with these people that are in big offices. Not only we wananchi wale wa chini ndio sheria inatukata, but let it cut all divides without kukuwa na mapendeleo kwa watu fulani. I think if that we are going to do it, then tomorrow our land shall be a place that we are going to enjoy. Number two, what I'm seeing concerning the elections that we are having, I know every one of us, we know where we are going. The country is blue, and that we cannot fail to speak about it. Already everything has been measured blue. But let me say one thing, Mr. Bernard. This reminds me of a story in the Bible about the children of Israel. There was a time that they really thought that it was all about them. And actually, the pride that came upon their life was that there is no one that can stand against them because God had promised to protect them. But you see, when something happened and their pride was too much, God went and raised someone by the name of Nebuchadnezzar, someone who had nothing to do with God, but God himself raised Nebuchadnezzar to rule over the children of Israel. This is exactly what is going to happen in Kenya. Pride comes before a fall. And the people that are thinking that, oh, we have God, God is only for us, God is only for us, these other people are evil. I want to tell you facts here. God is not a respecter of persons, and he can use any other thing to shame the pride. So this is it is just an awakening call that now Kenya has really understood, and Kenya has taken their side, and we know who our leaders are. Because when someone has got a lot of bitterness, Bernard, you'll agree with me, he cannot hold any public office. If you have got bitterness in you, every time you speak, there is a lot of anger, there is a lot of hatred, you will start what we call now kulipiza kisasi kwa mabaya watu wamekutendea. And let me tell you, if this guy, God forbid, if he becomes the president, so many people will be killed, so many people will be jailed. Why? Because they stood against him. So I think we are not at a time whereby we are going to celebrate that this man is going to win. No. We as Kenyans, we are tired. We want people that are going to respect us. We want people that are going to uphold our office with a lot of integrity. And that is what all of us, we are looking forward for. So Kenya has decided, and we are just waiting to celebrate. And I want to tell King Dave, tutaelekea Uhuru Gardens. Hapo ndio tunaweza enda. All these people tutaelekea Uhuru Gardens so that we can celebrate the victory that we are going to receive. And I think this is the right time that Kenya itakuwa inaonekana and Kenya itakuwa imepona. So I think, to me, that is something very, very important. And number 3, ninapomalizia, is issue to do with Sonko. Sonko is one man that wants to show his stamina, and at the end of it all, hana strength to uphold what is coming. So he has been ruled out. What he needs to do is to humble himself, because vile amefanyiwa, anaenda kupotea kwa siasa ya Kenya. Aulize watu kama kina nani, hao jamaa walikuwa natoka Western ambao hawaonekani saizi, kina Jirongo, there are people that are nowhere. So aanze kuangalia sana saizi. And let me tell you, Sonko will be a history in Kenyan politics, kwa sababu now the president anajua, President tu hangekubalia Sonko hivyo, and the way Sonko has been shaming President publicly. No. So this man, he needs just to humble himself. Hata akienda kwa koti gani, aende wapi, already the courts have decided that this man is not fit to hold any public office. So he just needs to swallow his pride and allow the rule of law to prevail. And then kwa Wakenya wote, kitu ambao ningeomba ni kwamba, let us uphold peace. Let us uphold peace. These politicians we are fighting for, they will just incite us. But tomorrow, you will see them shaking hands. And Bernard, allow me to say this. Mimi naangalia kunaweza kuwa na second handshake. Kunaweza kuwa na second handshake. Because I don't think if the man from Sugoi will agree to be in called. I don't think. That is my submission.
Thank you, Sam. We appreciate your givings and observations on the same. Handshake is not there. It may be demanded, requested, begged for, but it is not going to be given. For one reason, siku njema huonekana asubuhi. If you are deputy and you are antagonized, what if you now become a handshake partner? It will be hell. So even the opportunity for the handshake has been spoiled by misbehaving as deputy president. So hiyo mambo imeisha hivyo. Na ni ukweli. Deputy president may not have a comeback plan. He doesn't have one. Even if he does, it will not work. He made a mistake of thinking that he's Raila Odinga. You can't be Raila Odinga just like that. You need to drink the blood of Raila Odinga and the spirit of Raila Odinga to become Raila Odinga. You don't just claim it. So he assumed that he is a Raila Odinga and he can always reinvent himself in politics and see what he has become now. So petty, is now picking on anybody, answering everybody and blaming everybody. That is inaonyesha yeye ni featherweight. Raila ni heavyweight. Hawezi kuweka kwa ring moja, atakufa. So there's no handshake, forget it. Handshake inapeanonga kwa watu ambao wanaweza funga Nairobi. Yeye atafunga wapi? Handshake inapeanwa kwa watu ambao wanaweza hold inji hostage. Which inji can he hold hostage? Kama UDA na ANC na Ford Kenya is a problem to him already. To hold the inji hostage needs more stamina, needs more prowess, needs to be wise as a serpent.
Bana mwambie handshake inapeagwa watu wanajua kung'oa reli.
Hata kuacha kung'oa reli. Hiyo inakuanga aftermath. By the time reli inang'olewa, whatever has gone down, it's huge. Hii network hapa Nairobi sisi ndio tunaijua vile inafanya kazi. Baba akisema anataka tuonane na yeye, okay? Kesho saa 12. Saa hii ni saa ngapi? It's 11 minutes to 1 a.m. Saa 12 tutakuwa tumefika. Hata akisema tumkute Jakaranda ama Kamulu, tutakuwa Kamulu. Vile tumefika huko ni Bwana mwenyewe anajua. So you can't do that. So deputy president ajifunza mambo mingi. Alikaa jikoni siku nyingi akasahau kujifunza. Sasa saa hii amepatikana. Na amepatikana kama kulikuwa na jamaa hapa alikuwa anaitwa nani? What was his name? Alisema deputy president amejikuta katikati ya mito miwili. That are both strong with strong current na ako hapo katikati. So hiyo mito miwili ni Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta. Haoni kama ata survive, and he was the strongest supporter for William Ruto on this platform. So hii mambo niko hivyo, hakuna haja ya ku sugarcoat hii za kwenda, na imekwenda kabisa. Kuna wapo wanaanza kunipanga mimi hapa. Niliwaambia mimi sio pastor wa kupangwa na watu. Hii upasta mimi sikutaka, niliitiwa.
Bernard,
kuwa na tashwishi na wewe kidogo katika masuala ya usalama, unawahakikishia kwamba haupendelei upande wowote katika masuala ya usalama?
Mimi sasa sijui niwahakikishie namna gani tena. Nimesema haya na ninauliza kila wakati yule ambaye anatoa madai, ambaye anataka kusema kwamba sisi tunapendelea upande mmoja au mwingine, atoe ushahidi. Na nimesema wazi hapa, kuna tofauti kati ya maoni yangu na majukumu yangu, na tofauti hiyo na huo mstari umechorwa na sheria, na nimekueleza na unaelewa vizuri sana. Nimekupea mfano, hata majaji wa mahakama kuu wataenda kwa booth, watapiga kura, lakini kukitokea shida kwa hiyo kura, wale wahusika wote wataenda mbele ya huyo jaji. Huyo jaji sasa wakati huo atakata hayo maneno kulingana na sheria vile inasema, sio kulingana na yeye mwenyewe maoni yake na yule ambaye alimpigia kura wakati alikuwa kule ndani. Basi hivyo ndivyo inakuwa.
Hivyo ndivyo ulivyo pia.
Na maoni yangu nimekueleza, nina maoni yangu kuhusu mambo mingi. Nina maoni yangu kuhusu Ukristo, nina maoni yangu kuhusu kuomba, nina maoni yangu kuhusu urafiki,
uongozi,
niko na maoni yangu kuhusu uongozi. Lakini hayo ni maoni tu, lakini pia nina jukumu langu kama waziri wa usalama, na sheria imenichorea mstari. Ukiwa waziri wa usalama, ukifika wakati kama huu, ufanye hivi, ufanye hivi. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu yeyote Kenya hii, hakuna mtu hata mmoja, na ajitokeze, ambaye amewahi kuja ofisi yangu kama waziri wa usalama aulizwe na mtu yeyote, yeye ni mwanachama wa chama gani, yeye anaabudu namna gani, yeye anatoka sehemu gani. Sheria haitukubali. Tukiwa hapo tunafanya majukumu yetu kisheria.
Wakati sio
tunafanya majukumu yetu kisheria. Kuna huyu XK anasema you claim to be a pastor although your actions and behavior exhibit otherwise. I think you need to listen to yourself at times.
Bernard.
Hold on. Yes, hold on. Let me respond to this African first.
I wanted also to respond on him.
Even me too.
Being a pastor does not subject you to be a coward. And in every government, even God himself, when he was raising kings, there was a priest, there was a prophet, and there was a king. And all these three people, God had placed some duties on them. So if a pastor cannot correct and take sides, then who else will show people the way? So being a pastor is not being a coward. You're just a human being that also you need to have your opinions and where you stand for. And as a pastor, I cannot just sit behind and things are going the wrong way, and yet I cannot stand to defend it. No, I cannot stand against it. No, being a pastor does not say that you are a coward. You need to stand for your right, and you need also to show people the right way to follow, because huwezi fata tu njia wanaopotea in the name of I'm a pastor. No, you have to set boundaries.
Thank you for that. And this is what I will say. Being a pastor does not cancel my right as a Kenyan citizen, number one. And being a pastor is not a substitute for my political persuasion. You are invoking that pastor title simply because I said something against the politician you are supporting. But you have not negated what I said about the politician. If you want to debate, you tell me he has this capacity that I said he doesn't have. You should say he has not lost temper in public, like I said. That's how you debate. You don't debate and say you are a pastor and you're saying this. Yes, I'm a pastor and I'm saying that. And this pastor was in Uhuru Park. Sisi ndio tulikuwa tunapatia baba Biblia akule. Kwa nini? We were forging for justice. We want things done justly. And God stands for what is just. The winner should be declared winner, not loser declared winner and the other way around. So the best way to help William Ruto is tell him the truth. Shida yenu, ninyi ndio mna dance karibu na yeye na mwambie ukweli. Ninyi ndio mnamsumbua. Mwambie ukweli ili tukikata miti anaelewa kwa nini tunakata miti, na mabishop wote ambao wamekula hela yake. Saa hii kazi yenu imeanza. Mwanze counseling session mapema tu. Pangeni line vile mlikuwa mnapanga line kupokea hiyo hela. Pangeni line, huyu anaenda asubuhi anakalisha yeye mpaka saa 5, mwingine anachukulia hapo, mko shift full time. Mtoto wetu hatajiua ako na mapasta watamsaidia. All the same, we are moving forward, and I wanted to play that video by Matiang'i to shed light on what is happening. You don't get the office you hold should not curtail you from doing what you're supposed to do when you are called upon to do. These offices we are given to function, not to be imprisoned, not to be made unable to move. So I am a pastor not bound. I'm a pastor not by nishachukua kura hapa ya kuwa pastor. Kuna mtu alinipigia kura hapa asema huyu anakaa vizuri, ako na sura mzuri ya kuwa pastor. Pastoring is something that you are called into. You don't even choose. You don't even choose for your information. It's not even a vocation that you have a theological degree, so I am a pastor. It is not that way. It's a divine calling, and most of it is not of your control. But that does not negate your responsibility. A pastor is a pastor to the church, is a father to the children, husband to the wife, a teacher to the children, people he teaches. He plays different roles in different places. That's what makes you a viable, effective one. Thank you. Let's not talk too much on that. Alex, ulikuwa unasema nini? Nataka tupatie Laban amekaa sana na Big Julius.
Yeah, I wanted to educate that young person is that you cannot divorce the history of church and politics. Ever since when we set precedents of saying we want a king, God told Samuel, they have not rejected you, they have rejected me. Then the judges came. Up to recently, Martin Luther King had a pulpit and at the same time was a great politician. To date, the greatest politicians also are in the pulpit. Musi, who is a DA, who was at the DA chair for a while in South Africa, was a politician, but more so a pastor every Sunday. Let him read the history of pastorship and also politics. True pastors go to politics because that's where they execute justice. Power is a contact sport that pastors usually miss. When they get it, justice flows like a mighty river. That is what Martin Luther said. So, usisikie hizo kelele, Bernard. I think if it were not that you're not from my constituency, I will encourage you to be my MP because I think you will execute my CDF very well. So, wachana na hizo kelele. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Big Julius.
Bernard, thank you, Bernard. You know, sometimes kuna maneno watu wanaongea unasikia tu inawasha. You cannot just keep it. Because huyu mtu anaongea hivyo is just taking sides. Bernard, hakuna wakati kwa kanisa yako umeweka kwa altar picha ya Raila. Why is he not talking about ile church pastor alieka screen, wide screen advertising Ruto? You know, sometimes watu wafikirie but before kuongea, just talk. It's very annoying. Thank you.
So let's listen from Laban and then Dave iko nini wewe tumalize hii maneno.
Yeah, that issue of pastors. You know, the title, people, they don't understand the title and the foundation. The title of the pastors come through the foundation of Christianity. And tukienda sana deep in the Old Testament, the Christianity, they used to fight battles, shed the blood because of the righteous way, because of the right thing. And now if we cannot speak about these bad things and the future of our country, na watu wenye wanatujaji hapa the pastors na wenyewe wanaiba pesa za wananchi wakienda kupeleka pale kwa wale manabii wa uongo. Sasa wanataka tuongee kuhusu nini? So they cannot stop us. Just continue, brother. Continue.
Okay, thank you. Laban, come in, please.
Asante sana Bernard. Habari ya jioni, sijui ni ya jioni ama ni asubuhi saa hizi tunaweza sema?
This good morning in Nairobi.
Yes. Sasa mimi kwanza kabisa nilikuwa nataka niongelee mambo ya ruling ya hiyo kesi ya Sonko ndio tuendelee. I think our courts kwa sasa naweza sema kwa sasa zinafanya kazi nzuri, kwa sababu hata wakitoa uamuzi ni uamuzi ambao tayari wananchi walikuwa wana expect.
Bwana Laban, hold the microphone slightly away from your mouth so that we hear you clearly. Slightly. If it's too close, it creates noise.
Okay, sasa iko sawa?
Hapo sawa, endelea.
Yes. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nasema judges leo wametoa uamuzi ambao nafikiria sio kwa Sonko, lakini imekuwa ni uamuzi ambao utakuwa una set mifano kuendelea mbele, kwamba mtu yeyote ambaye atahusika na kesi ya abuse of office, already the case is decided. So kama mtu yeyote ako on that line na ako na appeal in the courts, so already kesi imemalizika. Lakini hata hiyo issue tulikuwa tunaiona kama ilikuwa ni mchezo tu, kwa sababu already alivalishwa kofia na mambo mengine ikaendelea hapo, shughuli zikaendelea mzuri. Sioni kama tena ataruka nje kuenda upande wowote kusema wewe unajua fulani sijui nini. Alikuwa amekaribishwa, mahakama zimetoa uamuzi, ni aingie kwa juu ya gari aendelee na campaign. Lakini swala hilo la pastors, mimi ingelikuwa ni mimi, hata mtu kama huyo hata hakuna haja ya kumjibu. Najua wakati mwingine kuna wale watu ambao wanasema wako na Mungu, lakini ni kinyume, hawaongei ukweli, wanataka kujificha kwa Mungu. Mtu kama huyo mwenye anaongelea kuhusu pastors, in fact hata hatujui anamaanisha nini. Clearly tumeona hata watu wengine wakijificha nyuma ya makanisa wakisema wako na Mungu na wananchi. Lakini sasa uamuzi kamili tarehe 9 ambapo mwananchi atafanya hiyo uamuzi na tutaona hayo mambo mengine. Lastly, I want to be brief. Nafikiria watu wa Azimio holiday inafaa itangazwe mapema, watu waanze kujipanga na holiday tarehe 10. Alafu ndio kazi ianze tarehe 11. Mimi hata kwa saizi sioni kitu yenye inasimamisha kazi kuendelea kuanzia tarehe 11. Vile Matiang'i ameongea hapo, security is guaranteed to every Kenyan mahali popote within our Republic of Kenya. So hata wale wengine before wamekuwa wakitishatisha watu, ndio msipopiga kura namna hii sijui tutafanya nini, tutawafinya. Wacha wajaribu. I hope hiyo ndio itakuwa my closing remarks.
Okay, asante. Thank you so much. Naomba sasa tuende kwa Big Julius ndio turudi kwa Martin hapa. Big Julius, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Thank you so much for this opportunity. As usual, I always appreciate the Mtembei TV for the chance. Nataka kuwasalimia wote panelists, good morning and good evening wengine. Niko na maneno mingi mpaka hata nashindwa nitaanzia wapi ama nimalizie wapi. I have a lot because mostly, as you know, it's always very difficult for me during weekday. Nakuaga Saturday and Sunday is a better time for me because of the time difference. Before I continue, I love to, to mourn together with the people of Abe's family, the former prime minister who was shot recently, last week. Actually, it's a week ago. And it's touching to the church. Hiyo story tulikuwa tunaongea kanisa, it's touching because huyo kijana alimpiga risasi like kuna hizi sio kanisa bali ni it's can I call it a cult? Walidanganya mama ya huyo kijana, wakachukua pesa zake zote, pesa ya insurance ya bwana yake na pesa ya familia, so familia ikabaki na ufukara mbaya. So kijana I think akagrow na life ngumu, ndio akajitengenezea bunduki na kumpiga risasi mara mbili the former prime minister. Ngawaja alikuwa na kesi mingi pia yeye ya kotini ya ufujaji wa pesa ya serikali, lakini unajua hata kama mtu hatutaki mtu kuua, nataka mtu anafungwa gerezani ndiye alipe hiyo mali. Kwa hiyo ningependa I'd like to mourn together with the Japanese people. Now, wacha niongee story ya Sonko kidogo. Sonko, all of us expected that, and we knew that actually, because there is no way out that Chief Justice alisema kama mtu ameimbichiwa atarudi kuwa tena apatiwe nafasi ya kunini. The only problem we have in Kenya is IEBC. Unajua IEBC ile maneno walifanya 2013 2017 ndio imewashika mkono. They are not, I mean it's their hands are tied because walifanya vitu ambayo haistahili. So they are very their hands are tied. That's why they are really not they are not working as the law allows them, because they walifanya makosa mingi sana 2013 2017. I think Sonko actually, what I can say, and I said it here before, Sonko hata kama alikuwa kwa Kalonzo, Sonko ni spy wa Ruto. Sonko ni spy wa Ruto. Because anajua obviously kama angeenda against, the only way that angezaingia Azimio ni through Kalonzo Musyoka. That means they will campaign. So I think it's something good for the Kenyan people, because this kutolewa kwake, it's the justice done for the people of Kenya, not for Mombasa, but Kenya in general, because it will be a very good example for many other elections to come. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, we have 24 days remaining, and these 24 days, Bernard, tutaimba Jerusalema. That will be our song after election. We dance Jerusalema song. Ule mtu alikuwa anasema hapa ati Nilots zinatoka wapi? Hakuna kitu inaitwa Nilots. It's Kenya people looking forward to change the country. This election of 2022, as I said, it's the same election as the 202 election. Na it will be a very, very, very important. It is a very important election. And of course, tunajua kwamba tumeshinda. This is the only worry I have is ni kama media. I love media they have juzi niliona KTN I was very disappointed. We are chatting with Alex and I was very disappointed because wanatoa the Narok women reps and senators, governors wanatoa list hata mimi sijui list wametoa wapi. I don't know who are those people. The main contenders they are not appearing. So I was very disappointed with KTN. Because I don't know what they are doing. They are giving very wrong information. Hata wale wa ODM, kama mgombea wa ODM anamuita wa UDA. I don't know. I mean, it's completely a very strange information. So, Bernard, kusema ukweli, as I said, tarehe 9, tarehe 10 tunaimba Jerusalem. We will be dancing in Jerusalem in Uhuru Park because Kenya itakuwa inakombolewa mara ya pili. Because this country, Kenya is a big country. Kenya is a lovely country. Lakini ilikuwa almost iko kwa ICU because of few hungry people. But then, Bernard, there is something I wanted to ask. Kuna ule kijana walipishana na DP, nasikia niliona kutwita ati alipatikana amekufa.
No, that was propaganda. It's propaganda.
Oh, that's bad. That's a bad propaganda. Those people who should not propagate something dead. It's very bad. Anyway, Bernard, this election, I don't know huyo mtu alikuwa hapa anasema ati tuko na Eastern. We have a Machakos, Ukambani, tuko na votes ya Mombasa, tuko na Kakamega.
Big Julius. Yeah. Tafadhali kwa heshima yako na at the risk of being sent to quarantine. Kuna kitu nataka Bernard ni prepare tu kidogo tu. Unaweza nipati moja tu nimwambie tu I prepare.
It's okay.
Bernard, kuna ka video fulani nimekutumia ni kaucheshi kale ka kukimbia. Tafadhali, by the time I come to contribute, please nicheze hiyo kitu. There's a reason I send that to you. Please. Thank you. You prepare. Sorry Julius, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
It's okay. You know this the only problem when people are shouting that you cannot hear who is speaking, but when you ask permission, definitely we have to share because we are sharing this platform, all of us. You know, so we don't have. It's all of we share ideas, we share discussions. You know, if something is smooth, then we don't have to stop it. You know, kitu ile mimi na Bernard, lakini Bernard, you are a very strong man. Trust me. Mimi siwezani na because at times kuna watu wanakujaga hapa, they are very, very, very noisy. They are shouting. You know, I don't know why people come to fight because if you don't like somebody's discussion, why don't you just go off and you know, mtu anaanza. But anyway, Bernard, I really appreciate all of you, Bernard. Now, what you are doing a good job, Bernard. A good job. You are good moderators. We pray that God, as yesterday, Mama Selina was saying. But you see, the problem also, Mama Selina, she's not cool. She's always pushing. But we have to go systematically, like. Chenye tunapanga kama ni maneno ya kusaidia Mtembei TV, do it, tufanye as a professionals, tusifanye kama so we support it. I'm in myself, surely. Ndeto, it's true. Niko ndani, we have to support Mtembei TV, imetupatia very good chance. Let us remember.
Tuanzie moto ingine, kuna moto tulishindwa kuzima hapa jana. Sasa mali unaelekea chunga.
Hapana, najua tunasema, mimi nasemanga ukweli na everybody knows. Mimi ukisikia Mteto nikikwambia ati wewe you are not a good person, ujue you are a good person. You have to control it because you are not good. So anyway.
Sawa. Panda kwa comments anasema mbuzi tarehe 10.
Mbuzi nilitoa 2 by the Bernard. Nilitoa mbuzi 2 na ninaweza ongeza because niko nazo. Si ati ni za kukopa. So hiyo sio kitu, we are not talking about that because that was already agreed on. So we as my main point I actually wanted to talk about is kusema ukweli, I'm worried about senators, MPs na women rep kwa baba na mother. If we are not careful, we are going to lose a lot of MPs and senators. And I think we are putting too much power on governors, which is, I don't think, because the Baba and Martha, they need legislation. They need MP senators and women reps to legislate their agenda, to legislate their manifesto, things that they promised to Kenyans. Sasa kama hawana, how are they going to do that? Surely. For example, Narok, kuna senators sijui watatu na Wiper, KANU, and ODM. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Of course, there is something called democracy. The best wins. But we have already. I remember 2013. Yeah, we lost many seats. For example, Kajiado East, because kulikuwa na Wiper na ODM. So ODM alikuwa number 2, akapata almost 43,000 votes. Alipata 60,000, Wiper akapata around 50. So kama angeunganisha hizo votes zote, ingekuwa ni mtu wa NASA. I mean code. So vitu kama hizo sometimes they look very small. They look very, very small, but they are very, very important for me. So I let me just first finish there, then as we continue, because I still have a lot of things that nilikuwa nashindwa nitaanzia wapi, because I have a lot of one weekly thoughts, but let me just finish it there.
Okay, thank you very much, Julius. It's good. Let's keep everything in perspective. But I think fears are not this time around. The matters are different. The places of highest risk, Baba went for negotiated democracy. It's only places where the risk is not too high that Baba has ignored in terms of the close range. So UDA sneaking in between is not as easy as it was during NASA. Remember, NASA was constituted 3 months to elections. And they had a lot of pull and push. So they just concentrated on the presidency and forgot these other things. But as at now, there has been an elaborate way of looking at each constituency and weighing everything in the balance. Like Western, everything is set in such a way that UDA sneaking in, it will be high toll, except maybe, I think the Bungoma section. It's where the numbers are close. But Vihiga, Kakamega, Busia, the range is so much, according to the opinion poll, that even if there is a split, it's very hard for now, like, you know, somebody's at 15%, then this one is at 50 plus. Okay, so it's very difficult for the 15 to come and win because somebody got 25 in between. Where the margin wide, the risk is not too high. But if they are close range, and also the package, unajua negotiated democracy has a package with it. Mimi nakubali ku step down, lakini you will nominate me, ama you will make me head of parastatal. By the time tunaenda kuzungumza maneno ya 100 days, demands za watu ziko hivi. You promised me, you said, you promised me. Before you know it, they are calling press conference. These people said and all that. So they destabilize the government simply because they were negotiated. And those people are going nowhere. So wacha waende wamalize kwa ballot, waende nyumbani wanyamaze, wangoje serikali ifanye kazi. Lakini kubebana na watu, so kina Mwaura, watu umewabeba miaka hii yote, wanafika parliament, wanaruka, wanaanza kuongea story yao. ya kijinga. So I trust Baba and his decisions, and managing Azimio is I think is a bit lighter, and also putting in consideration that the president is the one who is the patron. So the baggage is not on Baba as it was weighing on Baba during NASA's time. I am sure something is going to everything is going to work out well. The only thing is the bagger. If the IBC volunteers to used to rig, hapo ndio shida iko. Lakini kama kila kitu tafanya vizuri, alafu hiyo physical register to be used, not to be resorted to. Wasifanye physical register ikuwe dictionary, ati jina likiwa ngumu ndio mnaenda kucheki. It should be used parallel. Tuna check electronic, tuna cross, then tuna check physical, tuna cross. In case there is a disagreement, we check both register. They should agree and tally. Hii story ingine ya kutufanya ati we will be checking if this one has not worked, that is unacceptable, and we should go even to the Supreme Court to get that established completely. We need both registers, both of the registers to be in use. 700 people, you can cross. As somebody votes, you cross. As somebody votes, you cross. So that hakuna shida, na hizo vitu zote zinawekwa kwa ballot box. If there is a dispute, zifunguliwe. Tuone how many names were crossed, how many people voted. That is how we did in 2017. We should repeat the same in 2022. So tucheze hiyo video alafu Mato akuje. I don't think there's anything rising from the comment section. Wengine wote tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, na kama uja subscribe Mtembei TV YouTube, please fanya hivyo, kwa sababu YouTube inatupatia muda mrefu wa kufanya matangazo kuliko Facebook. Kama unatufuata tu Facebook, kuna masuala ambayo utakwenda kukosa kujua simply because you are not able to get there. So please cross over, make sure that you're a subscriber on YouTube as you follow us on Facebook. The video is very short, so everybody be alert. Mambo ni kama haya.
Now watch Machuca in the red vest. They don't like each other, these two, and you'll see why. Bob!
That's how that propelled him across the line, a second faster than it was.
In a battle for the World Junior title. Now watch Machuca in the red vest. They don't like each other, these two, and you'll see why. Bob!
That's how that propelled him across the line, a second faster than it would have been if he hadn't punched him on the back of the head.
Mato amesema Ruto akipitwa anazaba watu makofi. So atufafanulie kinabii.
Bernard, thank you so much that you didn't play that thing earlier before nifike kwa nyumba. I was hoping you don't play it. That was gonna be my opening remark. That is exactly what is happening. Unajua, when you've been running too long, alafu ng'ombe fulani inakuja inakupita hapa haraka haraka bwana. Utaweza kasirika, uzabe mtu kofi. Finish line. Muliambiwa hii kitu tulia. I saw that video, and it's a video that I've known for a long time, but it's a video that I saw, and I saw actually what the political system, and what the thing is happening. Ruto right now and the people that are there, they were very determined that they were going to finish this game ahead of everybody. But the things that is happening right now, and I think the kitchen, like Otieno Kajwang, my God rest your soul in peace, like he used to say, and Bernard, you know me, I like to, put my points in a joking way, even though I'm very serious in what I'm trying to say. Otieno Kajwang used to say, if the kitchen is too hot, get out. And that's what is happening, because you cannot see, and at some point I feel bad for Ruto. Namskiliaga huruma kidogo tu. You see, you've invested so much money, whether it's wash or whatever you want to call it. You've done too much, and then hapa mwisho tu, as you can see the finish line. Ng'ombe fulani inatoka huko nyuma inakuja inapita, you will slap. Ndio unaona sasa, the slap is not a physical slap, and that was a satire. If you know how to use satire, that was satire. The reason I wanted Bernard to play that is because at that time you really become very angry because you cannot understand what has happened after everything that you've invested and everything you've done. So you become a very angry human being that anything, hata hizi ikipita hapa unaona ni kama you wanna blame it. Ni juu ya hiyo hizi ndio maana sikufika wa kwanza. You know, and that's why you find that now, and I felt so bad seeing a very renowned journalist that I loved, two of them actually, Mohammed, Wote, the two of them. You know, we still have a state, what do you call this? A state broadcast, which is called KBC. You're the second in command. Stop kuja kutuambia hapa hivi at private. I will broadcast what I want to broadcast. There's a message I made here, Kiambu Bernard, on the comment section. Nikasema baadaye na tukiendelea hivi kwanza sisi hapa Ruto ataenda atachukua press conference aseme Mutembei TV impatie coverage. You know, because he's blaming on every little thing that is another pattern, and it becomes so sad. Bernard, I also I had something to say to Sam, lakini because he was a jokative one ashaenda. Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia tupatiagi watu handshake, watu wanapataga 25% and below. Wanapigana na 25%. Hiyo handshake inakujaga na bidii bwana. Hiyo ni ile unaweza jiapisha na hakuna mtu. There's a reason the guy can do that. Hiyo ni ya mtu ameshinda kura mara kadhaa kanyimwa na nini, na ni ule mtu mnaambiwa shikeni huyo tutang'oa community tubebe. Unaona, handshake si ya mtu kama Ruto. Hiyo aende aka handshake na nini na MCA wake wa Sugoi huko, hao ndio wanaweza piga handshake bwana, ama handshake na Joe ama Junet Mohamed. Kwanza hao wanamsumbua sasa Raila. Ala, handshake si kitu ya hivi bwana. Hiyo ni serikali enigma. Ukisikia umekubalika country mzima bwana, ati handshake ya nani? Ya Ruto. Hata mimi naweza piga handshake naye, ataweza nipiga kofi. Nasikia yani ametoka rap mashamba amekuwa rap makofi. Guys, sorry, I love to laugh when you're not your baby. Anyway, so now let me be serious. Now, bana jana wewe ulituchoma hapo. Unajua karibu tuchomwe.
Martin, before I go, that video,
don't go straight.
That is not Raila. That is not Honorable Raila. I believe that is Dewa Jakaya. Because that is not Raila. Because even Wajakaya himself, he says that I respect Raila so much, and the person who disrespects Raila is not a person. This is the first time Wajakoya campaigning as a president, but his speech himself says that, indicated that he respects Raila, and Raila is something you cannot play with. So that indication is for Wajakoya, it's not Raila. So let me just make the correction.
Bro, what I can be too quickly, you just made my day. You made my day. I didn't even think about it that way. You actually now brought the joke into it. I appreciate that. Thank you. Inshallah. So anyway, bana jana you almost made us tukuliwa hapa na watu wengine. Sitasema kustaki kuwasha hiyo moto. Na ulikataa kututetea mpaka nikakimbia. Na Zuru ukirudi hapo usiwashe moto tena wewe. Jana kiniumana. Anyways, I want to say, unajua Alex, I don't know, Alex amenitoa everything I had in my mind. He just said almost everything that I wanted to say that nikabaki blank. So now I had to tear down the paper that I'd written, nirudi niandike ingine, because it said exactly what I was saying and what I have been saying here for a long time. Talking about Sonko, I was here yesterday and I got nilichapwa huko kwa comment section because unajua hao wanapenda hivyo, lakini tushazoea ni wetu. When I was saying about presidents, about the constitutional making, you know, the constitution is a dynamic thing, yeah? And the constitution is not just what is written. It evolves every single day. It goes cases after cases, case after case, case after case. We were here at a point where if tugeacha Sonko run na isiende kwa Supreme Court, or tumnyime na isiende kwa Supreme Court, either way hata angeachana nayo, we were going to be left with a lacuna in our constitution of what happens when you get impeached. It needed to go to the Supreme Court. And I said it here yesterday, nikachekwa, nikasema, look, Sonko is not going to be on the ballot. But we need that case. Because our constitution is so young that we've never had a president of anything. The only one we almost came to put a president in our constitution was the election, when people go to Supreme Court for all that. And Madakarua also tried to push one to the East African, because we're gonna be an East African country and eventually a country which is Africa. And that's what people don't understand. They have to be very serious in what kind of laws that we follow and what we do. Bernard, mbona watu wananipenda hivi saa zenye niko online. Bernard, just give somebody's view nani sasa ananipigia, unless bado mnanisikia tu. Mnanisikia bado?
Yes, we can get you, but
okay.
Your audio is affected kidogo tu.
Okay, hold on, just give me a second. Whoa, yeah, poleni. Am I good? Nimerudi, niko sawa? Mnanisikia? Bernard?
Nakusikia.
Bernard,
yeah, I think something went wrong.
I think pia yeah, maybe tumevamiwa si wote wawili at the same time. Unajua kuna watu wapendi tukiongea.
Yeah.
State capture. No,
yeah,
but
if you don't have a good antivirus, the Malawi wanatumia Malawi kuvamia. So they are using the Malawi to vamia data when the calls coming in, like if someone called you, so it's tap that call and on tap that connections your data, alafu wanaingia ndani na Malawi wanavamia over nini yako side yako. So huwa wanafanya hivyo. So you have to buy the antivirus ambayo ina cover everything kwa phone yako.
Me at least phone yangu natumiaga job. At least phone yangu natumiaga job kidogo. Job wananitoleaga hizi vitu zote, you know, at my work.
Yeah.
Go to the IT department and they try to take it out. But sometimes, yeah, they do get me actually. I wanted to change my name, but I didn't know if I want to do that.
Especially now, Chirchir is trying to do something, but you know that will not succeed there. And what make me wonder is that I've never seen Ruto campaigning Eldoret. I've never seen Ruto campaigning the place called Langas. He went to Langas, but Pioneer area, Eldoret town, barracks there, line Moza. I've never seen going there. I've never seen going to
Hata maili sita, maili nane huko there. He doesn't ever do that.
It's rare. I've never seen. Why? Because there's a word saying the scripture, Nabii wana heshima kwao. This guy, if you go deeper very well, you'll find this guy hata hapendi huko kwao. That's why anakuwa hiyo fear. Lakini Raila amefanya hivyo. Hata juzi ameenda na Martha, ameenda kwa kila kona. But
Raila
this guy
anafika
has
Bondo kwanza,
never
hata
go
madha
there.
anaenda Bondo peke yake.
Exactly. Na akienda huko pia wanaenda kama amejificha. Nani huyu Ruto? Juzi alienda amejificha ficha na hakuwa na watu. Mpaka kuna kajamaa kanakimbia kwa mkutano mbio. So
Why is it? By the way, nimekuwa nikijiuliza kitu, and thank you King Dave for bringing that. Why is it that this guy never campaigns in his home ground? He's always anazungukia ngapi hivi, ni kama kainzi kakizungukia Mavi hapo hivi Central, anazungukia hapo alafu anafuata Raila.
Exactly. You know why? Remember there's a time Raila, the squad of Azimio went there, and remember that the elders started to say that wamekula masto. Those are the elders. Yeah. Those are the elders. Eldorets, Miley Saba, you see, Kip Karen, when you get Kip Kenyons, you see, Pioneer. So they know very well this guy. Kitale, you see, they know this guy very well. This is not a leader. This is something else. They don't respect him, and the guy knows very well. If I'm going there to campaign, it is at my own risk. I'll not get anything. These people don't love me because they know who I am. I'm not a right person to them. And you'll be surprised to find out that Gideon Moi could gain through those elders more than this guy. He has never do that. Anakuja tu pigia kelele huko, hakuna kitu mtaniibia, hakuna kitu mtanifanya, na hakuna kitu mtanifanya, na hakuna penye mtanipeleka, na kura zangu wa muibi. You see those threats za ujinga tulikuwa na. You remember when we were kids at school? Kale kajamaa kaoga jo kana kukuje, ujienda kupiga, hakuna kitu, na umetulia tunamwangalia.
Nishike nichachapo huyu.
Lakini ukimfunua kiti moja kijana ameanguka huko, ndio kama sasa Ruto. Ana vitisho baridi, alafu nao vijana vidogo anatisha vitisho baridi. Hakuna kitu, hii Kenya tutapiga watu makofi. You see, unaangalia unashangaa, soa watu wanafikiria Kenya ni yao.
So explain to me kabla tulete watu wengine. Anyway, sikuwa nimemaliza, we had to hold the show. Thank you Njiru, we don't know what happened to Bernard. Tumebaki hapa wawili, tukamwacha tuchape mdomo mpaka watu wakuje watuokoe. Show hizi fungwa hata tukiwa wawili, hata nikibaki peke yangu.
Tuko hapa now. The system is under control. Go ahead. You know the people have not spoken. Go ahead.
Yeah, we were touching the story of this guy, the Sengoi guy. This guy has never patrolled in Eldoret. He has never patrolled in Mile Saba, Mile Tisa, Kimalen. He has never patrolled in Kipkaren, Kip Kenyo, Marakwet. He has never gone there. Why? Because elders know these guys very well. They know very well. Jama alikula mashamba, alikula masito. So the guy fears that.
Unasahau accent inaitwa waligula.
Waligula.
Bernard, nice to see you back. Umetuacha hapa nikatoka off track. Nilikuwa kwa dini yangu. Sasa na lazima tumebaki wawili, tuendelee kwanza tuzungushe. Acha nimalize contribution if you do allow me.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. King Dave, thank you so much for holding that with us. Yeah, so hata nimechanganikiwa. So anyways, I think I had only 2 points to go. I just said, like I said, yeah, Sonko jana, it's happened. I'm not gonna say mimi ni prophet again. Unajua niliambiwa nisiwahi sema hiyo kitu tena Bernard. Themba na nani Wekesa walinigonga hapa. I think UDA time is up. Just like the show we say, though, I mean, though King Dave ameniambia hiyo si ya Raila, hiyo ni ya nani Watakoya. Time is up. Kiburi mali imeenda. These guys are becoming very nasty, very difficult to even look at them. I am a happy human being, but also a very sad one with Azimio, because wananipatia run of my money. I can't follow this guy's politics. I want to follow it. Nikiona angalia Mombasa kidogo, mwingine asijui ako huko, sijui nani mwingine ako huko. Yaani unafungua kwa kila mahali. Sasa tutafuata saa ngapi? We only have 8 hours before we come to the show. How am I supposed to follow all of them at the same time? Si mtupatie time kidogo bwana, hata mtuambie tuko hapa, tuko ile side nyingine. Mnachapa Kenya yote mzima at the same time, hatuwezi kuata mara 7. I gave up. And yenye napata ndio napataga, ni hiyo nitaongelea. Munanichosha akili. Anyways, somebody talked about because somebody was talking about Bernard and pastors. I wanted to actually be on a serious note and say governance and politics started in the church. I'll talk about Catholic because I was born a Catholic. Today we have Vatican. In Vatican, they run the second sophisticated interterrestrial observation center after, and I don't know who's better than who, after NASA. You see, they're asked for scientific issues. It has its own governance, and that's why ukienda nyumbani huko kuna bishop, kuna priest, kuna father, it's a governance. Why is it that governance is so much in the church? That's the reason, because it's a problem solver of a society. And that's the reason you go mkiona issues, and even when you're going to marry, you go to a pastor. If you have an issue with your family, you go talk to them, because it's a kind of way of governance. Everything has to be governed. The moment you don't have a way of governance, and what is governance? Governance, sile tumeharibu of kukalia watu. Governance is a system of doing things. It's a system of how do we do things. And church does that very well. Even those squeezy wanafanya money laundering squeezy. Bernard, I know ufanyangi, lakini kuna wengine wanafanya money laundering. It's become a cartel industry for some of them. But church that's why you go, if you're going to get married, you're going to the church, because that's a way of saying these guys have decided to be together, and we're giving them a covenant that they will be together. And should anything come up, we are okay. And the government of the day actually recognizes that, unless unaenda kwa attorney general. So whoever wants to differentiate church and politics, or telling Bernard that you cannot be in politics just because you're mtumishi, you're very wrong. Those are the people to be there. That's why they come to guide us on how to do things. Shida ni ukipata sasa wajinga wengine wanakuja wanaspoil hiyo kitu, and then you find mtu anajiita yeye ni mtumishi, lakini he doesn't follow the maadili of what it is. Even the Bible is there to teach us on how to live, and which is what is the constitution that we call a Bible. So, Bernard, I think I'll keep it at that. Whoa, ya mwisho. Uhuru Gardens, here we come. The last time tulikuwa huko hivyo ilikuwaga 1963 when we were getting our independence. Round hii hakuna field ingine inaweza toshea wale watu watakuja sherehe round hii. Hata Uhuru Park sioni. Hii tunaenda Uhuru Gardens na tushajenga, it's renovated. Hiyo tunajaza kujaza. Ile sherehe itakuwa Kenya hiyo siku. I can't wait. New independence, because I always say here, we did get independence, but we never actually got independence. We moved from white colonialism to black colonialism. This is the time now we're getting independence. Sherehe, Kenya yetu tunapenda. I'm proud to be a Kenyan. Thank you guys that are watching. Watu wa UDA, please cross over. Let's move together. Kama umebaki kidogo, please, I will keep on saying, every time I'm given a chance to say something here, I will come, and please, we've gone through a long journey over these campaigns, the 9 months that Mutembe has been here. I want to ask you guys, listen to what we say. Look at us as Kenyans, and we are all Kenyans together. Listen, move over. We need you. We need to move together. Watu wa UDA wenye wamebaki kidogo, kona kashauku kidogo, kuja hapa tukuambie, utusikize, na unaweza join. Kuna link, unakuja una join kama unataka kusema, na pia comment section huko unaweza kuja join Mutembei TV. Everybody tulete watu so that we move together. We need a 78-80% win. Mtu asiende kulalamika. Thank you.
Okay, asante Martin. Thank you so much for that elaborate one. Kings Okwaro, you are behind the curtains. We don't add you to the screen if your camera is off, because we want quality videos. Julius, unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nataka comment kidogo hiyo video ya short clip ya ya Ndeto. Unajua zamani unakumbuka zamani ile story tulikuwa nasema ati nitakufungia shule. Sasa unajua
tutafunga na wewe. Tutafunga na wewe.
Tutafunga. Sasa saa hii UDA wanafunga na watu. Tuchunge sana, watafunga. Wamekuwa kama wanafunzi wa kitambo kazi. Tunafunga na mtu, anafunga na mtu kwa sababu najua imebaki siku 24, so wanafunga na watu. Ndio hiyo unasikia anaambia watu ati kwani wewe ni nani unani address. Niliona juzi jana ati anaitwa nani women rep wa Laikipia anaambia, atasema ati Uhuru is a con man. Lakini kuna watu saa zingine unaonanga wazimu, mtu anazaa kuwa wazimu siji polepole tu. Yeah. So watu wamekuwa hivyo, wamekuwa kama wale wanafunzi wa zamani. Thank you.
Sawa, wanawekewana wanted. I'll close with you. Nitakuchapa na nikulipe. So, Bwana Njiru, thank you kwa kuja kuokoa jahazi, and I think hata masaa yangu nayo imefika. I hope you have come to stay. Bwana Njiru. Okay. Good. I was hoping you make your submission then before we bring in Juguna and Akwara, sorry.
Okay, sawa. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. We are happy to be in this platform because of what happens to us in terms of enlightenment, in terms of engagement, in terms of thinking and trying to learn from one another. Today I want to be very, very brief. I think what different politicians are trying to do, they are now trying to solidify their bases. And even as they solidify their bases, there are some people who, even as they solidify their bases seem to be fluid. You know, Ruto's support in central Kenya and in Mount Kenya cannot be said to be very stable.
Bwana Njuguna, is there TV in your place or something? There is some noise
for the last 4 years. He has to keep on he has to continue lying to them, because that is how the relationship is. Because if you have a girlfriend and the friendship was about money,
Njiru, are you able to get me?
You can only maintain that friendship with money. So in other words, this friendship, which is purported to be in central Kenya between the deputy president and the mountain president, it was an artificial one, which is not supported by natural reaction, where people are coming to naturally interact. And that is why it is a bit very difficult for the deputy president to continue maintaining that friendship.
Then I can get both of you. I don't know if Njiru is hearing.
Bwana Njiru, if you can get me, please. the noises from behind is your TV or the other feed of the broadcast. Fix it fast.
I think he's still talking. I don't think he can hear us.
He's not aware, and I can't even.
Sijui nitoke nimpigie.
Sawa, wacha tu. He will discover. He will discover. Let's go to King's Aguaro and then.
Sorry, Bernard. I was mute the whole time. Sikuwa najua.
No, you are not. I'm the one that mute
Okay.
you. You are.
Let
There is
me
a
say
TV
now.
behind you that is producing
I was
noise.
saying I wanted to be very brief into this issue of what is happening now.
Njiru, are you hearing me?
I wanted to comment about the deputy president and the relationship which he has been having with the Mount Kenya people.
Uhuru amevamiwa na Itumbi leo.
Njiru, ngoja.
Njiru amevamiwa na Itumbi leo.
No, I think he's not even aware. Ni kama anisikii, so I think wacha nione kama dawa yake nitapata hapa. Sina.
Nipe dakika mbili.
So, Kings, endelea.
Habari zenu wakubwa. Mimi
Tuko poa, vipi?
Niko poa. Mimi niko na mawili tu ya kusema. Ya kwanza, hii mali imefika siasa yenye opponent wanapiga, hiyo ni Kenya Kwanza ama UDA, inakuwa ile siasa ya Adolf Hitler na ya Donald Trump, ile hatred ndio wanajaribu ku spread around na matusi. Unajua wengi sana wakisikia mwingine akitusiwa ama akiongelelewa vibaya, they celebrate. Especially ukiangalia Mount Kenya, in as much as you could be selling Raila negatively, hiyo una win tu kura. Sasa nashindwa Gachagua, ukimwangalia after this Raila ameenda first term, amalizane nayo, what will they be selling in 2027? That's a big question for me. Number two, nimesikia Gachagua akiongea Kiambu, akiongelea maneno ya hii maneno ya TSC, wakiwa wanasema walimu, hii maneno si wa TSC but namaanisha hii maneno ya kupeleka walimu huku na kule. Anasema wakiingia uongozini they will actually stop that thing. Sasa nashindwa, wakiulizwa how they will deal with corruption, wanasema they will facilitate the independence of this institution. Sasa nashindwa TSC, do they really want to have some influence kwa TSC na hao wenyewe wanaongelea maneno ya independence? Ni nini wanajaribu kusend to us, like sisi wapigaji kura? Which one should we buy? Is it about the safeguarding the independence of these bodies, ama ni kusikia tu bora tu tumewin kura? Cha tatu, Ruto nimemsikia pia akiongea maneno zingine zenye zinakuwa so like bad kwa masikio za voter, and we should not accept that. I remember nobody knows or nobody is sure that Raila was the person pushing for them to be taken to ICC. Leo nimesikia akisema ati hata kama hatuna uongozi mwingine wa kutuongoza, nyinyi mnatuletea Raila, hata kama hakuna mwingine mnatuletea huyu mtu wa kitendawili. 2013 alikuwa anataka twende Hague. You know, those are like you're just trying to start up a trouble, ndo watu waanze kunaojua zile zenye ulipeleka mtu wetu vita kama hizo. So I don't think that's the character for a leader, and we should actually avoid Ruto vile tuta avoid plagues ama inaitwaje maugonjwa. Lastly, mimi naona nishaanza kucelebrate kusema ukweli, sababu naona tukiingia 75%, lakini mahali pa kucelebrate hizi maneno uwanja hatuna. Sasa sijui kila county itakuwa inapewa holiday ya kucelebrate ama ni nini. Anyway, thanks.
Bernard, I think you can get me now. Sorry, I think sijui nini kilitendeka, but I'm okay now.
Yeah, that's now clear. And are you able to get me?
Yes, I can get you now. I think I'm okay now.
Good, good, good. You
If
had
I have time,
you
you
had
can give it.
us lastly. So thank you, Bwana Kings, for your submission. We will have 47 homecomings, so the celebration will be on for a long time. The president must go around the country and we will be throwing parties even as we work. And probably on the swearing in, kutakuwa na big screen in every stadium, in every county, so that every Kenyan will witness it, not just from their sitting room, but they will be gathering in a place so that mimi Raila Amolo Odinga itakuwa inarudiwa na kila Mkenya. This will be historic. Bwana Njiru, sasa unaweza kwenda.
Okay, fine, thank you, Bwana Bernard. So I wanted to make a very brief presentation today. You know, I'm very confident, I'm very comfortable that Baba is winning this thing round one. All the indications are there. Yeah, in a light note, hata kuna mhubiri hata ashaniambia in a light note. Unajua hiyo. So in a light note. So you know, we are having Mr. I don't know, you know, Mr. Ruto should not be going to Central. If he had already bagged the Central, I think, but from my concept and my look is that Central, that is Kiambu, the place is sliding. He has the wrong candidates in most of the counties in Central Kenya. People cannot galvanize the people. And again, you have also to realize that the relationship of Ruto and the Central people was purely on money. And he was able to maintain that relationship using money and cash. And that relationship can only be maintained using money. That means that it's a very expensive venture if you have to decide to go into that road. And I'm a bit sympathetic to Mr. Ruto because he didn't know how to sell his heart to these people. He took an artificial relationship to them only to lose these people when the right mentality came. And I can tell you, in the next 3 weeks, the mountain will continue sliding. He is not going to do any better. He started with 90. Yesterday's opinion poll showed he is at 62. In the next 2 weeks, he will be at 50. And that 12% which he is going to lose, it is going to earn into Baba. Because what Ruto loses, Baba gets. That is the correlation. So I'm very happy because in Central, Mount Kenya in particular, it's going to be a competitive race. 50-50 hapo, I still maintain that. Baba is still going to win some counties in Mount Kenya. You'll see it. Because we have the winner's mentality. No one is happy to go to opposition. So there are those people who will naturally gravitate to Baba because Baba is winning. So that at least they can become part of the system. So I'm very happy of how Baba campaigns are moving on. Again, making very few mistakes, if there is any. Baba is relaxed. Very many people are campaigning for him. Majority of us are here. Maybe Baba right now is sleeping. Some of us are here trying to talk about him. So that is how Baba's campaign in 2022 is all about. Is one person telling another one. So Baba will win this presidency with the least effort possible because he was able to form a very able team. He was able to understand the environment. He was able to understand the shortcomings of the UDA guys, and he has exploited them. And the beauty is that Baba has a very good track record and history. Wale watu walipokuwa wanapinga history, Baba has been embracing history. And literally did these people know that Kenyans were also interested of history? Because Kenyans know the people who have been the source of their problems. You know, even when people are going into rallies and saying that unga iko juu na nini, Kenyans know where their problems are coming from. Kenyans know the reason why some places don't have food. It is because pesa za madam ziliibiwa ama zilikulwa. Kenyans know those issues. And I want to confirm to Kenyans here, Ziba Dam and Karimenu, they are ripe and good. Aror and Kimwarer are dead and eaten. That is the converse of the two factions. And Karimenu and Ziba, they were dams from one person within the coalition. Kimwarer and Aror were two dams from the other partner in the coalition. Sababu lazima mtu apange watu wao. That has been the Kenyan politics. Wewe panga watu ya Aror, wewe panga watu ya Ziba. So one side decided to eat for their people. I'm even surprised that people from Kalenjin land, they are even voting for the person who ate their project. I'm surprised. Yes, I know in Kenya we have this mentality ya mutu wangu. But mutu wangu up to when? Even when people want to kill you? Because I can tell you where I have personally gone to where Aurora and Kimwarer are. I went there a long time ago when they were doing the feasibility studies. But I can tell you that dam in Kimwarer and Aurora was supposed to be there as early as 1960. It is a project which is too late. And Kimwarer and Aurora not having those dams is killing those people. Those people do not have water, they do not have food. So I want the deputy president and the people concerned with the Kimwarer to tell us what will happen to those people in the next 20 years. Because I do not see a way in which the government will be able to finance these projects again in the near future. So we want somebody to come out and tell Kenyans what we are going to do to these people, because it is suicide to them. You are killing these people when they don't have water, they don't have project. It is killing them. I want somebody to come and bring accountability to this project. So, and that is the real question which Kenyans don't want to answer. And even as we are supporting our Mutuetu, we also need to see what are the atrocities which some of these people have introduced to us, even if it is a Mutuetu philosophy. I understand it. Our Mutuetu philosophy is so much glued that we can even vote for people senselessly without even thinking about them, even what they have done, because of the Mutuetu philosophy. But there is a time when Mutuetu philosophy becomes null and void, especially when this Mutuetu is bringing issues which are affecting us negatively. And I expect a large-scale catastrophe if this person wins this presidency. Whatever happened to Kimwarer people will be sambazan. Itasambazwa to Turkana, itasambazwa to Mount Kenya, and everywhere, because somebody who is destroying the life of the people who are close to him. Which assurity do you have that he is not going to destroy your people? We don't have a surety. So I want to see people getting accountable of those projects which have already failed. Stop telling me you are going to... Those people in Aurora and Kimwarer, they are the true Mamamboga and the Boda people, the bottoms. Those are the real bottom. How do you start the real bottom? So if you cannot help Kimwarer and Aurora people, can you try to explain to me, like a baby, how you are going to help the bottom people when you have already eaten close to 60 billion of the bottom people in Kimwarer? I want to tell people what dams do. we have different categories of dam. We have dams which control floods. We have dams which give water for irrigation. We have dams which give electricity, and we also have dams which control flooding. Aror and Kimwarel was a water supply and irrigation dam. It was supposed to make land near that area arable, people to get water to irrigate their land. I have read the report of Aror and Kimwarel. Aror and Kimwarel could have put close to 20,000 people into employment through agriculture, through irrigation, and through other subsidiary businesses which could have sprouted from the system. Today, those businesses are not there. And we are busy waiting for 1 million jobs from the same person who has killed that project. Are we not? You know, I think Kenyans, let's judge people from what they have done, not what they are going to do. Even me today, if I vied to become a president, I can equally give those promises which these people are giving you. I don't. These people, they were here to us telling us they will build stadiums, 10 of them, and some in 4 months and 3 months. We do not have those stadiums. Why should we even come here and talk of people who cannot even deliver on the minute of the minutest issue? Let me not talk about people who cannot do anything. Let me talk about my candidate. My candidate, the Enigma, Aguambo. 1992, excellent. 2010, excellent. 2018, March 9, excellent. What do I need? Is on August 9, I go, I vote for Baba, and I get that thing which we have never gotten in Kenya, revolution, industrial revolution, and so many other things which Baba is coming like a bundle. Baba presidency inaleta vitu mingi. We are going to we will be progressing and solving issues the same time. So I wish people can be able to see. And then you see, Baba has achieved everything, for your information. So Baba presidency is meant, and Baba he doesn't want to break any history. What Baba wants to do is he now wants to do what he thought he could have done for Kenya for so long, and some people somewhere denied him. But because God still wanted us to still have his presidency, he still maintained him, and even made sure that this guy or this president will be able to get more popularity even than the other guys who were saying that they had ravaged the whole area and they had all the popularity and they were as young as they were saying. So what I'm saying is that Baba presidency is just coming the right time, though late. In fact, Baba could be a retired president right now. Baba presidency was supposed to run between 2007 to 2017, you people. So Baba could be now a retired, eminent president somewhere, now trying to advise other guys who are coming. But some people somewhere made us not to get that presidency. But because still God knows there are some people who had goodwill to have this presidency happen, akasema I have to require this thing. Now we are having Baba presidency 2022 to 2032, maybe God willing, so that we can do the many undoings which some of these people have done to us. Forget it. These people will do nothing. They have been 10 years in the government, and they have even been unable to work with their subsidiaries in the government. They cannot work alone. Let me tell you, if a junior staff cannot work well, even when you become a CEO, you will not do it. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Bwana Njiru, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. I think I should play the deficit of the videos I have, and then we see what to do. Well, since you called for it, let's have it.
a president. But God is demanding 7 things from his regime. Then I asked God, what do I have to do with this? Me, I'm not a politician. Neither am I interested to be in politics. Neither do I want any friend who is a politician. I don't want in my life. Me, I don't want any politicians. That is a line me I don't want in my life. But why are you talking to me about these people? Me, I want you to talk to me about your people, not Kina Raila. And he told me, I'm telling you because you must know. You are my prophet. You must know. Number 1, Raila is going to become a president. You will see Raila being sworn in. And God told me Raila will be sworn in Uhuru Gardens. The multitude that will come cannot fit anywhere in Kenya. God is going to honor him in front of his enemies. Why? Because there are people who started campaigning in the name of God and they were hypocrites in their hearts. And God wants to prove a lesson. That is number 1. Why Raila is going to be a president. Number 2, Raila has washed his sins of blood in the eyes of God twice. And I saw Raila mopping blood on a white floor, very white floor. Then he told me, are you seeing that? Yes. His sins of blood, he has wiped it twice. I couldn't understand. So I asked the angel, I don't understand sins of blood twice. What does it mean? And he told me, the land of the Lord was shedding blood. He stopped it the first time. The second time there was bloodshed, he stopped it. There were people like Raila. When the blood started shedding, they never stopped. They continued and they made it worse. And now I understood it very clearly. 2007, 2013, if Raila was like other people, many people would have died in the name they are demanding what is theirs. But he never allowed it. Number 3, God told me he humbled himself when he came to Israel and cried on the wall. From there, I gave him the authority. He is the next leader. I will give him favor. This land will prosper under him. But he must leave my foundation of legacy. I told God, me na Raila hakuna pe tunagonganianga. Hakuna pe mimi nagongana na Raila. Na hata sitaki. Wacha mimi nibaki hapa nihubiri injili ambayo nahubiri hii. I'm contented with preaching Jesus Christ. I don't want any honor. I don't want any famosity. I don't want people to know me. I only want God to know me. I'm not interested with them. I'm interested with my service and my work. Still, all these prophecies I was declining, I don't want. And even now, I'm still declining, I don't want. Because that's me. If Raila and the house, they don't build a foundation of God in the regional Nyanza, he will be punished later. Because God wants glory. And God told me, I will confirm to Kenyans that I like him. He did not use the word I love. He used the word I like. That is exactly what I heard with my ears. So I've told you, go and vote the way you want to vote, but I've told you what will come. 2017, 2013, was it 2013 or 2017? So I told you people, niliwaambia nini ikiwa ubunga? I'm seeing Raila ameshinda kura, but naona Uhuru amekalia kiti. Na ninaona moshi mkubwa na majeshi everywhere. Na watu nao pia wameamua. And I'm seeing Raila being sworn in. But he will not be the leader. Did it not happen, Mwalimu Jen? I spoke about it. It happened. It's only that by that time, the church was still very young. We couldn't keep those kind of records. I don't know those people used to take records with their phones, if you still have that prophecies. But it happened. So I've told you. Let me tell you today, the difference of vote between Raila and Ruto is 3,657,000. There's no case Ruto atafanya. We are prophets and we see in the spirit. And if Raila keeps on humbling before the Lord, together with Martha Karua, chances of it even shooting and becoming bigger is very high. Let me go back to the Word of God.
Okay. Do I add another one? 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to finish all my deficits.
Wacha kwanza niseme kitu Bernard, wacha kwanza niseme kitu kuhusu huyo pasta kwanza. Kidogo tu dakika moja.
Ngoja kwanza. Ngoja kidogo tu. Okay, go ahead, Njiru, what are you saying?
Let me say something about that pastor. Two things I've captured very fast. For your information, sijaisikia prophecy ingine inaguza baba. So kwanza kukutana na pastor ambaye anaongea story ya pastor, first of all, I'm very sijakutana na mwingine. Then the next thing nilikuwa nataka pia kuongezea, there are also some people here who are owning the church. Walikuwa wanafikiria wao ndio wanapenda Mungu. That's another thing. Third thing nimenote, I want us to evaluate this pastor. Mimi sitaki kusema ni ukweli ama ni uongo, but I want us to evaluate. Number one, ukiangalia huyu pastor, he looks serious. Number three, look at the delivery of this information. Then ukiangalia pia huyu pastor, there is also something which I've also noted. Look at the nature of the church pale anaongea. It looks like an ordinary church. Ordinary members wameketi pale and he is giving the information very calmly. Mimi sijui Roho Mtakatifu anaongeanga namna gani, lakini iko roho hapo.
Hiyo nitakuachia nabii. All the same, thank you. It is let me just say this, it's valid to judge prophecy, it's scriptural to judge prophecy, so no prophecy or no prophet is infallible according to the Bible teachings. That means after the prophecy is given, it needs to be judged against the scripture and against what people look at. When it meets the scriptural threshold, that's when it's valid. So everybody has every right to see the prophecy and judge it in whatever way they want to. Any prophet who tells you that his prophecy should not be judged, should not be checked, he's the ultimate, huyo ni fake. So usisumbukane naye. So this looks genuine, and hatuwezi kusema kwamba ulisikia Mungu ama kusikia, because we don't hear on your behalf. And whether you had God, you had the angel, you had God, wherever, the brother Abraham, whichever, but we judge everything against scripture. So let Kenyans weigh on that, because we have had a series of prophecies, both national, international, and national, claiming the William Ruto victory as well. So we weigh all this, and mbivu na mbichi nakwenda kujulikana tarehe ngapi? Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Thank you very much. Let's now listen to Hillary. Hillary, habari yako?
Poa Bernard, na wewe?
Niko salama.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Hope you've had a good week. Yeah, so just a few comments. So naona muko na 3 topics today. So the first one is Raila Odinga grand reception in Kilifi. I mean, to be honest with you, I was in this channel before, and I said, you know, we shouldn't really rely so much on numbers. And I think an earlier speaker actually mentioned the same. Numbers actually says really nothing. And I'll tell you why. Look at the US elections, the last US elections. Most of the rallies by Trump, they were well attended in airports, a lot of people. Look at Joe Biden's rallies. There was nobody. In fact, Trump used to call it little circles. And actually, if you go to YouTube, it's actually little circles. And what happened? He won. So, guys, be very careful with numbers. With turnout. I don't really trust that. The second one is, about Ruto being, returning to Kiambu. Obviously, I think Ruto is still popular in Central, and it's largely because of the economy. And as I said before, this election will be decided on the economy, nothing else. It is good news that Kenyans wameweka tribalism at the back. It's really great because, when there was Moi's transition and other transitions, the country has always been very nervous. But if there is one thing to celebrate in Kenya, is that ukabila tumewacha, which is actually great. Now, the third one, end of road for Sonko. To be honest with you, I'm a believer in rule of law, and what the courts just decided, it's not surprising, because anywhere else in this world, especially Western countries where some of us are, that is exactly the verdict you would expect. Because, I mean, angalia kama Boris just resigned the other day just because of holding parties. Quite frankly, who cares about the parties? But the thing is, as a leader, you need to be above the bar. And that is one thing that we lack in Kenya. And I think the day Kenyans will be able to fix that problem, we will really move as a country. And I'm not just pointing fingers at leaders. I mean, if you've done stuff in Kenya, you know that it's very difficult to do anything. You send somebody this amount of cash, what you get is something else. So really, to see point so much on leaders is a problem in our country. And it has, and actually, long ago, Kenya was a very fantastic, good place. Everyone was nice. But we must admit, this economy has actually changed a lot of things in our country. Even good people wamekuwa wakora. So the problem is the economy. So let's not talk about this and that. The problem in our country is economy. And as Trump used to say, if we saw the economy, everyone will be very happy. Because angalia kama time ya Kibaki, even us in diaspora, we were very happy, very proud about our country. We actually never, we never cared who is in power. But Kibaki did us proud. It's because he fixed the economy and everyone was very happy. That's why, as a Kenya Kwanza supporter, I'm fairly confident that Kenya Kwanza will either win or it will be a very tight race. And I've had all that conversation about Baba, this and that, the numbers, the crowd. as I said, I don't buy into all that. So actually, earlier panelists actually talked very well. And he said, actually, in this election, I can't remember his name. He said, in this election, nothing is guaranteed. I totally agree, my friends. Even in Kenya Kwanza groups where I am, you know, I see people very optimistic. And quite often I'm like, okay, guys, relax, relax. Are you actually very sure? You know, I've seen this and that, and do you think we should be that fairly confident? And I'm very sure on the other side, that is the same thing. So, but again, remember, underdogs quite often come and lead, and I can see there's a lot of enthusiasm in Azimio because of the recent polls, which I'll address shortly. So let's be very careful about the underdogs. But to be honest with you, this election is actually going well. Isipokuwa hiyo watu kutukanana. I think that is where things don't actually look good. Now, on corruption, the reason I don't buy this corruption idea, and to be honest with you, I was actually a Raila supporter for very long. In fact, in past elections, actually, there's a time I voted for Ngilo. I mean, because I was just thinking all these other candidates are hopeless. So that time I voted for Ngilo, but she never went very far. So really, you cannot say I'm a tribalist. I'm not supporting Kenya Kwanza because of Ruto. No, it's because of what they have to offer. Now, on corruption cases, actually, one thing that I must say is that all these corruption cases are things that we hear in newspapers. And we know that they are biased. Secondly, if actually anyone was serious about corruption, those cases would have been executed and got done. Look at, for example, the KEMSA, who were promised 21 days. We've never, it's never been concluded. So don't tell me that thing of corruption. We need to fix the economy.
So
wait a minute. Yes.
You are telling us what you don't buy in. You want us also to buy into it because you don't buy into it. You tell us that corruption, you hear it in the newspaper. According to you, there is no money that is lost in this country. Everything is intact according to what is budgeted for and how it is spent. There is nothing wrong in this country. Is that what you're telling us?
No, what I'm saying is we hear stories, but that's not the end of it. That is not the end of it. I think the courts should be given the chance to execute everything.
No, you need to give statements of facts. Before we find a solution to the problem, we must acknowledge that there is a problem. You're coming here to negate everything as it is. Or on matters of numbers, you say you don't buy numbers of number of rallies. You don't buy in opinion polls. You now buy into the underdog, whatever perspective. The upper hand that Raila has against William Ruto is not based on the turn up in the rallies. It's based on the experience of these two candidates. It's based on the ardent followership one has, and the other one is making his first attempt.
I'm not doubting experience, okay?
There is difference between the church members who came for the service because they heard the music and those who have been members of that church for a long time. Whether it rains or whether it does not rain, they will be there because they belong there. Then we have these ones that hear good music or they hear good preaching and then they branch and enter. Those ones will not stick until they have been initiated and cultured to follow that particular denomination. So we are talking about Raila Odinga having cultured permanent followership for over how many election cycle? Over 3 election cycles. Okay. Then this one is yet to get in the market, introduce himself, and get organic, genuine, committed followers. You can't compare the two, and you cannot say the rallies. For example, you can't compare William Ruto's rallies and Raila's rallies. William Ruto goes to interfere with the operation of businesses at the marketplace. He doesn't hold rallies in the stadium. He doesn't hold rallies in excluded places. Why? It is difficult for people to leave the market and follow him. That is the reality. And so,
again,
when we want to look at this critically, let's look at from the proper perspective, not looking for an excuse to justify a particular narrative simply because that narrative makes us feel comfortable.
The thing, Bernard, is that is actually your opinion. In terms of fact, that is not necessarily the fact. You see, quite often I hear, oh, I don't know, Ruto, I don't know, he mobilizes people, to do this. But the thing is, look at Azimio rally. So, for example, the one in Bugunko, they use this singer to mobilize people, and there are YouTube clips telling people, oh, go to the rally, and then you accuse Kenya Kwanza of the same. To me, that is double standards, that is bias, that is both conscious and unconscious bias. And that is something, like as I said, Kabila, for Kenya to move, we need to put this thing in the back seat. And I think we can, because there is so many young people in our country that are determined to change the way things are. And let me say one thing. As I said, I voted for Gilu in the past. I was a strong supporter for Raila, but not this time, my friend, not this time.
Hold your thought, respond to the questions, and then we'll proceed.
Yes, there's a lot of hands up. Yes.
What I've said is not an opinion, it's a statement of fact. Raila has run many times for presidency. He has gotten constant support. That constant support has repeated itself more than 3 times. That cannot be an opinion. That is a statement of fact. Let's hear a question from Julius, then Kings, then Martin, then you give one response. Julius.
Thank you, Bernard. I want to ask Mr. Rono a very simple question. If because it seems that he's not constant on what he believes in, because at times he said that the numbers, he doesn't believe on numbers. And actually, the UDA are the one who are much more believing in numbers, because talking about numbers, Raila always mobilizes people. The people goes to rallies by themselves. They are not paid. We have a very good evidence. For example, there was a rally, UDA rally in Kisi, Nyamira, and the people were being paid 50 bob, 50 bob, 50 bob, 100 bob. We have the clips. But Raila never pays anybody to attend his rallies. Never. People go by themselves. They go by themselves for that meeting. So for you saying that you don't believe, and again, those supporters, it's not from yesterday. The numbers of Raila has been there since let us call from 2002. Not 2002, from 2013. Those are natural supporters of Raila Odinga. So you cannot say at Raila we are biased. Nobody's biased. It's straight truth. It's the truth.
Sorry, Julius. I'm actually one of the Raila supporters. Don't forget. So as you count Raila supporters, I'm actually there. As I said, I've supported Raila for very long. I've attended a lot of his meetings in London, but not this time.
You're supporting Ruto. Sure.
No, sorry.
Don't speak.
Sorry.
Don't speak.
What I'm saying is I've always supported Raila for almost all past elections, but I supported Gilu in the past. I've attended a lot of Baba meetings in London before, but this time, because of, because I think I'm informed out of personal research, and especially this idea of Ruto being pointed for corruption.
Let me finish my question so you'll answer once, because you have just cut me short before I finish my questions. You talked about corruption. Corruption, of course, indeed, the corruption which happened from 2013 to 2017 was the biggest corruption Of course, there is a 20 this after 2017, the very famous one, KEMSA, which it's still the government of Uhuru Ruto. That's not Raila. So again, we have, for us, for example, if we talk about corruption, we know and we have evidence, because we talked, for example, we talked about Kimwerer Dam. Mr. Njiru was talking about that. We talk about, those are things happened. We are talking about Waligula Maindi, Waligula Masto. It's the truth, the fact. We don't have, sisi hatudanganyi. We say the fact. Thank you.
Are you done? I mean, on the issue of corruption, to be honest with you, as I said,
Order. Hillary, hold your thought. You are going to give we give you a response, and you respond at once, not in beats. Because if you do it in beats, it takes a lot of time. Kings, quickly make your question very brief. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bernard. I have heard Hillary Rono, and before he opened his mouth, I was seeing him as somebody who is collected. Sijasema kwa madharau, but this is just my perception. You're actually looking somebody who is well informed, but when you opened your mouth on corruption, I came close to hear how you guys were going to tackle the issue of corruption. But usikia ukisema they're just things we get in the newspapers. I'm disappointed on that. So I'm asking you on this again, Hillary. Remember when he had his part of the government, I mean his share. These guys his appointments were just 70% on one tribe, and we are more than 42 tribes in the country. And then within his wings, you could see so many shoddy deals going on, taking place, and so many things being being put on here. So I'm wondering, ni nini uelewi hapo kwa corruption? Ama ni corruption ile yenye mtu anakuja na hongo, ama ni nini? Another thing, you compared our political movement or political activities with the US one. Now, US, there are two factors zenye zilifanya hata Biden ashinde. There was, number one, there was people of color. Watu weusi. It is something that they were yearning for. Kuona the second person being a black person, it was a good support for them. Number two, it was gender. Kama hiyo hata uwezi ona Kenya kama gender can be consequential, then I think we are in a different, maybe we are viewing Kenya differently. Wewe, the only thing nimejaribu to conclude from your submission is that you're supporting Ruto because of tribe, but no genuine reason.
No.
Convince mtu ati support Raila kwa sababu gani? Sababu gani na gani? Thanks.
I categorically deny that issue of tribe. First thing, me, I'm not in Kenya. I left Kenya a long time ago. I'm not a tribalist. And in fact, every place I've worked in, they've always been like, I mean, people from sometimes up to 50 nationalities. So there is no even time to even think about tribe. So the issue of tribe, forget about it. I used to be Ruto's critic, quite honestly, until
Hillary,
like a year ago.
Hillary, Goja Kwanza.
Yes.
I said you hold on so that when you're given opportunity to respond, you respond at once. When you respond in beats, it takes a lot of time. I will give people to ask questions, then give you opportunity to respond. Please. Martin, ask your question.
You know, Hillary, you're a Kenyan, just like everybody, regardless where you stand in your thing. So, what I'm about to say, don't take it as a personal attack to you, because at the end of the day, you're a Kenyan and you are our brother. There's a problem with UDA guys; they just don't listen, or people who listen to that other side. It's so hard to communicate, but. Bernard, if you allow me, there's a Hillary, I believe, even if you left Kenya a long time ago. I want to walk you through numbers. Real quick, Zarakaraka. Actually, I'm going to use the old demonification of what it used to be. Okay, because there's where I'm going. Tell me, who do you think will win Eastern? Answer as we go. No, just answer.
Sorry, I was muted. I was muted. Sorry, I think yeah, it's likely to be Azimio, but not by large numbers.
Okay, Nairobi.
Nairobi is for toss-up, but it's likely to go KK, Kenya Kwanza.
Okay, Western.
Western, I know there's a lot of theory. It's likely to go actually Kenya Kwanza.
Okay, so you have 2K. Coast.
Coast, I can say, is really 50-50. But I wouldn't be surprised for Azimio to lose given the recent elections.
Nyanza?
The by-elections. Nyanza definitely Azimio. No discussion on
that. Central?
Central Kenya Kwanza definitely because of the economy. I know our Central brothers very well.
Rift Valley?
Rift Valley, there's a lot of theory, but you can take this to the bank. Definitely Kenya Kwanza. No way, no way.
Northeastern?
Northeastern, I've actually analyzed. I can say that most politicians don't know that it's a battleground, but it might be 50-50. But given the state of the economy, it will go Kenya Kwanza.
Okay. Women?
Yeah, women, that is a tricky one, but quite frankly, I think it's likely to go Kenya Kwanza, the influence of young voters.
Are you listening to yourself? I mean, either way, even having said that, I gave you 9 provinces, 8 of what is supposed to be, and the women's side, which is 9, and you actually came up 5-4. Azimio. You came 5-4. I'm here writing it. But the women is the one that you scared me, that you think women will go to, the women's side will go to, to KKA. Where? How? Who's there?
Let me tell you one thing, Kenyans don't buy...
Come on, man, be realistic. Come on, we come here to be realistic.
Wait a minute. Kenyans don't buy the idea of a magic bullet, as in one lady only. We can't just bank on
you're wasting time here.
One person who is advised. Because, I mean, look at Ngilo. Ngilo is equally an iron lady.
Order. Let's do this, okay? Bwana Hillary.
Yes.
You are entitled to your opinion, no? But all you're giving us is one imaginary figures. Most of them are wishful thinking. Because if you think Kenya Kwanza is going to get Western, of all places, Western.
And then, Nairobi.
Then you say Kenya Kwanza is going to take Nairobi. And then there is this issue of economy. What makes you think that the central people trust William Ruto to take care of the economic situation?
Because nothing has worked. Nothing has worked so far. Nothing has worked. Whatever Kibaki built, all of it has evaporated. And we can feel that. We can feel that.
So you think they trust William Ruto to be the one to fix the economic situation?
It's not an issue of trust. I mean, to be honest, Bernard, let's look at Kibaki's time. During Kibaki's time, you could rarely hear of, for example, medical bills. Look at this term for Jubilee. The medical bills in almost every household has been shocking. Somebody goes to the hospital and you have to cough like 5 million. It's absolutely crazy. That one never happened during Kibaki's time. We never had this nightmare.
Has William Ruto not been part of this government?
No, he's been part of it. But that is one thing.
So that's why I'm asking you. What makes you think that the people will take William Ruto's word to be the solution to the economic situation when he has been part of what created the economic crisis.
Bernard, you are a pastor, right? You are a pastor, right? Which I totally respect that. One thing that actually the current system didn't realize is the more you actually blast somebody, the more you actually put somebody on the spot, the more that person gains support.
You see how you're shifting goalposts. Bwana Hillary,
wait a minute.
answer my question. My question is,
if those people are nice,
William Ruto has been part of this government. This government, you are blaming it to be the reason behind the economic crisis. Answer me. What makes you think that? What makes you think that the Kenyan people will trust William Ruto, who has been part of what created the crisis, to be the solution? Just tell me why you think so.
But let me ask you a question. Why was Kibaki time better than now? Why?
Because Kibaki was a better manager. The digital government has failed.
Who takes the responsibility? Who takes the responsibility? It is somebody who is sitting on that seat, isn't it? So don't give me that idea of deputy, okay?
So deputy had no role in the collapse of the economy.
He was excluded. Executive order number, I don't know what. He was excluded.
Hillary, thank you for your submission, but I think you're here to be apologetic for William Ruto. William Ruto had 50% of the government, 2013, 2017. He appointed 50% of the cabinet. He shared 50% of the parastatals. He was a co-president. In fact, the fallout was when the wings co-president was cut. But all in all, majority of the scandals that took place in the Jubilee government
were the evidence? Where is the
50% that belonged to
Where
the
is the
deputy
evidence?
president. Where's the evidence?
Newspaper evidence?
Why is Rotich in court today?
Okay, Rotich is.
Why was the agriculture minister dismissed?
So what has that has to do with Ruto?
Bana, hata sisi turuhusu tubom Hillary kidogo.
Okay, no, ngoja
yeah, and I'm made of steel, by the way.
Let's do this.
Let's do this. Buy this bullet.
We are not converting Rono. We are not even asking him to.
But he needs to be bombed. We don't want to convert him, but he needs to be bombed.
That's fine. Bring it on. Bring it on, man. Bring it on.
Ngoja. If we want to get it right, we must give it a right approach. Yeah. Historically and the current state of affairs. William Ruto is still in government. If something happened to Uhuru Kenyatta tonight, the person to be sworn in as president for the remaining 3 weeks will be one William Ruto. No other person constitutionally. So if you are still insisting he's not in government, he's been sidelined, there was this and that, it's all the stories you're giving us. But Kenyans, kama vile William Ruto amesema, wajinga waliisha Kenya. Tukutane tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kwa ballot. Wananjiru, naomba hivi.
Yeah.
Anybody who has a question for me, I'm out of here.
Thank you, Bernard.
Wacha tu ni respond tu kwa ile tu dakika moja. Naumwa kidogo.
Si ndio nataka kuacha ukiumwa hivyo. Mkiendelea mimi ningatuke kwa sababu nikiendelea hapa nitakorokeka. Sitaki kukorokeka. Nilikorokeka jana, sitaki kukorokeka leo. Sawa Bwana Njiru.
Bernard, kwani uliumwa kiboko jana mpaka niliona umechanganyikiwa leo unaogopa?
Sio kuogopa, but there is a limit to how much I can take in terms of somebody wanting to take me for a ride. I am a patient person, very patient, but ikifika mahali unataka nilazimisha mimi kukubali uongo kama ukweli, hapo hatukubaliani kabisa, and that is how I've been all my life. when it comes to matters of you deceiving me or wanting me to believe what is wrong as right. Hapa hapana. Even if, in fact, even if I'm to interview one William Ruto, I will still hold him to tell me the truth. The same way I'm doing here. I won't give him breathing space, whether he's the one hosting me or I'm the one hosting him.
Yeah, but Ruto is not a very
kind
bad
of
person.
the kind of leniency he receives from journalists
Ruto is not a bad person.
because
Ruto
the
is not a bad
journalists
person. It's a creation of that media, very bad media.
It's
The way
not
they
a creation of which
Trump.
media.
No, it's a creation. Ruto is a good person.
You told me you left this country long time ago, so you don't understand what's happening. So let's
Yeah,
just
but I come frequently. I'm a Kenyan.
You come frequently and you're talking as if you've been away all along.
And that is
there
the
was
problem.
A time when the
Bernard,
media in this,
Bernard,
there was a
this
time when
is
the media in this
Bernard,
country
this
was
is the problem with this
under
your
the
channel.
ambit of
You
one
just
person.
want to listen to Azimio stuff, which
It is not
everyone
that.
can
You
buy.
are free.
You have to be fair. If you have to
If
run
there
your
is,
channel, you have to be
if
fair.
there's nothing that Kenya
you have
Kwanza
to be
are
fair.
offering, we don't listen to it.
No. You
Accusing me for listening to Azimio stuff, it is part of your claims. Okay? Ukweli usemwe. William Ruto is part and parcel of the Kenyan problem as early as 1992. Trace his riches. Where did he get his riches? From selling chicken. Who is going to buy into that? How many people are selling chicken in Marigiti every this Bama market where the chicken is being sold? How many choppers drop at Bama to drop chicken in the morning and collect it in the evening? Msitubebe wajinga tafadhali. William Ruto cannot be a solution to the Kenyan economic problem. And that's why shifting goalposts. He offered us in 2013 a locally driven economy where we'll be working online with free Wi-Fi. Then he comes 10 years later, say this time is wheelbarrow. Hati kazi ni kazi. Bora pesa mfukoni. What kind of nonsense is that? And then you tell me that that is somebody who is showing us a future to go to? He wants to take us to one prison of Stone Age life.
And is the current deputy president.
Please. So Bwana Rono, sio maswala ya Azimio, ni swala ya mtu kututukana. You are insulting our intelligence for us to believe that after a technologically driven economy, where agriculture will be technological, where everything will be technological, now we have reverted. It's wheelbarrow. Kazi ni kazi. Don't mind anything you do. Kila hustle in account. Kila hustle matters. I won't buy into that. William Ruto is a problem that needs to be solved. He is not a solution. And the people of the mountain have realized that. That is why the kiosk will soon close. And mbivu na mbichi inakwenda kujulikana tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Na kuomba ukue hapa, tutabishana hapa.
Yeah.
Kama mtapata hiyo 70% mnangojea mlimani, I will greet you. I will take you for nyama choma. Nitakuchomea nyama kilo ngapi? Kilo 3. Ukule umalize. Kama mtapata hiyo 70% mlimani. Except there is a new mountain. If it's Mount Kenya that I know from 92 to date, let William Ruto get 70% from there, then nitakuchomea nyama kilo 3. Hiyo nimekupromise.
Wacha hata mimi nichangie hapo kidogo Bwana Bernard. Unajua hata kama Rono yuko hapa, so
ndio huyo nimekurejeshea.
I think okay, 1 minute. We are trying to soothe Bwana Rono here. First of all, intellectually, Rono is a tribalist. Period. Number 2, because I've analyzed him, the only reason you are supporting Ruto, it is because he is encouraging. I have analyzed you intellectually. Number 2, it seems as if you don't live in Kenya. It is like you are in Pluto. You need to tell us where you are. Why? Because the numbers which you are giving us, they do not make sense. Uhuru Kenyatta never defeated Raila Odinga in Nairobi.
Who told you?
I'm telling you, it is numbers. Uhuru Kenyatta never defeated Raila in Nairobi. So
jogo wa kijijini kweli atakuja kuwika Nairobi. You know, let's be factual. Hillary, you are using wrong number. Then you say the coast. Can you tell me strong people in the coast who are supporting your candidate?
Sorry,
one minute, wacha nimalize. Then you are saying that central people, the reason why they want to vote for your candidate ni sababu ati ya ile mashida imekuja. I want you to tell me, nimeongea hiyo kitu hapa. Can you tell me about the corruption scandals which have been mentioned with Mr. Ruto? Tell me about Aror Kimwarel. Are you aware that in the central we have Ziba Dam and the Karimenu? Waligawana damu mbili. Uhuru and Ziba Dam and the Karimenu. Mr. Ruto and Aror and the Kimwarel. Can you send me images of Aror and the Kimwarel here? And they were conceived at the same time. Tutoke hapo. Can you tell me about the corruption scandals which have happened in the office of the deputy president, the gun issues, ile ilikuwa na story ya Echesa, and some of the other issues ambazo zimekuwa zikitokezea kwa hiyo ofisi yake, including hata wale watu walipot. So I want you, even as you, and then you are saying that the deputy president was sidelined. If he was sidelined, hata wewe ungekuwa pale unafanya kazi unakuwa sidelined. Why did the deputy president not resign if he was sidelined? The honest job, ili tu asibebe hii muzigo kama serikali ni mbaya, angeacha kazi. But you cannot be in government and you claim you are sidelined and you are being paid, you are receiving a salary. It is impossible, it is impractical. So what I'm trying to tell you is you are tribalist and you don't deserve to tell us. You are just supporting Mr. Ruto.
Don't call me tribalist, okay? Don't call me tribalist. Mind your language. Don't call me tribalist. I'm not.
Tribalist.
I'm not. Don't call me tribalist, okay? Don't call me tribalist. When I voted for Ngilu and Raila, was I a tribalist? I'm not.
Voting for Ngilu and Raila doesn't make you not tribalist. Tell
But
us one thing.
You should not call me a tribalist. Have I called him tribalist? Have I called him tribalist?
It is not being called.
Which year was that you voted for Ngilu and Raila?
Said,
and how do we know that he voted?
When you came here, since you came here, what have you told us here that is for Kenya, and not for Ruto? What have you told us here that is you are seeking the good of Kenya, the progress of Kenya, the development of Kenya? You have told us nothing. That means Kenya is not an art.
Economy.
Your life.
During Kibaki's time, we were very happy. The economy was good. Everyone was happy. Economy will make everyone happy. Just like Trump used to say, you fix the economy and everyone is happy. Easy as that. Life is so complicated.
Okay, since you're talking about economy so much, is it macro or micro? Macro or micro?
A deputy president for 10 years. Why should there be a need of fixing an economy that has had somebody running it?
Why was it working in Kibaki's time? Why was it working in Kibaki's time for everyone in Kenya?
That's why we're telling you.
Why has it fatally failed?
Yes, because of the incompetence of William Ruto, who has been the helm of affairs.
It's poor investment decisions.
It's not poor investment decision. It is antagonizing the government, sabotaging the government from within. Cry baby deputy president is the main problem. Why Uhuru has not been able to do what is required to do. That is why the last part of his government has done more than it did during 2013-2017. The infrastructure development that has taken place, it is incomparable. That infrastructure, when it is deployed, it will take care of the rest of the economic situation. And probably that is why they want to run it down. Wanatuambia hatuwezi kula barabara, hatukulangi barabara. How can somebody who is asking for the presidency be telling us hatukulangi barabara, hatutakula SGR? How is that? This is not an eating economy. This is an economy that is supposed to sustain 50 million people, not feed a few stomachs.
Bernard, one question, please.
And Bernard, terror or no, it was Kibaki and Mudiawari government. It was not Kibaki alone. So history ya kutajaga mtu mmoja waache. Hata hii serikali ni ya Uhuru na Ruto. So can he separate?
Tosha, your point is made. Kings, quickly.
Okay, Hilary, nakuuliza swali moja tu. Ukisikia Gachagua leo akiongelea story ya delocalization, ni maneno ya kutoa walimu sijui wanaenda wapi. Nyinyi wenyewe mmesema kwamba mtadeal na corruption kwa facilitate independence of the bodies. Alafu mnasema PSC hiyo maneno itaisha. Ni nini mnasema? Like hiyo kitu yani ni nini mnajaribu kusend to the voters?
Okay, regarding education, what I heard, I think what you are talking about the localization is whereby you encourage teachers to teach near their home base, which I think makes sense, to be honest with you. Kwa sababu, remember, you have a teacher you've posted somewhere, and then, you separate couples, things come up. As somebody said, we are all humans. So you separate couples. By the time another one comes, mwingine sijui amepatana na nani tena. That is why there've been a lot of suicides. And the localization is not just in Kenya, it's everywhere. And in fact, even in the Western world, everyone wants to work near your job because it is so expensive to go to another place.
Now
so
my question is,
I don't get that idea.
Now my question,
teachers to far away places.
Order. Thank you. Let's Ngoja Kings. Tuachie hapo hiyo maneno. It is endless. Kama mtu amechagua kutoelewa, aachwe hivyo. I give to Mora to make a submission, please.
Lakini Bernard tuambie alipigia Ngilu na Raila mwaka gani?
Ebu tuachie hiyo maneno tafadhali. Everybody who has come here has claimed to be a Raila voter, a Raila supporter, but now they have turned against him because he's old, because he went for handshake, is because he went all those things Nani has been telling us, Duke has been telling us. That's all you will hear from here. Mora, make your submission. Thank you.
Hey guys, how are you today? Hey, Mr. Hillary, are they killing you here? Okay, I just have one question for Hillary. I mean, I know, we are supposed to drop it, but I just have one question for Hillary. Just give me one reason why you've chosen William Ruto as your candidate of choice. Just one reason.
Yeah, it's because, Mara, for a long time, the country, Kenya as a country has ignored, people with low income. They've been ignored for long. And I'm telling you, in the 80s, that was not actually the case. In the 80s, Kenya was Canaan. 1990s, things got messy. It's only Kibaki that actually brought Canaan back. So the only hope I see actually is Kenya Kwanza model. And that is the model that has worked in the Western world. Look, during COVID, the governments here supported everyone. That is why everyone right now is happy. In fact, you don't hear people complaining about anything. And as the cost of living crisis happens, the governments are already supporting people. So this idea of una support wadosi is rubbish. If I may be really not in this channel, I can call it bullshit, because the people who support the economy is the common people, and that is the Kenya Kwanza. The model by Azimio is the old one we've listened for long. It will not take, anybody anywhere. So it is a.
So Hillary, did Kibaki use bottom up to recover the economy from Moi? Because
that was you just got that question out of my lips. That was my next question.
Yeah, Kibaki did not necessarily follow bottom up. However, his policies, actually, if you look at it, in terms of all sectors, it supported people. Because I can tell you, me standing here in diaspora, during Kibaki time, we rarely had to send money home. I'm telling you, we don't even have slips for sending money home during Kibaki's time. The other time, it was a nightmare. Medical bills, this and that. No, that one has to stop. And Kenyans need to learn. Kenya need to choose Kenya Kwanza. No choice in this election.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I just have one other question for you. Ruto is the vice president for the last 10 years. Would he have suggested this bottom-up thing, like maybe they're during their second term or something, so that it could have revived the economy, it could have helped Raila, like sorry, it could have helped Uhuru, so they wouldn't fail? Would he have like changed things around instead of starting to campaign? Like for the last 5 years, all he's done is campaign. Do you think he should have like helped Uhuru like change things around?
He should have helped Mara, and I really respect you for that question. It's really a very important question that Kenyans don't know. He could have helped, but maybe he wasn't given a space. And if you just allow me 1 second, I'll actually compare that to Moi and Kibaki. What happened when Moi was there? Not many people knew that Kibaki was an intelligent man, except if you only learned and then you realize, oh, Kibaki actually had taught in Makerere, came here to UK where I am. You couldn't really, we took it so for granted. So nobody knew that Kibaki could turn things. Look what happened. He was given a chance, and bless him.
What do you mean nobody knew Kibaki was a bright man? Why did he even the position in the first place? I mean, come on, man, don't take us for fool.
No. You are just interjecting when we are not invited. Let me finish.
Who picked Kibaki from Makerere and brought him to Kenya to handle the Kenyan economic situation?
Can I finish? There's a difference between being the head of something and being deputy, and that one happens in all the jobs we have.
When Michuki was Minister for Transport, he was not a president. He brought transformation in the transport sector. When Matiang'i was Minister for Education, he went to fix the exam cheating problem in the education sector. He wasn't a president. If you have been a deputy president and you did nothing, there is nothing you will do when you are president. You don't need presidents
Again, you are copying that from the newspaper.
Hillary, that's okay. I got
from which newspaper? Hillary,
you are not,
don't insult intelligence.
You are not privy.
We have been
Bernard,
here. We know what you're talking about.
Bernard,
please,
you are not
the one who is reading
privy.
newspaper upside down.
No,
you better
you
go
are not
get our
privy
history
to board
right
meetings.
and understand who served where, when,
you don't know
and
what happened in the cabinet.
It is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga who
were you sitting in the cabinet? Are you part of the cabinet?
Brought him into this country because he saw he had something the country needed.
Were you sitting in the cabinet?
William Ruto from Sugoi and
this guy is unruly. Bernard, this guy is unruly. He's unruly.
Okay, guys, that's okay. He's gone. I had one other question to ask him. Nilikuwa tunampeleka polepole, so at least we get his mindset. Hillary
doesn't have a mindset. That man is sick.
His mindset is not sick. He just wants to vote. He wants to get votes for his tribeman. That's all he wants to do. He's one of those people who have been brainwashed and they don't really care about the outcome of like how this coming election is going to affect our people in Kenya. And my other question I was going to ask him, I'm sure he's listening, when was he last in Kenya? Every time you go to Kenya, somehow you encounter corruption. Here he comes telling us, oh, there's no corruption in Kenya. I mean, who doesn't know? Even people that don't, even my kids who don't even live in Kenya, they know Kenya is a corrupt country. They know they were born in the US, but they know Kenya is a corrupt country. So he's just lying to us. He just wants to get votes for his person, whoever it is, for William Ruto. But anyway, that notwithstanding, I was gonna ask him, hey, Hillary, I know you're listening. The next time you come to the forum, can you please write down like points? Because you really veer off points, and that's why everybody's like beating you like a brungenge. Let me say that. So can you like organize yourself, organize your thoughts, and organize your points before you come to the channel? Otherwise, I think he's very passionate about the person that he supports, which, I mean, that's who he supports. But if he doesn't have like points to support why is supporting his candidate, then he probably shouldn't come to the forum. I'm saying that really quietly. But anyway, that notwithstanding, Raila Odinga has done marvelous. For the last, let me say, 2 weeks, I don't even know if those guys even sleep. Honestly, I try to think how hard they work. They are going everywhere, but their campaigns are very organized, and we are gaining ground every day every lorry they make, we gain ground. We get more people. The reception is perfect. But Mr. Ruto, I don't know how he's going to retrieve himself from all the injuries that he has caused for himself. He's been abusing people. The bottom-up people that he wants to support, that he wants to vote for him, are the same ones. And anauliza mtu, like, who are you to talk to me? Who are you kunirudishia? I mean, those are the bottom-up people. How many votes did he kill by that one statement? How many people did he discourage from voting for him by insulting Eugene Wamalwa? You know, I think he's run mad. He's too erratic. He's a lunatic right now. He's on the loose. I mean, I don't know what it's gonna take for him to retrieve himself. But anyway, that's an added advantage to Azimio. And the end of the road for Sonko. Oh well, I don't know what they were doing yesterday when they said they had cleared. These guys don't work as a team. These courts are like day and night. How does one lower court clear somebody and then the next day the Supreme Court like throws him out? I mean, I think they need to work in coordination, because this honestly, I mean, Sonko is Sonko. We love him or we don't. This really is an embarrassment to our judiciary system. Sonko had a right to go like to court and get himself heard, but how they treated him, I feel, is not right. Because you don't tell me today, like, hey, you're free to go run, to go vie, and then the next day they throw away my appeal. I mean, where are we in our judiciary system? Other than that, we have just over 3 weeks to get all the votes, all the undecided votes, because all our votes are intact. The ones that are decided are intact. So what we need to be doing now is to convince the undecided voters to come to our camp. And I don't think that's going to be a hard thing to do, because Ruto is actually giving us this presidency on a silver platter. I mean, he goofs, Gachagua goofs, they just insult people. They don't even talk about their manifesto. They have forgotten about what they promised people. And another question I was going to ask Hillary before he left, if Ruto is a genuine person, he's never been corrupt, he's just a vice president a deputy president who relies on his salary, probably one or two other businesses to run his life, where does he get all this money that he runs around with if he has not been corrupt? So I'll leave it at that. I will keep listening. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Mora. Let's keep the conversation. Let's not concentrate with Hillary. We can do better. Even if we want to support our people, the people who speak our language, we can support them better. But we cannot try to fit a story so that it fits the people who speak our language. That's why I said, to me, Hillary is a tribalist. So let's have new people. Bwana Nyoba.
How are you, sir? Wananjiro, how are you?
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
King Saguaro, Anderson, Madam Mora, Naftali, Kemere, Richard. Hillary is back. Guy.
Just talk. There's no problem.
Now, I can you give someone then just a few minutes?
Nini, kwani mzee nyumba bwana, sumpatia yako bwana, unajua tunakuheshimu. Mpe, ongea.
Mzee nyumba, you made him leave again. Why did you mention his name?
You know, it's very important when you are discussing something or arguing about something, you are at par. When the difference is so big, you get lost. So actually, I don't have much to say, because whatever is written there is actually self-explanatory. Ruto can come 100 times, 1,000,000 times in Central, but it's not going to make any difference. The dice is cast. Hii mambo imeisha, na hii siku ziendelee haraka. Hii 9th August ikuje tumalize hii maneno. Actually, it's formalizing it then, because it's already taken its format. Now, end of the road for Sonko, I don't know. I've been out of touch with that particular issue. Maybe as people talk here, they should enlighten me the latest. But I could forecast, I could see finally Sonko was going nowhere. Similarly, hata ya Sakaja hakuna pale ataenda. Truth will always prevail under whatever circumstances. You keep going around corners, but truth catches up with you, and then things they are done. And because I wonder how difficult it was to find if Sakaja was a graduate of Tim University. Some of they're hiding something, but truth will come out. So, Bonanjiro, actually today I didn't want to talk more much, but sometimes I'm saying when somebody like, what was his name again? When he's around here, I just feel like laughing and not even participating. I just look at him and I'm in this world or not. So maybe I can contribute later. I've just woken up a few minutes ago. I'm still half asleep. So let me organize myself and I can chip in. When I raise my hand, just give me a chance.
Okay, sawa. I can see the disorganization which watu kama kina Hilary wanafanyia watu. Sorry for that. So Bwana Hilary, get organized. If you want to come back to the platform, please get organized. Unaona ni kama watu wanaanzia kukua blank. So Bwana Kimere Kogi.
Njiro, just at the risk of being sent in quarantine, nilikuwa nataka kuambia Mr. Nyumba, what happened with Sonko ni ile kitu ilikuwa ikue because we needed to set a precedence from in the constitution of what happens with impeachment. So hiyo lazima ingefika huko. So him, now we know mtu akiimpeachwa, you don't.
Wanandeto, just tell me
yes.
The whole, I have nothing, I'm blank. I'm blank on that. The latest.
Okay, so the Supreme Court has ruled that Sonko cannot run because he was impeached. And any person that has been impeached, you cannot run because you had the county government, you had the Senate, you had all those avenues to get where you are. Now you are impeached. You went all the way. So there's no way now for chapter 6.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. He's trying to go to the he's trying to go to the East African community, East African court, but it will not work.
No, he can go to the even international Europe, America. Itafanyika, tuendelee. Thank you, I've understood the situation. Thank you.
Yeah, Sakaja, the only reason is getting a leverage is because there's a lacuna in our constitution that says either a degree or an equivalent. So that's where we are having a problem. Hapo ndio shida iko. Kisungumkuti imeanzi iko hapo ya Sakaja. So Sakaja might go through or an equivalent. Hakuna mtu amekataa Sakaja ajienda university hapa. Ni kama alimaliza. So that's a problem. Ya Sonko ilikuwa impeachment. It's a new constitution and we have to do a precedence. Ile so that the next person we know how we handle impeachment because you had so many avenues before you got actually impeached. So hiyo ndo ilikuwa inaenda. It's a constitutional breakthrough today. It's a good thing that Kenyans should be happy about. Sonko ni mdosi, can go start other things. Unajua, I mean, and afanye vitu zingine. And still, he can still be in politics. He can be an advisor. He can still be there. You know, na anaweza kuwa hata, you know, he can be given something by the president, you tuenda ushikilie na pale. It's just that he cannot run for an elective seat anymore. And that's a precedence that our constitution is brushing at this point.
Thanks, Bwana Deto. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Haya, Bwana Kimere. Although hatutaki Sonko pia kwa hizo kazi zingine, wacha Sonko apumzike.
Thank you. I just want to rectify a little bit of what Deto is saying. Hi, Deto. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a long time. Just to rectify a little bit. Deto, about that. It's not only elective seats, but any public office. So that's even nominated position. As long as it's public office, he shouldn't hold any public office for impeachment. So and that's a good thing, as you say. It's a good precedent. So at least people know what to expect. However, I think they needed to go further in that ruling to say that, for example, because it's not very clear. After impeachment, you see all the process that has gone through. He went to the High Court, he went to the appeal, and finally he went to the Supreme Court. But now the Supreme Court actually would have done better if they said that if such a thing happens, it's final. But they didn't say that. But it would have been better if they said, well, if you're impeached, that's final and that withstands, without opening all other avenues of appealing. You get what I mean? Because that wastes a lot of time. Even if at the end you will be refused to, but you have that leeway, and we should close that. So hopefully that will happen, and we hope that the parliament can do that. And that's why I'm insisting that if we vote people who when we vote Baba in, we should also give him people who support him, who can pass proposals and laws in the parliament, because that's also important, because there's a lot of things that we need to really make happen in the parliament and the Senate. So hopefully.
And Kimere, with all due respect, also I want you, as you're speaking, because you understand it. I also want you to talk to people and people who listen to us that even though we have a Supreme Court in Kenya, it doesn't end there. That's why people are going to the East Africa, because I think a lot of people have not understood that our East Africa is becoming one, and that's why we have an East African, anthem. And so we are like one country in, many states in one country. And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand, that's why even Sonko has somewhere else to go reprieve himself, even though the highest court has said.
Yeah. However, it will be much more difficult. But yeah, there is that avenue as well. Because if everyone can remember, when Mother, for example, when she appealed for the gubernatorial seat in Kirinyaga, and she couldn't be listened to, and she failed in Kenya, she went to the East African court, and they upheld, and she won there. But still, you see, the mechanisms are a little bit tricky. So most likely, because then at the end of the day, what withholds is the constitution of the country you live in, because even the court of East Africa or whichever other court can't overrule the constitution of a country, because Kenya has its own constitution, and the supreme law in Kenya is the constitution. That one, no other country can change that. So, and that's a good thing.
Bwana Kemere, you see, it will also take time. This is a waste
It will
of time.
take a lot of
By the time they
You can't
decide,
try for this, but it's for posterity. That's why Deto is saying, because for now the window is almost closed, because that won't happen overnight. That will take a lot of time. So he is out of this. But what we are saying is that in the future, he shouldn't really be vying for any position, any public office, really, and rightfully so. So,
Wananjiro, I can see two moras. One mora is very clear. The other mora is just darkness somewhere. I don't know what's happening.
Mora, did you enter with two accounts? That's good observation. That's good observation, Nyomba. Hey, Nyumba, you are.
I think I was kicked out and then I came back in and then I found myself already in. So I don't
That's
know.
right, Nora.
Okay.
I'm surprised that Nyumba. I thought it was too late for Nyumba, but he is very awake.
He's very alert.
I think it's Friday. Zero leo tumechapwa bwana. We should have seen that bwana. Wewe umelala, mimi nikalala.
Anyway,
Bwana
Raila.
Jiru, can you permit me to also contribute?
No, I'm contributing. Am I not? I was just.
Wacha Kimere akimaliza ni wewe.
Where is that? Odongo, sir. Just allow me 2 minutes, then I'm done. Yeah, is that all right? Okay, good. So, right, I'm liking Raila's campaigns every day. When I listen to them, I'm overwhelmed. I like it, and that's why every time I'm driving, I'm like trying to tune in where they are. Where is the rally today? And I followed the Kilifi today, a little bit of it. Some, I think when they were in Likoni, is Likoni in Kilifi? Yeah, I think so. Likoni and Malafa or something like that. And it's good. It's good. I like how the campaign is going. The messaging is good. They are very consistent with their messaging, which is important because that helps people to understand really what they stand for. And I liked Mother Joho. Joho also is coming out very good. Raila. So and the crowd was overwhelming everywhere. Every rally they had today, I think they had like about 6 or 7 today in Kilifi. That was good. Sonko, we have already discussed that. He's gone. So now that we are 25 days to election, we must work very hard, and we should not assume that we have won, even if we know that the polls are saying that Raila is above Ruto and all that, but we still need to go around and educating people, telling people why they should vote for Raila. And I actually came in for that Hillary guy because he was out of this world. The conversations he had were he couldn't even answer Morales' questions, and that's why I came in, because I wanted really to hear why he is so fond of Ruto. Because you see, the problem what annoys me most about those UDA guys, every time you ask them to tell you why one should vote for Ruto, they can't tell you anything. They all start talking about other people, talking about Kibaki, talking about Uhuru, talking about Raila, but they can't really specifically tell you why they want Ruto to be the president. They can't, because they have nothing to prove about Ruto, and they have no agenda. And that annoys me so much. That's why they can't even answer any question they asked. Mura asked a couple of questions. The guy just ran away. So I think we need to continue telling people what Raila can do, what Raila has done, because he has done a lot for the country. And his promises, really, the things that he is telling us that he's going to do, we believe that he will do them. And because he is also saying how he's going to do it. And a lot of people don't know to tell how they will do things. So we are happy for that. I can see Pen, you are shaking your head, yeah? Yeah, there is no comparison between Ruto and Raila, surely.
No. Can I say a word?
Well, through Chair, it's only Njiro who can permit you to say a word, not me.
Penny, I think if you still have time, you can wait for the next submission. Then we will give you a whole time to submit. I think it will be better that way. It is so that we can also give people enough time ya kukugonga.
Okay, I'll come right back. I was doing something, but I'll come right back, Njiro. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, anyway, Baba all the way, man. Baba all the way. I feel so good, really, and I'm actually appealing for the diaspora people. I wrote there in the chat, all those diaspora people, the voting day. Wow, I know it's a bit tricky for diaspora people because they have all to congregate at the embassy point, and so very few people will be able to do that. Whoever will be able to do that, people need to organize themselves and just sleep over and follow, probably tune in a Kenyan TV and follow the results, the streaming of the results. And I'm open for that myself. I just want to vote and meet up with all the people who are going to vote, and we stay there and just watch as results come through. Anyway, I think I'll stop there so Odongo can talk, or Mora can talk, or whoever, if you have questions. Thank you, Jiro, for that.
Okay, fine. Mora, let's just give Odongo time to present, then we will ask the question thereafter, please.
I just wanted to add something on what he said. You know, like I wish I could. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it to go to Kenya to vote. I took a voter card, yes, but I'm here now. How I wish, like those of us in the diaspora, we could do mail-in voting. We could mail our votes either to the embassy. I mean, we really need to push for this, because I know there's no way. I mean, I'm just following up with what Mr. Kogi said. There's no way they're gonna bring like polling stations like everywhere where Kenyans live in the US or in the UK, or you know. How I wish we could just do mail-in voting. Man, that would make a big difference. Because can you imagine how many of us are here? Like I'm in Texas. We have close to 20,000 Kenyans here. We have so many Kenyans here. How I wish we could do mail-in voting. That's all I wanted to interject.
Mora, you see, this is just the beginning, because if this is the first time that we are able to, yeah. So going in the future, I think that will be possible, because it's, well, at least we have taken the first step to be able to vote, even if it's at the embassy point. But I believe this is just the start. Going forward, I believe, and those are things that we should come up with, because now we see we have listening leaders. If they come up, we hope that Raila and Mother will be in anyway, and we can engage and propose all these things. And I think it will happen, and we change. I think in January we are changing the IBC chairmanship, because that guy is so corrupt as well. So we hope that we'll have better people in there, and we can make all these proposals, and it can only get better. If there's the goodwill, it can only get better. So either they can decide, either we can vote by post, or we can have multiple polling stations. Like, for example, like you guys in the US, you can have at least, if not in every I don't know how I don't know how the subdivision is, but at least even if it's per county, per state, even if you had a polling station for every state, that would have eased things up for a lot of people. But the same thing with Europe. You see, in Europe, for example, we don't have embassies everywhere. Like, I think if you go to the Mediterranean area, Italy has an embassy, but people who, for example, live in Greece, Spain, and all that, they all have consulates, and the embassy. I think they all report to Germany, to Berlin, and you see, you have like 4 or 5 countries reporting to Berlin. The same thing with Scandinavia. You got Norway, you got Finland, you got Sweden and Denmark, and the embassy is in Stockholm, in Sweden. So if people in Denmark, for example, needing embassy services, they have to travel to Sweden. They don't have an embassy in Denmark. You get, so all these things need to be really we can do better. But there are all things that we need to discuss with the leadership. So that's why we hope they come in, and then we can try to engage, and things will get better. But at least we have a starting point after such a long time. So we are hopeful. Thank you.
Kemere, you can even Johnny Mbwa is saying something in that effect also. Kemere, okay, let me cast it for you. Anasema hivyo.
No, Bwana Njiro,
Yeah.
it was me. Kemere was to send me a ticket and Jakendubi. I'm still waiting. I don't forget that easily. I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah, that's exactly. Let me just say something. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because the embassy is in Washington D.C. For me to like get to Washington D.C. to vote, I have to get a flight, and I think it's a 3-hour flight, and then go maybe line up and vote. Probably get a hotel, then maybe fly back the next day. I'm talking of about $1,000. That's quite some change. I mean, so many people would want to go and vote, but the expense, it's pretty expensive.
Okay, fine.
It is. That's why we will need, and that's why we need to keep this group going on, because you see, as I always say, it's much easier. As an individual, you can't really engage with the authorities, but as a group, or as we are now, it's much easier to engage with them, and we can propose all the difficulties and the problems that we are having. And because you see, it's a common problem with a lot of people all over the world. So it will be much easier to listen to. So I think we have answered that guy, Njiro, because as we are now, that's the situation now. So if you are people who are in the UK, even in the UK, which is a very small country, for example, but still it's a problem because the embassy is in London. Everyone has to come to London. So people who are in Ireland, in Scotland, or people who are in Southern England or Northern England, it's still, even if they don't have to take a flight, but they have to do like 3-4 hours drive. That's really it's still a long way to drive for 4 or 5 hours to come and vote. Again,
Now,
so,
but okay. So Bwana Odongo, let's have Bwana Odongo now. Ouma Odongo.
Thank you, Mananjiru. It's my debut to be in this group, and I must commend the soberness and the level of maturity in the group, and hopefully I'm praying that you guys have welcomed me to this group for the first time. To just make a declaration, I'm in Norway, in Oslo to be specific, and the discussion around the issues of voting and what have you, I tend to sympathize with those guys who are in the US, because you guys, you are basically in a continent on its own, and maybe I try to see that you also try to see the situation in Europe in itself, but I don't think if the Europe situation is much bigger than the US, because the traveling times are not as long as maybe this side, maybe because we are going to vote in Sweden, and maybe the traveling time is not as high and costly like maybe it will be in the US. Now back to the discussion of the courts, maybe just to answer more on the question that you asked, the confusion that the courts in Kenya are making. I don't think if there is a problem. Sonko had 2 cases. One, he had presented a case in the High Court, then went to Court of Appeal and to the Supreme Court on the fairness on his impeachment. And then the other case was he also took another case in court, in a high court in Mombasa, that was concerned with the IBC, the rejection of his application to be nominated as a candidate in Mombasa. So those were two different cases, and the courts will hear them differently as they are. So the High Court made a ruling that he was unfairly deregistered when he had not exhausted all his appeals and all the cases that he had in court. So that's why he was given the injunction to go and the leeway to be cleared. But then today, the Supreme Court made the final ruling on all the appeals that he has been, all the arguments that he has been making, that he was unfairly impeached. So basically, his case is closed, and there is no two way about it. Number two, I really sympathize with Kenyans in general, because our way of maybe seeing things are different, and to be honest, the Kenya Kwanza guys is either they are sick, or there is just something that they don't know. That is not, they really don't know the person that they are supporting in the name of William Ruto. Basically I'm in no way, because of the political situations that happened one time when we were in university in 2013, and I may not delve much into them, but I had some close interaction with the deputy president, William Ruto, and I know the kind of person that he is, and I equally have friends that are working with him very closely. And sometimes when I hear people like Hillary argue that Ruto is the solution to the Kenyan problem, then we are having a very long way to go, very long. And my prayer is only that maybe people who are in the diaspora like me and you guys may have mercy on that particular country, because in all honesty, that country is fucked up, and we don't have a country, to be honest. There is no country. And we lost this country in 2013, and by 2015, there was no country called Kenya, to be honest, because Kibaki handed off a very good, stable economy, and as we speak right now, and it's a problem that all of us, we are facing, me and you guys, you are having that problem, you are facing it. The level of dependency, maybe in the community where I come from, it might be even be higher than, but I know at one particular point in time, maybe in a week or in a month, you have to chip in to help the people in the villages, parents, and such kind of stuff. So as much as we may want not to involve, we may not want to involve in politics, but we'll just have to be forced to try and steer that country into a particular direction. My own view is that maybe the people who are staying in Kenya don't know that there is a problem in that country. And me and you who are outside, and you have seen how good management of when good leaders get into power, and the selflessness and the way resources are managed. We are paying heavy taxes in these Western countries. But you pay tax, but you don't complain because you see the service directly from your tax. Now the problem is that it is very painful that people are paying taxes in Kenya, and 3/4 of that money goes to the pockets of human beings, instead of offering services to to the mwananchi. And I can tell you the biggest chunk of the wealth that Ruto made between in his lifetime, he made it between 2014 and 2017. And everybody here knows that all the corruption cases that were involved, now they are invoking one KEMSA issue, where they are forgetting the rest of the others that happened in the past that almost crippled down the country. So my submission is to you guys, maybe you have relatives, friends, and maybe you may not vote, but you can influence a lot of so many maybe people to see this sense. Otherwise, we may be in high heavens here, but the back at home, things may not be any better. Otherwise, that is my submission, and thank you very much for welcoming me here.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Ondongo.
Bwana Njiro, rectification, eh? Bwana Uma, I think they are the only person. You have not met me. We have not met. The rest we have met, but you are including me in the diaspora. I'm not. I'm in Nakuru myself as we speak now. All the others are international. Yeah.
Okay, my assertion was that at this point in time, most people in Kenya are sleeping. That's the assumption. I was talking in the assumption that it is 3:46 a.m. in the morning in Kenya, and everybody else is sleeping in the other part of the world. That is my assumption, but I'm very sorry, sir.
What I do, I usually come here to beat Mr. Themba in coming, and even today, for a number of days, I've beaten him, and he, today has improved a bit. Thank you, Bwana Themba.
Jiro, can I respond to someone, please? Because there's I want to respond to you, someone on the comments. By the way,
go ahead.
Hi, Temba, I haven't seen you for a long time. Yeah, I want to respond to Eva Mekilo. Eva, because I saw on the comment she is trying to tell you to ignore the diaspora people because then they are not voting and all that. But no, diaspora people are voting, Eva. We are voting. So don't say that the diaspora people are wasting time and to let them go to sleep because they won't vote. We will vote. Not everyone. Those who are close to the embassy or those who are willing to, who are not very far away, will go to vote. So there's no need. That's why we are here. We are not just here to waste time. We are here to make a change, and we will vote. So don't dismiss us that easily. Thank you. Hello, Temba. I'm done, Jiro. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No problem. I know majority of us have presented. Nyomba ndiye alishindwa na kupresent. So Nyomba, before I give them a chance, do you still want to give your presentation? Ama niende Hilary Rono uzimike tena?
Nilete huyo jamaa, nilete hapa. Wanathemba Ayusa. There was a gentleman here.
Dad, Nyumba, mbona ulinyamaza haraka hivyo venye uliona amerudi? Unajua nilikuwa nataka kuuliza lakini watu walikuwa wakipresent. Na sijakusalimia habari ya Kiamunyi, habari ya Shabe, habari ya kila kitu. Unajua mimi nilikwambia mimi nilisomea hapo town campus. Kwa hivyo my hostel is right next to your house.
Asante Bwana Ndeto, mambo ni mazuri sana. Hata saa hii nimeamka, leo jioni tulikuwa dinner sapa ya governor Nakuru Boxing Club. Si unajua Nakuru Boxing Club hapo amacha boxing.
Hata nilikuwa nadhani ulienda pivot.
Hapana, governor alikuwa anatununulia sapa leo. Tulikuwa tunakula huko Boxing Club. I'm serious. It's not that I'm making.
Najua mahali iko. Najua mahali iko. Vizuri kabisa.
Karibu Odeon, hiyo line ya Odeon hapo. Sasa mambo ni fit sana huko. Nimeuliza hii mtu asukume hii siku ziende haraka haraka. Ndio kina huyo anaitwa nani huyo jamaa alikuwa hapa. Acha kutusumbua. You know sometimes somebody
anaitwa Henry. nimemjaribu kabisa mpaka nikampeleka county, province by province. Ai, nikashindwa, mimi nikainua mikono.
You see, somebody may be a million kilometers from you, and now kumleta karibu inakuwa ngumu. I'm sorry, I'm an old man now, but sometimes my tolerance is very limited to such situations, you know. Either ni nyamaza ama nitoke. Hata jana nilihepa tena. Naona wengine tunaletea watu shida, kina Themba, kina Bernard. Yeah, let's talk about the topics at hand here because I think they are covered. Tujaribu na tufunze wenzetu kuheshimu uongozi. Unaona saa hizi mtu anatuongoza ni Bwana Njiro, lakini hiyo madaraka yake itachukuliwa haraka sana ni Bwana Themba, na lazima sasa tuheshimu Bwana Njiro. He is the man in charge here. Once that man was, that I said, he was very destructive. That whatever, I don't even want to remember his name. He's not even listening to Bernard. Ni frugal not listening. Listening is very important because you gain, and as I said, you can gain from anybody. After my Form 6, I said in another time that I taught in a school in Nairobi called Pan-African High School, Mfangano Street. After Form 6, and I was teaching Form 4s, and I was a very thin young man, very thin. I was very thin. I had not eaten enough. Nowadays I'm strong. And some of the students, actually, that there's one called Ojuok. Ojuok was too smart, bona. I'm teaching Form 4. I mean, I'm Form 6. Of course, I'm on upper hand. But I'm saying I could learn things from Ojuok. Even here, like now I'm saying an old man, I can learn a lot of things from Neto, from Koge, from Mora, Jiro, Themba. So listen is very important because it's knowledge. And every day if you can gain some knowledge, until maybe you're too old again, the brain now stops absorbing, you know. Every day by evening, you should think what you have learned within that day, because there's always something new to be learned if you have an open mind. Lakini si kama huyo Henry, sijui ni Henry wangapi. Ozi Henry the first, ama ni third, ama ni ngapi, sijui. So, Bwana Njiro, asante. Leo nataka kusikiliza. Mimi nafuata nakula breakfast heavy, ndio sasa nikuwe na energy, ndio I'm doing it.
Nyumba, anaitwa Hillary, not Henry.
Oh, Hillary, hilarious. I think you want to be hilarious, but it was not coming out. You know, somebody hilarious will make us lively here. So, but it's okay. Listen, but some of these guys who come here, of course, with a different mind from Kenya Kwisha, maybe someone like Black. Okay, they don't have the points, but they stand their ground, and they're not actually bad. Black and who? Now, this other man who is called Mukesi. That's how Jina. But you can see this composed guy, although he has no facts, he stands his ground, he's not abusive, he will listen, he respects the moderators. But kama huyo alikuwa hapo Hillary, hata hasikilizi Bernard. Now let's not harass these moderators. Okay? You know, we are committed. Ngoja nimalize. Nilisema I'm not talking about today's topic.
The other one is Duke. Is it Duke?
Yeah, Duke. Yeah, Duke. Yeah, even he is there. He will not abuse you, but he is actually tries much to give facts where they are not. Okay, lakini kama huyo Hillary anakuja hapa na mwingine. Yeah, let's not stress these guys. Like Njiro in position, tumsaidie because we are talking of the same thing. Themba akichukua hiyo madaraka leo. I was very disappointed the other day because me, I'm an old man. Nani left in a very bad way. Bernard, he was very unhappy because we are not giving them the dignity of the nini. Tuheshimu hawa watu na tujiheshimu wenyewe. Heshima inaanza kwako. Na ikienda hivyo, because this program has been very effective. We have learned a lot of things. We have only another few days, then hii kitu itoke na mtembee itaisha, maybe them mtafungua another line hata kama it will take another direction, but now it has been very positive for Azimio, I can assure you. And wherever I go, okay, let me tell you one thing. Nilikata clip pale nimeongea kwanza hata Nakuru County. Governor ako na hiyo clip na wanafurahia sana. I don't know if you're getting it. When I ask things about Nakuru and I answer them, nimechukua hiyo clip, wengi, kuna watu wengi hata wakubwa huko ministers na nini na wengine hata marafiki zangu. So I've been spreading the word from Mutembei widely. If I send that one to 50 people, it will not reach 50 people, multiply by 2 or 3, okay? Because it's a chain reaction. And I have promoted this. Some I've even, nakutana na vijana hata kwa street, wewe mzee nakuona Mutembei, na ni Azimio, na tuendelee na Mutembei yetu. So leo wacha niwachie hapo Njiro, nikule kamchele kangu nikafungulie mbuzi zangu, lakini nimefurahi kumuona wote na wote, hata nani ameenda tungejuana zaidi. Unajua it looks like tunajuana. Sasa hata tukikutana kwa street, wakati Kimere na Jakendu watanitumia itikiti nikuje huko Texas, Mora tukutane njiani, utanipita, si unanijua hiyo uso, hata nitoe kofia unione vizuri. Ni hivyo sasa. Nimemaliza Bwana Njiro. Asante sana kwa kunipatia hiyo muda.
Na usalimie gavana na umwambie mtu yeyote ambaye ako Azimio na Jubilee, personally I'm supporting them. Whether namujua ama simujui, they have made the right decision to be in the right party.
No, so, we are doing okay. I don't to talk so much. Even today, Her Excellency Margaret Kenyatta alikuwa hapa Rift Valley Sports Club, amekutana na kina mama. It was red all over. Matendi nani ndio naelewa huku Njiro, najua hujakuja Nyaikuru. Walikuwa Rift Valley Sports Club ndio our lady, first lady alikuwa anakutana na kina mama wa Jubilee. It was red all over. Like you can see them in red there. Today is in red. Yes, also Jubilee. Yes, Mora, you're saying something?
Mzee Nyumba, we have to carry Nakuru.
Come again?
We have to carry Nakuru. We have to win Nakuru.
Win how?
Like Azimio has to win Nakuru.
No, we already done. The governor is in. We already done. Even the others. Even my MC, I stay in where? Even my MC is in the Jubilee. But
we didn't have, well, I'm saying that we didn't have very good numbers in 2017. So let's ensure we get good numbers in Nakuru.
Madam Mora, let me tell you one thing. That thing was prearranged by Ruto. It was not a genuine situation, okay? The outcome was already prearranged. From the MCA, MP, governor, women rep, he wanted his people to be in position for him to be the president in 2022. He was in charge, Ruto was in charge of the elections, okay? Uhuru alimwachia na akafanya arrangement. Watu ndio naona waachani na yeye, wanamshikilia, wanajua vile waliingia. So that this time is a bit free, haitakuwa hivyo. Because as you say, most of the MPs are Kikuyus, mimi am Kikuyu. And you start from huko juu pande ya Naivasha. Huyu Kihara, Jane Kihara, Kikuyu. Ukuje Gilgil, anaitwa Wangari, ni Mkikuyu.
Nyoba, Jane Kihara si wa UDA.
Wewe, alihama lini? Kemere, I'm on the ground myself.
Jane Kihara, si ule wa Naivasha, ni ule, no, it's not the Naivasha one. Ni ule wa Naivasha.
I'm listening to you, Kemere.
Ni ule wa Naivasha.
Nyoba, ebu abudeti Kemere ni kama hajajua.
Ako UDA,
Ni hivyo ndio nakwambia, I'm on the ground.
She's UDA.
Wote hata ukikuja Kemani Ngojiri UDA. Uende Moro Masharia UDA. Uende wapi huko Kabazi no.
Nyumba, lakini Nyumba, si umetuambia nini? Umetuambia Jane Kihara ako Jubilee, hako Jubilee.
Na mimi sijasema hivyo Kimere. Nilikuwa nasema wako UDA kutoka huko Naivasha.
Okay, we tunawanasa ndio
the seven Kikuyu MPs, they are in UDA, all of them. And even the Susan Keheka
by Ruto, they were put there by Ruto.
Yes, and you can even Susan Keheka UDA yote, lakini tunatupa nje yote. I'm trying to confirm to Madam Mora that this time is going to work. Ruto has no effect. He can't prearrange those things at ingia hawa. Haiwezekani. Are you satisfied, Mora, or not?
By the way, Nyumba,
I'm good. If he has no way of like manipulating the voters, then we can win.
No, we are winning. Kimere?
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza ule mama wa Bahati, how is she doing? Joki, anaitwa Joki.
Huyu ameingia. Kimani Ngonjiri ameenda nyumbani. He's home.
Oh,
Huyu ameenda. Umetolea huyo.
Thank God, thank God. Okay.
Jiro, am I permitted to go out? Na nitatoka, si kwa skrini pekee, nitatoka mpaka nyumba niende huko nje niangalie. Unajua sasa mzee anaangalia kumekucha namna gani.
Haya, sawa, nitakupigia simu.
Asanti.
Yeah, nitakupigia simu. Thank you and thank you for your contribution.
Wanathemba, nani alienda wapi? Wenzetu wanawekesa. Kuna watu na wamisa zingine hata kuna watu na hata ule mzee kunishinda yule alikuwa anaitwa nani? Ati ni Bantu alienda wapi? Watafutwe. Warudi hapa wazee wasiwache peke yetu hapa. Sandini wote. Ladies and gentlemen and whoever is in the background. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. So I think Themba, we have all spoken. You can take the floor and push forward from there. Thank you.
Nyumba, how are you before you go? Salimia kuku na ng'ombe. You need to tell us why are you mistreating your workers? Ndio maana wanakutoroka.
Themba si hivyo. I'm a gentleman and very fair and injustice. Ni vile watu wapendi kazi ingine. Sasa hata nataka kuuza hizo ng'ombe. Nikaa hivyo kama nyinyi.
Kimere, Mora, Leto, and Jiru. Nice to see you all. And indeed, I can see there's progress that's happening as we move towards the D-Day. I'm becoming a little more focused on Azimio matters. And I'm becoming less and less interested in what the Kenya Kwanza or UDA, because there's no Kenya Kwanza, there's UDA. There's UDA. I saw just a little bit of what happened in the UDA camp, but because they have constantly lied to us, unless I want to see and to hear more lies, I have chosen the path of the right way and the wise way. And now, since we are saying that do not ask people to vote wisely, ask them to vote Azimio. So I'm following the wise group. I'm also aware that there has been a sustained pressure on them. And I like what I'm seeing. Azimio is releasing the last nuts, tightening the belt as you're moving towards the crossing line. They are becoming less predictable by the UDA guys, and they are spreading their wings more. I like the way Sabina Chege, Kalonzo Musyoka went to the lower eastern, and then they went a bit to Oranga. I like that kind of spread. And also there's the other part of Azimio, guys who are still in Western, doing a lot of Western. Something else that I also noticed is the Royal Media Caravan that is going across the country, and it was across the Western area. So when these people are leaving to go, the Royal Media Caravan, I also saw that this thing is serious. The owner of Royal Media himself was there, and he was speaking out in that caravan. So that one I saw as a very clear indication. There's a dinner, I don't know if the dinner was today or it's going to be tomorrow. There's a dinner that is coming up, 1 million per plate dinner. They're supposed to raise money for, yes, Kimere?
500K, not 1 million.
500K.
Yeah, and by the way, the Royal Media today, they were in Meru County, and they did all the Meru and ended up in Nanyuki.
Awesome. Omosh, kindly put your camera on. We don't allow curtains when you're coming up here. So when you want to come on, put your camera on. We want to see you. So I like the pressure that is being put from all corners, and there have been and the president moved and came back to do his official duties. He moves, he retreats back. He's been doing some very strategic steps. These ones are supposed to divert them from addressing what they're supposed to address, then go hitting the president. So as they hit the president, the Azimio guys are making progress, which I think is a good thing. And for some reason, I think someone in their camp told them that you guys need to concentrate less on the president and sell more of your agenda, and continue to stamp your authority in terms of what your manifesto is going to offer. I saw that in their campaign yesterday and today. They were less of hitting the president. They were not. They were trying to avoid hitting the president. They were only mentioning in passing part of what the president says. So I think someone told them that if you guys continue hitting the president the way you are doing, you are forgetting your line. But damage has already been done. They are trying to do damage control. They are trying to come up with ways in which they can cover the ground that has already been covered by Azimio. One thing I'm also noticing that there's quiet in wherever there's you don't see the deputy. I haven't heard, especially this week, of where Mudavadi and Wetangula were campaigning. I didn't hear where they were. In the coast, I didn't hear a lot of this power guy, Kingi. I don't hear him. I don't hear this other guy, Dr. Mutua, who is supposed to be bringing the Lower Eastern. I think the kitchen is getting hotter for them, and it's becoming hard for them even to access the ground. And I think as we move on, the deputy president is looking a little exhausted. Now today something happened, yesterday rather, something happened when they were in Kiambu. Moses Kuria has chosen that if he's not going to get the governorship, then Wamatangi is not going to get it. So in front of the deputy president, he had hired hecklers, that when Wamatangi speaks, they heckle so that his voice is drowned completely. And that was so embarrassing to the deputy president, because you see, he was there trying to, he brought Kuria spoke, and then of course at some point now he was to bring Wamatangi. Wamatangi could not speak because he could not be allowed completely by the people. And even the way Moses Kuria was talking at that point, I thought he's now outright, he's going to spoil it for Wamatangi. That is good for us, in my view. It's a good step. Let them continue, with that. It's creating space for these other players. Like Kabogo knew he withdrew himself from that confusion. And of course, for Azimio, that's a good thing. We are going to push and get something out of it. End of the road for Sonko. I don't know. We are yet to hear what IBC gonna say, because the day before the ruling, they had given Sonko the certificate. So my thought is, does that therefore mean that they can withdraw Sonko's certificate because the Supreme Court has ruled that he stands impeached and he cannot? Was there an express order that he cannot vie because he's been impeached? I am yet to get that part, because the thing was, he was in court to seek redress to challenge his impeachment. Now the court has sustained his impeachment. Did it give an order that he cannot vie? Now, if that order was given, when it was being given, the IBC had already given him the certificate. Can the IBC withdraw, degazette him? Well, if the IBC can degazette him on the strength of that impeachment, then it would follow, therefore, that since the CUE found Sakaja not having a degree, it can also apply the same to degazette Sakaja. You know, because if you stand disqualified even after you've already been given the certificate upon the express, you know, the ruling by the Supreme Court, I mean, he was given the certificate pending. It wasn't pending. You were given the certificate. Was it pending the ruling? Was it until the ruling, or was it after the ruling? So that is for me. I await direction and get to see what IBC will say about it. Maybe today, tomorrow. I mean, when we wake up, to hear what guidance they'll give, because that will be also an issue. Now, if okay, someone has to go back to High Court to bar Sonko. Can you go to High Court now to bar Sonko? If you can go to High Court now to bar Sonko, then you can go to High Court now to bar Sakaja, because the CUE has already written a letter saying that they have withdrawn the certificate. I mean, his academic credentials. So that I think is something we await to hear if someone is going to go to court. And if no one goes to court, is he still going to buy? You know, those are the things that now we await to hear moving forward. Other than that, I think I want to stop there for now, and then we are going to explore the others. Unless there's any question, I see Kimera probably has a question or an addition.
I actually just wanted to add on what you said about Kiambu, because after that row that you are talking about, Ruto himself actually, if you there was a clip when he was saying he actually hailed both of them. He first said, Nahuyu wa Matangi, and after that, and everyone was, hey, and then he said, like he was trying to promote both of them, which is quite unusual, because you can't you can't try to promote two candidates at the same position, can you? You don't. So I think he was cornered today. He did that. It was on I saw it on Citizen TV, where he asked people to vote for Wamatangi, alafu akawauliza na huyu Moses Kuria, you know, it's kind of he doesn't even know how he should do it. The other thing you umesema that what you just said about Sonko, yeah, someone has to go to court to ask the High Court to repeal the judgment, or because otherwise the thing is, if no one goes to court, he will go to ballot most likely, because then otherwise the IBC will have to ask someone to go to court for that. However, even if he goes to the ballot, he will not be the governor anyway, because he was stopped at some point. So I think the wise thing, if he is a wise man, if he is not really pushed by his greed or, you know, that ambition of going to power and all that, he should just leave it that way, because he ain't gonna govern anyway, even if he is voted in. So I think we shouldn't be very much, though we are worried that he doesn't divide the Azimio votes in Mombasa, as far as we are concerned. But for the risk of him governing Mombasa, that will not happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kimere. And you see, do you think Sonko can decide that I'm not going to run? Let me stay away.
It's difficult unless if he has good advisors, probably. But out of himself, no. That's why someone was talking here earlier that he is thinking of going to the East African Court. So East African Court of Justice. But whichever the case, he is doomed anyway. But I hope he is wise enough to understand that, because otherwise he will just be wasting his time and resources.
Yeah, you see, as it stands, is in the ballot. So if unless there's a court order, saying that now he cannot run, then he's in the ballot, and people may have to. I think Kalonzo and friends may need to talk to him. I don't know what the window is. Are they able to replace him, Njiru?
They proposed someone. Kalonzo Honorare said that they were trying to propose someone. They had proposed someone else in Mombasa, but then there was another problem with they wanted someone Mbogo or something. They had proposed someone else, but I think there was another problem with that someone. So, but you see, Temba, what I don't understand about Kalonzo, and maybe Mato will be very mad on that. I know Mato is so because Kalonzo is in Azimio, right? Is it necessary? We already have an Azimio candidate for governorship in Mombasa. What is that? Is it really necessary for him to have his own candidate there? It doesn't make any sense.
That's actually what I was gonna ask. What's with Kalonzo with wiper? Everywhere he goes, he just promotes wiper. Have you guys seen that? It's like, okay, yeah, he's in UDA. Sorry, he's in Azimio, but it's like Azimio comes second for him. It's wiper everywhere he goes. So why is he bringing competition to Mombasa by bringing a wiper candidate?
Okay.
Maybe Deto can tell us.
One thing we need to understand is these politicians being politicians, they are thinking ahead. Yeah, they are thinking ahead of time. They are first of all thinking that okay, fine. What will happen post Baba, right? Azimio comes in, and this, if you listen to some of their calculations, they were saying that now when you come to the table, each person or each party leader will be presenting what they have brought on the table. They'll say that, okay, ODM, you have brought this, because Azimio is a big house, but you have Jubilee, you have ODM, you have Wiper, you have DAPK, you have all these parties. So you'll be asked, okay, fine, how many people have you brought? Now, one thing we need to appreciate is that, politics is dynamic. Politics is not static. We may be having Azimio right now, but as soon as they come to power, they are already thinking of power, right? So they will be starting to prepare themselves. Without anything, everybody wants to be the person, the center of power. You might have authority, but you don't have power. So if you don't have that power, if you don't have MPs, you don't have no power. So Kalonzo is looking at still having his base in Ukambani intact, so that there's no penetration by any other party. And that will still make him able to have some voice post 2022. Now, if he doesn't get that, then it means that his voice is weakened and he'll have no bargaining power post 2022. So those below Baba, like Kalonzo and others, and DAPK and all, they are trying to up their negotiating power for the next political dispensation. Is it right? Is it wrong? Personally, as a politician, you must have ambition. So it is okay for you to push and shove to get as many MPs as you can. But on the overall, we need to work at getting Azimio to power. But if we get Azimio to power and don't give Baba friendly MPs that are going to help him to govern, then it will be a struggle. Now, the thing that we are having is that we are not having our parties as Azimio. We have only Baba and Martha will be on an Azimio ticket. The rest will come with their parties. So you'll come with Jubilee, another one will come with Wiper, another one will come with that. Now, if we don't focus so much on Azimio, it might in some cases jeopardize our chances. But you still need each member to bring their MPs, which is going to help the Azimio government. So it's a tricky situation, and in coalitions, those are some of the challenges that you have to see how to balance. You're balancing individual interest vis-a-vis the corporate interest. So sometimes it can be tough, but it is the nature of coalition building. So Kalonzo has ambitions, just like other people inside there, and I think it's just okay for him to at least push to get as many Wiper MPs, just like ODM is pushing Western Nyanza area to get as many ODM MPs, and Jubilee is pushing in Central to get as many Jubilee MPs. And of course, we have DAPK in Western. We have the others in the Northeastern. Is it Upia? And then you have all those different, and then of course Super. So they are trying to bring as many for their political survival. Because if they don't, you will go to a political oblivion. Come after Baba. After Baba, you will not have negotiating power. Yeah.
I
But
think
why should it be like it's him that is so focused on Wiper? All the other Azimio Azimio members, they are not as so vocal about their parties like Kalonzo. I mean, that's what I've noticed. He is like too focused. I mean, we are not denying everybody has to support their own and bring up like stand for their own parties. But for him, it's I think he's too passionate about it. Mpaka like unaona hata baba anaibika sometimes, like they don't know how to react. I mean, it's something I've just noticed.
You know what annoys me most, actually, Temba, if I may say, it's I understand he can promote the party. That's all right if he does it in Ukambani, in Machakos, in Makueni, in Kitui. But what really annoys me, and I can't understand, is we have an individual here who is compromised, who has been impeached. Why should he insist in that man? That's the only thing that I can't really forgive him about. Because I understand that you wanna be relevant, your party be relevant in the coast and all that, but you can choose anyone else. It annoys me because I've seen him go accompany Sonko to the courts and all those things, and that jeopardizes also our message that we are the people who are most tough on corruption and we're going to fight corruption. And yet here we have one of the principals in our party who is supporting someone who is corrupt. You understand? And he is very insistent on that. So that's what annoys me most. Apart from promoting the wipers, Morai saying that everywhere Nipatia wiper and all that nonsense, because we are 26 parties. I haven't had anyone else, actually, she is right. I haven't had any other politician talking about their parties. Even Mother doesn't even talk about now Kenya being the deputy. But Karonzo, as he comes, and he has infected his soldiers about it as well, because some of his the members who walk around with him, they will also ask for wiper, nipatie wiper, and all that, you know. But come on, we are beyond that. But I think I don't know. His Delta knows why these million votes are really very important. But we need every vote. But Kalonzo also should change at least his dynamics a little bit.
Now,
Ndeto, why are you quiet?
there's something else you need to notice. I think support for Sonko was very strategic. Can you imagine if Sonko was in UDA? If Sonko was in UDA, I think you would be speaking a different language right now. So it was very necessary to in a way. We are the same people here who have argued that Sonko has the populist support. That he might even not be on the vote, but the side that he's gonna be, he's probably going to have some influence in terms of pulling people towards that direction. So Kalonzo might not have internally having that, the support that Kalonzo gave Sonko was standing with him as he was going through the legal battles. Okay, Sonko still had some appeals to go through. Now, those appeals have failed. All right. Now, you see, even if Sonko is not there, he's not going to say that these Azimio people let me down. All right. The court has decided. So, but which side is Sonko in? Sonko is in Azimio. So you see, you have sometimes in politics focus on the bigger picture. You know, I remember we had a debate here and we were saying, why is Baba still Bembeleza in Kalonzo? You know, why can't he just let him go? But sometimes you want to focus on the bigger picture and say, okay, fine. What is the bigger picture in the whole of this? If this person goes to, if Kalonzo would, if Sonko would have sustained, because he had started at some point working with the UDA guys, he went for some rallies with them, he went to Coast, you know, and was trying to support the UDA people. Even if he was not going to be on the ballot, but the side he was going to be, those people say that Sonko is a nice person, they were going to vote the other side. But right now, it is safer for us to say that Sonko is with us. The other side he called them already Mahasla Bandia. So he would say that these Azimio people never stood with me. Kalonzo stood with him, appeared in court with him, gave him the certificate, and of course he went. The Supreme Court sustained that impeachment. So utauliza sasa mimi nifanye, si nilisimama na wewe si tulikusupport so shida yetu iko wapi? You see, so that was more of in my view, I didn't see it as a bad thing, because Sonko was going to, if he would have gone the other side, there's a sizable vote that he would have pulled the other side. I want to allow at least the Julia and Kuseo, who came in later, to at least give their comments, and then we can get back to the others. Julia Karibu, maybe you give your comment as you also give your submission, then I'll bring Kuseo.
Asante. Kuseo, samahani nimekuruka, ni Themba amesema nikuruke.
Yeah, unajua ladies first. When you arrive almost the same time with the lady, the men will open the door for the ladies.
Remember, moderators should aim to be more likable. I told you.
You should not unmute and talk before I allow you.
No, when you are addressing the moderator, you can. That is allowed in the debate. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Point of order. I hope you're well, Mr. Kuseo. Now, Julia, tafadhali.
I'm a gentleman. Julia has to talk first.
Kuseo.
Thank you, Kuseo. Na
What do I say? What do I say? Julia.
Asante Themba, mmefukuza Martin, mmemwambia maneno ya Kalonzo, mmefanya nyamaze. Hi Kimere, good to see you again. Hi Mora, Kuseo, Richard. I just wanted maybe you respond to this. I heard you people, you and Kimere saying and then that someone needs to stop Sonko from what? I thought he was stopped from by the Supreme Court. What happened then? I thought I had some ruling by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, the ruling at the Supreme Court was to sustain his impeachment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when the ruling sustains his impeachment, Sonko's argument on seeking to be governor, he had been was saying that you can seek leadership as long as you have a case in court. Okay, so he had a pending appeal. So he was given his certificate based on the fact that he had a pending appeal.
Mm-hmm.
But now his impeachment has been sustained. So now the next question comes in. Was part of the question the court was answering that he's not supposed to be cleared? That was not part of the question, right? So now someone has to go to court and say that this guy has been impeached and cannot run, because that was one of the reasons why he had been denied the certificate. So, but he has the certificate. So you see, the case is being passed after he has been given the certificate. So can IBC on its own order withdraw the certificate? Now, those are the questions that we are trying to ask. Can IBC on its own order decide that, okay, fine, we have since come to the realization that this person has no case pending in court and his impeachment still stands. So can it withdraw on its own volition? So those are this debate we are awaiting, which IBC said it can't, because in Sakaja's case, it said it can't. So if it can, in its own volition, decide to withdraw Sonko and degazette him, then what reason would they have not to degazette Sakaja? You get? Because there's already a letter withdrawing Sakaja's degree. So it is now there where we are saying the court ruling, yes, sustains the impeachment, but does it withdraw the certificate from Sonko?
Okay, I get you. Oh, that's complicated. So I see a situation where IBC is left to decide what to do, and probably Chebukati is hoping that Sonko loses so that shida zake zisha tu hapo. Maybe Chebukati is praying so hard that Sonko. Yes, Kimere, you're not. Yes, I don't know why I'm allowing Kimere, but let me allow him. I'm supposed to allow him through them, but.
Yeah, no, because I just want to add on that one, because it's either the IBC decides, but it's more difficult for IBC to take that decision. They will rely more for either an ordinary Kenyan or any other institution really to make that move, to go to the High Court and ask the High Court to retrieve that judgment to bar Sonko. Understand? And even with the Sakaja case, if you remember what the ruling of the judgment, the ruling of the judge was that he acquitted the case, but the judge said that the institutions, like whether it's the DPP or the criminal investigation or whatever, they are the ones who should really take the action to investigate and take action on that. So if even Sakaja's case still can be reviewed, but however, the problem is that the IBC can't do it. So for Sakaja case, we need other institutions to take action, because he can still be stopped regarding the degree issue and the validity of the degree and any other criminal activity if he forged or it's not valid, because if it's not valid, that means there's a forgery case. But that goes to the DPP, to the what do we call them, the DCI, and then the DPP afterwards, and then go to court. Then that way, he can be stopped. You see, it becomes it's just.
Yeah, I think it's complicated.
A long
but
process. You understand?
Yeah.
But it can be done though. And however, the thing is, and the risk is with these people, it might seem that it ain't gonna happen now, right? But even if you're elected in, that process can still continue because you can still be knocked out. Even if you are elected, yeah, you can be removed if you didn't respect what or you didn't fulfill what you were supposed to. Yeah. So
Yeah, I get you. I get you. Okay, wacha tu niendelee kusema sitakuruhusu uongee. Wacha nimalize my presentation. Now, so that was my concern, Mr. Demba. But me, I think I'll be like, if I was IBC, I would hope that the two people rules so that I have easy time. Easy cases that were mingi. Because somebody will be sued for fake paper, somebody, it looks so immoral to have Sonko on the ballot. It's immoral. I won't start imagining kuna plan, ama ati Sonko amebeba some crowds and all that, hata kama ako Azimio, I say I don't want to be part of double standards. If we don't want corruption, we don't want corruption, period. Hata awe anatusaidia kwa Azimio. Me, that's my take. So I hope he loses miserably. I hope he becomes number 3. And I also hope that Sakaja loses so that we get rid of these double standards. People are even saying here, at pengine Sonko is a mobilizer, atasaidia Igathe, whatever. My take is, I don't want to go for double standards. We are going for a clean ticket. Baba, Mother Karua, we are going to stand with what we stand for. Now, on the other hand, there is something Demba said that, which I want to agree with. You're talking about Kalonzo Musyoka fighting for Wiper Party, which I understand. I really think Kalonzo needs to fight for Wiper Party. Because after this, he's done. Ametusumbua kiasi. And me, I'm seeing a situation then, but where we'll have an Azimio party. That's what's gonna emerge. A strong one. Strong and powerful. With very strong men and women behind that party. I'm seeing the birth of an Azimio party, now not an Azimio coalition. And I'm seeing a situation where Wiper will be out of Azimio. So Kalonzo has a very reasonable reasons to fight for Wiper because he got to do it. Because after this, after Baba, if Baba doesn't vie for another session, like he doesn't go for the second term, I think that we'll have mother and upcoming people now, politicians. And I don't see a situation of mother and Kalonzo. That is my own feeling. I see other politicians rising to work with mother. So, and I'm seeing an Azimio party. So Kalonzo has good reasons to fight for Wiper. He has good, reasonable reasons to fight for Wiper. Now, I saw on that note, when DP returned to Kiambu, and there were lots of insults, and I think, Kimere saying that at one point he was talking about Kuria, then he was talking about Wamatangi. I think those are double standards. And then there were insults and collisions. Kulikuwa kama kuna vita and a lot of matusi. I think that one is the character of DP and his sycophants and his henchmen. That is how they campaign. I'm not surprised. And then the Baba's reception was very good in Kilifi. I loved that. So overall, I want to say this. As we go close to the election, I'm seeing a situation where that Baba is emerging to be the really very front runner, who really, I think now every day Ruto is losing. I've not seen the opinion polls where Ruto is gaining. So because of that, we should just maintain our standards. We should just maintain our moral standards. Tusitetee Sonko. Mimi siwezi tetea Sonko na ile drama yote amefanya hata kidogo. I know sidhani kuna mtu anamtetea hapa, but still I feel the Supreme Court has said that he's not supposed, have sustained that decision that he was impeached. If you are impeached, means you are not supposed to run for election. So if he's running for election because IBC cannot withdraw him, then I think that is double standards from IBC. However, from the Azimio coalition, we got to maintain these standards, these moral standards. We got to say we are fighting this, and we are fighting on anti-corruption platform, and we got to maintain that. So Kalonzo Musyoka, maneno yake na Sonko sijui alitoana wapi, lakini Kalonzo hata kama anapigania Wiper, I think he should also do something about the kind of people he's working with. However, I'm impressed with Baba, and I think we are doing good. And I hope I hear that Sonko is not on the race. And if he's on the race, Themba, I hope he loses miserably. I also hope that Sakaja loses miserably in Nairobi. So that's what I want to see. That's my main question was that, Themba, and you've answered me. So I also want to see what happens as the drama unfolds. Asante, Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia. Kuseo, time yako sasa.
Oh yes, good evening, Richard, Christine, Daudi, K. Did you say Mr. K? Olara, Themba himself, Julia, Martin, Deto, Kogi, and myself. Where is Mama Selina? The studio is full, eh? Anyway, I want to just say something about Sakaja. You remember when the Sakaja issue came, Chebukati said that the only way that the matter can be otherwise, the only way it can be removed is if a court order overrules the tribunal decision to clear him. Remember, Sakaja is there not because of the degree or anything, but because the court ordered the tribunal, the IEBC tribunal, to put Sakaja on the ballot. Now, with the letter, it means that it can be overturned. Now, as somebody has said, I think it was Kogi, either the DCI can use that same line to get the High Court to overrule the clearance through which the IBC tribunal had ordered. Now, that way he will be out. But I think the same can also be done by a private individual or the DPP, whatever they choose. But if it were for me, you remember the other time we were saying that the best option for Azimio is to leave Sakaja on the ballot. That way, the matter will end so nicely and will be a celebration win. Because personally, as far as I'm concerned, I do not see how Sakaja can win, even come very near. If he's second, he will be a very distant second. Now, regarding the Sonko issue, the Sonko issue has reached a dead end. It cannot be revived. Remember, the law which applies in case of Sakaja and Sonko are a bit different. Sonko is under Article 75, but Sakaja is under Article 93. Now, under Article 75, it is the impeachment route. Now, the Supreme Court, basically, as Themba said, Sonko's case was that he had not exhausted his appeals. But now, with the ruling of the Supreme Court, that has been brought to an end. In other words, they are now exhausted. So he has no other ways to continue. It means that IBC were right to stop him because of the impeachment, which was upheld, remember, by the Court of Appeal. But even as we speak now, remember, I'm not so sure whether Sonko has even been gazetted. So chances are that even the way things are, he will not appear on the ballot papers. IBC may choose to withdraw the certificate or just let the matter die. It's natural death. Because now it is beyond any salvation. Now, based on, at the same time on Sonko and Wiper and what have you, it looks like part of Wiper coming on board, there was a Sonko inside there, that he should be allowed to try his luck in Mombasa if it goes through. Now, I know that Azimio had challenges regarding this because, remember, Azimio is focusing so much on the corruption cases. Now, to entertain Sonko's even contesting is really watering down that resolve to fight corruption. Now, with all the issues around Sonko, that is why sometimes, you remember some of us were saying that Kalonzo should not be seen to be pursuing that line because of the corruptions around Sonko. If he's pursuing that as presenting Sonko as a candidate, it really impacts very badly on the Azimio's resolve to fight corruption. Now, you can then imagine even when that government is formed and the likes of Sonkos have to be accommodated either through agreements or through call them memorandums of understandings or the like. It is either way, it is not good. But the bigger picture here was that if you do that, if you had gone anywhere to against Sonko, chances are that Sonko could decide to go independent, even if assuming he was cleared. But earlier on, remember, there have been talks that he was having talks with Hassan so that his supporters could be offloaded to Hassan, which was going to make the Mombasa contest unnecessarily hard for Azimio. Now, that being what it is, it then explains why, to make sure that Sonko is managed within Azimio, it may then explain why Karua, Baba, and the president had developed soft hearts for Sonko in the last few days. As much as he's there, he has no reason to be annoyed with Azimio so as to support somebody independent or to support Hassan. I think that is where the matter lies. Now, then there is the other issue that can Wiper then in that case replace their candidate? I do not know how IBC would handle that. They may try if they think they have a chance, but again, the collective push within Azimio will be at odds if that was to happen. Although I do not think they can get somebody as strong as Sonko to replace, to front as a governor in that place. Now, regarding the campaigns in Kilifi, I saw that I think there is a very, very strong resolve there, whereby, as maybe all of you are aware, Kilifi is the only county in ODM, for ODM, where everybody, all the people on the elective seats, contests were ODM. From all the MCAs, all the MPs, the governor, the senator, everybody was ODM, 100%, so to say. So that then explains why you could see a lot of fireworks in that campaign. And if they continue like that, I see them, they may actually have a repeat of that performance. It will be very good. It will be very, very good. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kusel. I really don't know who came first between Christine, Daudi, Mr. K, and Olara, but I want to give the lady the first priority. Kama kawaida, there are fewer ladies here, so wanaume mkae hapo tu pole pole. Christina, mama, uko wapi? Nakutafuta.
Remember, I'm gonna be leaving in a few. So once you get a chance, if he gets me, he's still here. That's fine. I know I haven't spoken for 2 hours, but that's fine.
2 hours.
Wewe nakujua unipendi sana. Ni
2
sawa
hours.
tu. Tuendelee. Tusonge tu hivyo.
Sikia sasa, wanaume wanapendananga. Ni Gachagua na Ruto ndio wako na hiyo.
Mimi si Gitash. Oi Gitash si ati kumadharau mali yuko. Mimi niko na sura bwana. There's a face behind the name. Is right here. Hiyo chafu hiyo ndio hiyo hapa na sura mbaya.
Unaweza ngojea dakika zingine kama.
Yeah, but I do have to leave. If it goes too long, I'm just waiting on a call and then I'll have to leave. If I do, I appreciate it.
Si utarudi?
Ukinikubalisha, unajua huko kwingine kuna kwaga kugumu. Jana nilijaribu kusumbua lakini ukaniingiza, so kama utaniingiza
unaweza enda alafu utarudi baadaye. Christine.
Haya.
Nimerudi.
Wapi Bob Papa Zimio?
Hi Temba. Hi Julia.
Wapi Bob? Honeymoon imesha?
Nitajibu, acha nisalimiane kwanza. Hi Kuseo.
Hi.
Good to see you. Olara, you are back. Leo umefunika kifua. Good to see you. Mr. K, good to see you. Daudi, good to see you. Papa, I think Papa explained vile ako hot ke kuku inje in Temba, and we should not be talking about that. So, I don't have much to say, but I want to comment about the Supreme Court judgment on Sonko's issue. I think today, I applaud the court for the verdict or the judgment they gave. At least they have shown us that they are still adhering to the Chapter 6 integrity issues. So it's unfortunate that the IBC went ahead yesterday and handed Sonko the certificate. I don't know how it's going to happen. But just like I said previously, the courts, the IBC are messing this country big time. And now we are waiting on the courts. We are waiting on the IBC and the EACC, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, to act, because now we've confirmed the due process for impeachment was followed. Sonko had some concerns that the Senate felt it was good that it be addressed by impeaching him. So Sonko squandered some public funds, and I think EACC should act. And if EACC can work in concurrent with the court verdict today, I still believe that Sonko should not vie, that certificate should be taken away from him. It's unfortunate how Chebukati runs the IBC like his own property. And I think that is the first office we just plead with Raila and Martha Karua to take action when they get to that office. So it's good, the ruling was done, but I still doubt whether IBC will take that certificate away from Sonko. But all in all, Sonko is going nowhere. The PR stunt they pulled with Uhuru, I don't think is gonna reach far. So to leave Sonko aside, Raila's grand reception in Kilifi, I think Kilifi, Mombasa, Kwale, those have been home to Raila Odinga, so the reception there is welcomed and was expected. I want to talk about Uhuru coming up to support Raila publicly now. We have 30 days, 20-something days, 25 if I'm not wrong, to election. And I think now the Kalenjin should be sure that Uhuru is not playing Raila. Anytime Raila was on his own, Raila would take Uhuru to Kondele. Uhuru receives the grand reception. And they kept mocking, Uhuru is just playing Raila, Uhuru is just playing Raila. Whenever Uhuru was not talking anything in favor of Raila, whenever Uhuru was not saying his political support for Raila, we would be mocked, Raila would be mocked, Uhuru is just sending Raila, it's a smart way, Uhuru is sending Raila to Bondo. But I thank God this far, as per Kanzadena statement, Uhuru has so many planned trips to Central, and these are the times, what is going to happen now with Kenya Kwanza, because at first it was that Uhuru has one vote, but anytime Uhuru stands to say something in favor of Raila Odinga, the next day they're going to start abusing him through abuses. So it's good within the remaining 20 days. I'm sure as Uhuru will be going to Central, they're going to spend their time counteracting, abusing Uhuru. They are not going to talk about their manifesto. They are not going to tell us anything constructive. So I think Uhuru is, as much as we used to say Moi is the father of politics, I think Uhuru got that well from him. And Julia, I'm just so impressed. It seems the Nyeri people love Baba even more than us Luos, because I'm seeing all Uber cars in Nyeri is just Azimio Raila, you know. Those are things we didn't expect. Kikuyus are pulling surprises on us every day. I hadn't believed that Kikuyus will back us until now. Yeah, so to me, I am seeing change of tides. Things are working well. We are getting ready. I would just advise each of us, tell a friend, it's gonna be lit. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, finally, I would just want to clarify Temba. Temba seems to be so busy. Julia, Temba, I just want to know this Mizani. The Mizani polls, I'm not so sure. Sometimes when polls favor us, we applaud them. Sometimes when they don't favor us. But I saw Mizani poll came out today, and they were saying Chris Wamalwa is ahead of Natembeya in Trans Nzoia. So I don't know how true that is, you know. So are we gonna talk negative about? Are we gonna bash them today? Tomorrow again, we talk positive. I just don't understand what is happening in Trans Nzoia. That is what.
Did you see the Infotrack? Is it Infotrack or Tifa? One of them that put Natembeya at 60 something and Chris at.
Yeah, that was Tifa.
Tifa.
Yeah.
And Tifa is more scientific, and it put Natembeya at 60s and Chris at, I don't know, 11 or something thereabout. So tuko sawa.
Okay, rest assured tuko sawa basi. I think I'm done with my submission, Temba, unless mko na kitu ya kunipatia ama.
Umemaliza?
I'm normally short like that, but unajua matime zangu pia nangoja.
Yeah, we unakwanga very, very clear. The clarity of thinking. Yeah. Na umepeleka Bob papa wapi?
Bob leo, unajua Bob is wanasemanga a jack of many trades, or what do the Englishmen say? So Bob is hot cake, nikimwachilia hivi mwingine ananyakua na nimezoea. I don't know, Julian ndiye aligive up, angeshikilia tu.
Christine. Daudi karibu. Toa maoni yako. Achana na Christine.
Hii maneno kali. So yeah, I've been listening about this Sonko issue, the ulabalo going around, and I think it's a tough one. The judges in Mombasa, Anne Nginjo and I think Stephen Githinji, they said Sonko was free to buy because he still had other options, and he still had an appeal somewhere in the High Court. And today we see a ruling coming down, literally upholding the ruling that Sonko is impeached. And if we are to go by the Constitution, Chapter 6, I think, should be Article 75 somewhere, where it says that a person who has been dismissed or otherwise removed from office for a contravention of the provision specified in Clause 2 is disqualified from holding any office. So what that means is that even if Sonko vied for the office, he would not be qualified to hold that office. So there's no way about it. I think his options are gone. Even if he's allowed to vie, tomorrow somebody is going to come and take him to court and he'll be pulled out of the office. So I don't see where he's going after this. I think the road has come to an end for him politically. Somebody somewhere was talking about Sonko going into business and focusing on what he does best. So I think he could do that. Sadly, it is not limited to only holding political office. I think it is any office that is public in nature. So it is hard. I don't see him becoming an advisor to the president or vice president or deputy president. So things are hard for him. I think he should just go and focus on business going forward. Now, looking at Baba's rally in Kilifi today, I think it was a very, very interesting welcome for him. He talked some of the things that I thought he shouldn't be talking in public, talking about the six piece and not being Asianikwe Uchi and things like that. And there's some words he mentioned that I don't want to mention. But he went into the history of how his father made a pact with some of the Mijikenda elders and how he has a Mijikenda name. And that was very interesting. It felt like Baba's Kiswahili was really good today. But yeah, it was very interesting to listen to him speak. He felt very relaxed. I think he's sure that he's going into the office. So I'm excited. And just keep encouraging anyone who is out there who has means to encourage others to go voting to do so. Thank you. That's the end of my submission.
Thank you so much, Daudi. Mr. K.
Hey, Jambo, everybody. How is everybody here? Mr. Kimere, I was with you in another place, and of course, Julia, I'm happy to see you that you've burning the midnight oil in this other place. First of all, I really want to. I'm really concerned about this judiciary, because what is the work of a judge? If I ask you, for example, Demba, what is judgment? What are you supposed to do? Because today you clear Sonko, tomorrow you abolish or you stop Sonko. It's a circus, because there are three judges, and the question before them is IBC right not allocating or clearing Sonko, and they avoid anything else. They just go for the question, and they do not exhaustively deal with the matter. It's like passing the buck and saying, for us, let us just look at whether Sonko had exhausted his all channels of appeal. But remember, these are judges who are voters, who are Kenyans, who are very much aware of what Sonko has done, and they pass the buck. I mean, we have created a creature here that is taking all the gains we have done or we are attaining as a country. Because I don't believe at in one time that the three judges did not know that the process was right of impeaching Sonko. They knew. I also don't believe they don't know that there are some attributes of corruption and allegation of corruption with Sonko, and misbehavior and childishness and a lot of barbaricness in his governance in Nairobi. Surely. You want to tell me they didn't see that? And then they sit down there to say until he exhausts his channels of appeal, he has an audit. And they are the people who should exhaust it at that level. So they wait for the other court. It is like we are working, it is like a confused country, a circus. And I hope Baba's government, we have a referendum so that we can streamline these things. Because I don't think there'll come a time. Somebody was telling me today, I think it's on the other forum, that the DPP takes the DCI to court because of a charge sheet. So the person who is being charged is actually seated somewhere laughing because he can see now, I'm not the issue anymore. The person who has offended is not the issue. The issue is now between who is superior between the DCI and the DPP. So these things are just a mirage of theater, a game of musical chairs. What happened to an African thinker? Because what is the problem with this skin of ours? Because
What happened to an African?
you know, it is weird that a judge is actually behaving as if he lives in another country. You know, remember you're explaining so well that the judgment there, they were actually to judge on Sonko, whether he was qualified to be in the ballot, but they knew the character, you know. So badala ya hii mambo yote, they could have dealt with it at the high court level, at the magistrate level, na maisha iende mbele. Because you want to tell me judges don't know that, for example, the case of Sakaja. Me, I'm not a judge. I'm not in government. I'm in business. But when the Commission of Higher Education says they doubt somebody's degree, I mean, is it rocket science for a judge to just say, let us even go to that school and make a judgment from there? You know, why are we behaving as if these things are so complicated and they are not? Because surely, if somebody has no degree, has no degree. What we should be saying is that we need to change the constitution, and degree should not be a qualification. Yeah, you understand? And therefore, for me, this country has so many. No wonder Uganda. If you're outside this country, if you go to Tanzania and you go to Uganda and other countries in Africa, they enjoy the comedy and the theatrics of politics in Kenya. I think we have reduced democracy to be comedy. And in fact, we can say it is a democracy made in Kenya, where, like, there was a time, I'm told there are people who had forged documents. It was even in the papers last month, and they were employed by the government. And after they were caught, the judge, because these are small fish, they said they pay the salaries they have been paid, and they were fined. But on the other hand, now on the other people who are faking degrees and stuff like that, it is so difficult for judge to find the truth. And it boils down to one thing, that money is changing hands. And because money is changing hands, now we cannot trust the justice system in this country. Kwa hivyo mimi hiyo story ya Sonko, it is as clear, it's so crystal clear. We know Sonko, we know his behaviors, we know the kind of recording he has done to so many people. We know the wealth he has. Some of these things do not add up. We also know that he has been accused for so many things of tenders and stuff like that. So why should we have stories? We are talking about stories here. And therefore, I know at this time, uh, even Azimio, they need his support because he's a mobilizer. But the truth should remain that if we are standing on a platform of anti-corruption, then we should not entertain people with corruption. Because how do you deal with an issue and then you compromise on the way? Let us lose the election if that is what it costs. But at the end of the day, we know the biggest problem in this country. It is not governance. It is not laws. It is not. It is not money. The biggest problem in this country is corruption, and that is why some people don't have roads. There's no medicine in the hospital. Some people are lacking job, and you're not getting the part and the share that you're supposed to get, even in your business, because corruption is there. And therefore, my persuasion or my urge to the coming government of Azimio is to if it's zero tolerance to corruption, let it be zero tolerance to corruption. It doesn't matter how good you speak. It doesn't matter how beautiful you look. It doesn't matter. We need to be distant ourselves. We know the group that entertains corruption, and that is Kenya Kwanza, because they eat corruption, they talk corruption, and the life about their life, their history. What we know about Ruto in history for the 30 years in government is that land has disappeared, money has disappeared. He has grabbed roads. He has grabbed people who are entirely displaced land, Moteshi's land. So these are things we know. There's nothing else we can. So we know Gashagwa, what he has done. You know, he has a court case. So for me, I think it is time we draw the line. We draw the line and say this side is anti-corruption and this side is corruption. Then we choose what we want. If we want corruption, it is okay. We vote for William Samoei Ruto, and we know that from the head to the bottom, corruption will be the order of the day, and we can legalize it. We can even pass an act of parliament that regulates corruption. Ndio sasa ukihongana, kama unatoka Nakuru uhongane Naivasha, ukifika pahali inaitwa Limuru hapo kwetu, unatoa risiti unasema nilihongana huko juu, sasa hapa si unigojee niende bwana mheshimiwa. So the thing I'm trying to put in our mind is that we have to we have to cut the line. Yeah, Sonko, we know him. He might be popular because of the gymnastics he does, maybe helping 1-2 people here. Unapea watu wengine unga hapa, unapeleka mwingine hospitali hapa. People think that that is the kind of a leadership we need. Yeah, because but it is a disguise. As long as you have stolen 1 billion and give 100 million, people think that you're a good person, and that is where the problem is. And therefore, as I finish, I want to say, Azimio agenda should be fighting corruption, because we have come to realize we have enough laws to fight corruption. What we are lacking now is the individuals to implement that. Yeah, institutions are as good and are as important as the individual. If the individual is corrupt, and the corruption is not even money itself, corruption is the breaking of an inner principle. If you know this is right and you do wrong, then you are as corrupt as anybody else. And therefore, we know where we are coming from. This country will only excel if we have a zero-rated corruption country. The person is anapokea kitu yake, haki yake, na anatosheka nayo. Hiyo ndio njia tu. Kwa hivyo nikimalizia nasema 24 days to go. We are going to install for the first time people who have fought for this country, fought for liberations, fought for the spaces that we have even at night here when we are talking. It is very, very important, because we say that if you be talking about liberty, you fought about liberty, you have fought about the space of freedom, then you're the right person to be given that opportunity to expand what you've been fighting for. And therefore, 24 days to go, or actually 23 days to go, we stole Baba and Mother Karua, and we see a revolution. I think these people now should come in and make a platform for the next generation. I think we are tired to see the same political players for the last 30 years. Mara huyu ako hii side, mara huyu ako hii side. I think it is time we finish that generation yote hii, akina Raila, akina nani, wapatiwe miaka yao 10, and then the next generation comes on a clean slate. Kwa hivyo kwa hao machache, Mungu awabariki.
Na hiyo kamera yako mbona ilikwama Mr. K?
haukuwa unanisikia?
No, kamera yako imekwama. We can't see you moving.
Even now?
Lakini tunakusikia. Yeah, even now.
I think then
But connection yako. Now, there's something you've said ambayo ninaona what the High Court rules that Sonko is free to vie on a Wednesday. On a Thursday, Sonko is given the certificate by IBC. On a Friday, Supreme Court rules against Sonko. What would it have been so hard for these people in High Court to wait until the Supreme Court judgment, which was going still to come on a Friday? Then, of course, decide whether they are going to allow him to run or not. Did they envisage that it was going to fail in the Supreme Court? So they rushed it up so that now IBC is faced with the dilemma that it has right now. Because I find that very interesting, because on Wednesday is when it passed the High Court, and the High Court allowed Sonko to go and run. Then on Friday, Supreme Court, rules that he stands impeached. The judge that was going to rule on the issue knew so well that Supreme Court was going to give its verdict on Friday. But he decides that because Sonko is still going to run, did he assume that there's no any other case? Yeah, I mean, these are very simple questions that we can start asking. The judiciary has become very interesting in their own case. You do something, you go to court, they give you, like I hear they have decided that it has nullified the division of KU land. Very interesting things. But anyway, it is our country. Olara, wakati wako. Lara, unmute.
I'm trying to shut down my TV here. Let me shut it down. Because Omanyala is running in 5 minutes. I was very interested to see him in Oregon. Let me just unmute some stuff here. Okay. Coming to the core.
Omanyala is running in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's in hit 6. And I'm in Oregon.
4:50. He was running at 4:50 a.m.
So that's why I'm looking at it, because we were already hit 5. Sai Kumisio Kitu, and that boy is a proud Kenyan, and we're all proud of him. He actually entered the realms of the fame. Nonetheless, the podium today has come to a sense, and I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, I told you Martha Koome actually predicted Sonko's fate. Lakini some old monies, some old political alliances try to keep Sonko on play. Was it purposeful? Even if it was purposeful, it was not right, and it was not good for the country. This country, I always say here, this country, we have never had tribalism. We have never had tribalism. We had corruption. And we are still fighting with corruption. And I think Uhuru himself learned something. He said, nilikuwa na hurumia. Sasa, kuna masimba wanakuja watahurumia mtu. Ukiiba msumari ya serikali, utakatwa. Ukiiba mabati ya serikali, utakatwa. Let alone billions. And to some extent, is called economic sabotage. Sabotage. This country had always been economically sabotaged. Our institutions are the best in all of Africa. We come up with commissions. Experts come with ideas to implement the same. But the political will has never been there. The political will has never been there. The political will has never been there. We are fighting now today. I was glad that Sonko was eventually put to his rightful place. Either you agree me or you don't agree with me. And I expect the same for Sakaja. Sakaja knows this politics. In fact, when the Krugler report came in, that's when the Kina Sakaja walikuja. They are the one actually supposed to implement it. And the what your land commission, Rungu Finani and Itorani, you can correct me if your land commission, your commission of land, who's on what and who's owning what and what is what. If we can only implement the Kregler, the report on election violence, and then Enugu report on the land commission, okay, I would suggest that we will be almost 60% off, because what is hurting our politics is old monies, and the business with government. Old monies and people who are doing business with government. And MCA does business with government. And MP has almost an allocation of almost 100 million per year. This can even corrupt the whole village. No, this money is, you just talk about it, and then at the end of it is just considered a bursary. How can 100 million be considered a bursary? And since Azimio have said kuna hiyo program ya kwamba kutoka elementary, primary, secondary, up to university and TT colleges, itakuwa ni government paid fees. We parents will only fight for transport, uniforms, and materials. I would like, before the government does that, we scrap the CDF. If there is any other area that we lose up as a country, and that's why I'm repeating again, we don't have tribalism in Kenya, we don't have any problem, we have bad politics. We have bad politics and corruption. And corruption should not be fed. If there's a free primary or free education to up university, then the monies which MPs are giving us bursaries, building some fake classrooms with the same our money, let's have Ministry of Education build, or Ministry of what? We have a Ministry of Roads and something like that. They have bigger machineries, they have bigger that. We don't have to let MPs go and do contracting agreement with their own companies or their cousin companies. They buy some old graders, then employ villagers to build a classroom. Then at the end of it, they just employ the villagers to build a classroom. All of us here have at least have experience of building a room. And a room which is hollow and in dimension is only, let's say it's 30 by 40, this is what we call a classroom. A classroom cannot cost you $1 million, $1 million, $2 million, or $4 million. But the CDF reports for 4 classrooms. Then MP comes there with a gallery of dancers, of cameras, of FB, of YouTubers, the money he used to advertise that same classroom is more than what he built with it, just to get a claimer. So that CDF part going forward, Baba has announced that we need to have a free education. And Martha was very clear about health. Martha was very clear about health. So if our efforts here could render CDF obsolete, because I'm hearing another danger that ya kwamba wanataka hasa councillors pia wawe na kiti, I don't know to do what. If we cannot allow our MPs and councillors to only legislate, and government should take full responsibility of actually building stuff, doing stuff as when the colonials were here. And when the first government of Kenya up to Moise, after 82, I think that's when the rain started to hit us. All government schools, we didn't hear about construction. We have Ministry of Roads or what? Come and do it. We have city council with councillors doing it, with budgeted, allocated, and councillors can actually see that the budget allocated is here. And most of the best schools in like in Nairobi, they are still city council schools. We have subsidized education. We've made it, I think, especially during Kibaki's time, we commercialized our education to an extent that the morals cannot allow it. We have to reverse it back. It should be only government who is giving education. And if somebody is partnering with government to give education, he should be clear. As he have a moral of this country at heart, and these silly, funny education universities we have, some of them are providing online. They're even giving us sakajas. We should have respect for education. Education, when it's subsidized and materialized or commercialized, the value drops down. It will be just a matter you can buy or you cannot buy. Can you afford it or you cannot afford it? The right way to afford the education is through hard work. Your family is chipping in, but don't come and seek because the regulation allows you to or recommends that you have a degree, then you buy a degree within 3 weeks. Sasa, I don't want to bore you with all that, but my conscience has always said, and I repeat again, Kenya has never had lack of rule of law. Tuna the best judicial system, but we have a lot of money. We have made our politics industry. The moment we reduce our politics or our politicians to be servants, not an industry. Because if you send an MP in with a salary of 1 million plus with all those hiyo pesa anapata ya mafuta nini na nini, then he has a kitty of another 100 million every year. You are making that MP has almost 12 million salaries, 100 million bursaries, and alafu anaiba tena anaenda kuclaim petroli na nini na per diem na a lot of stuff. You make that one sitting country is costing us close to 200 million or 250 million. This is not sustainable. We have to reduce those MPs to a level, because I remember when I was growing up, an MCA was wazee wa kijiji wanasema tu huyu ni MCA wetu. Huyu ni MCA wetu, anakuwa councillor. And he'll be our councillor for the longest. Na alikuwa anavanga tu koti imeraruka tu. Na tunajua our councillor anavaa imeraruka tu. Lakini saizi our councillors are driving SUVs. They have houses in Keleleshwa together with MPs. And if our conscience are not correct, and I don't want to bore you, but the main focus should be We reduce the amount of politicking. The cost of politicking in Kenya is too high for the government because government is doing business with politics. It should be the other way. We only legislate, then vigorously the MPs look at the contracts that the government does with other companies. Then we get a cheaper option and we move on. Okay, I'm sorry because I came late. Let the other panelists take over.
Okay. Thank you so much, Alan. Adams.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Yeah, just to go very fast. Today, I know we've a lot of things have been covered about Mike Mbuvi Sonko, but be it as it may, since it is in the topic, I'm also just going to hit a little bit. What happened today at the Supreme Court is it's a good thing. It's a good thing for the country and for the purposes of archives, for reference and everything. At least now we can talk of a sanitized society where somebody cannot just come and do theatrics here and there. And when they come into politics, they just make it the way they want. It works for them. So today's judgment on Mike Sonko is very simple. It has extinguished Mike Mbuvi Sonko's chances of being elected in any post in the Republic of Kenya. He'll never be elected or vie ever again until the end of age, until he dies. He'll never be elected again. That it has just hit a dead end. Secondly, Sonko he'll never serve in the public service. All he can do is business. Even if he decides to participate in politics, he can just participate, which is fine. He can mobilize, he can run around, he can do the Sonko rescue theatrics, all the stuff, but he cannot offer himself and he cannot be appointed to serve in any public office. So that judgment in itself typically sent him to political oblivion, whereby he will never ever feature again. So that said, I think it serves as a good lesson to us and people who behaves like him. Thuggery and criminality and such kind of stuff, people should not use them to clinch into public service through the political backdoors. So I think it's a good thing and it serves us well. Mr. Olara, who just spoke, I was listening to him keenly, and he said something which is I respectfully disagree with when he spoke about the CDF, the Constituency Development Fund. So not unless Mr. Lara do not understand what it really means, the functions of CDF. We know in the country, we know of misappropriation of funds, not only CDF. We know the level of corruption that has hindered our system very bad. It is like a decade. But CDF is one of the best things that has happened in country Kenya that other countries are envying. They envy the CDF thing in Kenya and how it works. But I agree with you on the part of misappropriation of funds, because it is a kitty, it's a financial kitty, yes. So I know they misappropriate it, but it is a good thing. Before CDF, I know you might have lived in Kenya before the emergence of CDF. A member of parliament, especially those who are in the opposition, had nothing. They could not use their salary. No member of parliament can use, be it a senator, a governor, women rep, even a member of county assembly can use his or her salary to do a development. They cannot. You can't. So we were just electing them. They were just being elected, and they just go to the Augusta or to the Parliament, National Assembly, and serve for those whole term of 5 years, and come back and ask for vote. They go back. So nothing was going on apart from the verbal politicking. Nothing else. So it is CDF that has helped them to do the developments that we see right now. If we go to the rural area and the villages, you can see the difference that has been created with the CDF money. You can see the primary school, a lot of constructions have been done, a lot of renovations. It's a good thing. So it all depends on you member of parliament. And I think this thing, there is always an oversight, and there's a way in which this thing is being checked. There are checks and balances. So it is a good thing. And for CDF to be introduced, it took those who participated in the first liberation to fight tooth and nail to introduce CDF. It was not, they did not just sit down and come up with it. For CDF to come into being, they fought so much for it to come to happen. So saying or proposing that it be scrapped off can be very, very dangerous. And personally, I don't think that one is a good idea. And even the one which is they are trying to introduce another kitty that a fund for the county assembly level for the MCAs. That one will also be better. That's another good thing, because now it is a way of devolving funds. Let funds come out of Nairobi, the central government. Let the money go to mashinani so that we can get the development.
Omanyala qualified for semis.
Yeah, just win. I can see. Yeah, yes. You just
let's celebrate that. Let's celebrate that victory.
Third place. Yeah.
Oh, he jetted in very late. And he was fatigued, not well prepared. This is good for him.
Oh wow, yeah, he's being interviewed here right now. It's a good thing. Yeah, so it really confused me. So basically, what I was saying, I think devolving funds down back to the mashinani is a good thing. So let us all echo it and let it be that way. And much said, I don't have much to say today. The rallies were good, and I think for now, let me stop there. I'm confused with this Omanyala thing. Thank you.
Alara, what is it?
Yeah, I have a big problem with my friend here, Adams. You see, if you can relate to why we have devolved system of government, then you can understand why we don't need a CDF. We don't need a council fund. A council should not have a fund, an MP should not have a fund, because we already have a governor. We have a governor with all the arms of MCAs. They are down observing the governor. If the governor cannot consume the CDF and make a vote for funds for let's say for a ward, because if you cover a ward, you don't have to cover a constituency. A constituency should not be covered by an MP. If you have 7 MPs who are having 700 million in your governorship? Why do you have a governor then? My argument was, and it still is, this devolved system, we understood it wrongly, because now we're just feeding those monsters to grow bigger and corrupt us more. Because if we can save a savings of 1 year of that CDF to his pocket, you cannot put him off for the next 10 years. He'll just be using another 10 million to re-elect himself, to come and IBA another 1 year of that 5 years, then he can be re-elected again. This is the politics of ignorance and idiocy we have acquired, and we should discontinue it immediately, because we have governors, and governors have MCS, and MP should only regulate. Then the senators deal with the governors accordingly, seeing where our funds are going. An MP should not have a role on disbursing of development. Development is for the governor and his wards, and let them discuss that. And if the governor fails on disbursing development, then we have a senator over him. Then we can impeach him, like the way today the Supreme Court confirmed the senator's role. So now, instead of giving those funds to MPs, we should be devolving those funds to governors and MCAs. Let them have a good budget, they discuss it, then they vote. We have to have school in this one, we have to have school in that one. That money, then we burden off the executive of giving out money to MPs, who are also part of the legislature. So if we can take off money out of MPs, then we'll have a less corrupt MP, and we'll be having a less government-to-government business. We'll be having then we can only empower the Senate more, empower the Supreme Court more, because you see the same money which Sonko is using is the same money he got from MP, is the same money when he was a senator. He accumulated a lot of influences. He bribed his way so many times. And this Supreme Court judgment today should be a lesson, like how we can move forward. Na vile Uhuru amesema, nilikuwa na hurumia. I hope Martha asiwahurumie, alafu then we have a conscious MPs who can allow that the monies for MPs should go to governors. Governors are the wards, are the MP area. MP should just concentrate on legislating, not branding himself with our own money, because he's just coming there. Nimefanya maendeleo na hii ni NGCDF money. You should not tell us what you accomplish with our own money. We should have another structure who's dealing with that money, and that will include governors, ward members, and senators. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Themba, let me just respond. Mr. Olera, there is something you're trying to mix up. You know, I know the work of MPs is to oversight, the main one, but you know, you're trying to say that the funds are supposed to be just put in the governor's office and sit there. I don't know whether you're new in Jerusalem. I don't know which county your home county. I don't know who your governor is. The way you govern us as misappropriated funds in the country Kenya is unbelievable. We are the devolved system was not to take all the funds and just put them on the governor's kitty and then let them rest there. When these funds are devolved like that, like for example, even the CDF itself, part of it goes to the bursaries, school bursaries. You know, a county may have up to even more than 8 constituencies, you know, with a bigger population. And now we have kids of different levels who maybe, I'm just addressing the part of bursaries alone. So you want everybody to flock governor's office looking for bursary, plus some of it can't work. That money will be eaten and it will not go anywhere. So Devolving means, to devolve funds means to make it into smaller pieces so that it goes down to mashinani. Leaving all the money at the governor's office is not devolved enough. So the funds need to be devolved more and more and more. Even if it means that every village can have a kitty for a devolved fund from the central government down. Every village has their own kitty, so that that money can be oversight and be seen how it works. That can be better. This thing of putting money, these governors are wolves. These governors, Mr. Lara, are hyenas. These people have eaten money from the counties, and they've done very dismal with the money, So I think it is very appropriate. It is very much in order, Mr. Lara, that let this money be devolved more and more, so that we can experience development, not just development physically, but in all spheres. And by the way, CDF money that you're talking about, there is a way in which it is being channeled. But because the member of parliament is the political head of a constituency, we normally see him there. But we have the CDF chairman, we have the officials that works around the CDF thing. So I think it is a good thing when these funds are devolved more. Let the funds be devolved more. Even if every village elder can have a kitty for that, it can be good, so that funds move from up there and it comes down. It should be from up bottom, not bottom going up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Like I always say, we can never exhaust it. And we just give our views to it. And now we leave for the people to digest and go seek further information. We want to start closing. And thank you so much for all those who are trying to come on. The time is up for today. And we really appreciate you all. We want to finish with the panelists who are here. At least these 6 panelists can give us their closing remarks. Elkana Shivashi, Pen Nyagaka, Nathan Dusi, Nyabansu Fred, Sylvester Daud, Mary Wainaina, Momanyi Birika. And in the meantime, mshukuru sana Omanyala amepata namba 2. Kwa hivyo amequalify kwenda kwa hits. Alikuwa namba ngapi? Namba 3. Namba 2. Haya basi.
No, number 3, but he qualifies for semifinals.
Yeah, amequalify for semis, so that is a good thing. At least the first Kenyan.
Alikuwa na jet lag. He's going to do well in semis.
the first Kenyan to qualify. Olara, umeanza tena tabia ya kusmoke kwa nini bwana? Wewe toka bwana. So thank you so much. Alikuwa na jet lag, amekuwa namba 3, so we hope watu wanasema namba 2 bwana. Mbona nyinyi ni namba 2 ama namba 3 bwana?
Ni number 3. Forget about Euphoria. I watch it right here. It's 3rd place, but
na sisi tuliona na macho yetu, tuliona kama namba 2. Our eyes.
Mr. Daudi, what did you see? It's number 3.
So there was a mistake. They listed him as number 2, but then the New Zealander clearly was 2nd, and so Omanyala came 3rd.
But he qualified.
He qualified.
Yes,
that's what I saw. So
that's okay. Awe number 3, number 1, number 2 amequalify. Hiyo sasa wacha tuseme tuachie hapo. Hiyo ingine okay. Now we want to start taking our closing remarks, and of course kama kawaida, tafadhali subscribe to Mutembei TV and also subscribe kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Wacha niweke hapo. Wacha tuanze na Julia, Christine, alafu Daudi, then Adams.
Okay, I like what's going on. I like what's happening. Really, we are getting this thing. though kuna watu bado wanalalamika maneno ya ABC whatever. Mimi sitaki kulalamika, mimi sipendi kulalamika. I always hope for the best, and I hope that we are going to have good I mean, we're going to have observers and all that, and agents that are going to be upbeat. So maneno ya Raila grand reception, that's the trend in the country. And I was just urging my people from Mount Kenya region. I was just saying, hata kama kuna ile msema hata inasema, if you can't beat them, join them. Hii kitu baba amechukua. And whether we like it or not. So I am urging that we join the winning side. Na maneno ya corruption ati DP, nilisikia pale Mount Kenya show somebody saying that DP alisema ati the thieves are everywhere. Sisi hatutaki wezi. Nyinyi watu wa udaku tumewapatia wezi wote wenye mnaona tuko nao, hata wao tumewa donate to you. We don't want thieves in our side because we are campaigning on an anti-corruption platform. So going forward, we are doing good, we are doing better, we are going to do the very best. I mean, we are going places in Azimio. Kwa hivyo nawaomba nyote, hata wenye mko kwa chat, kama hujavuka sakafu, mvuke sakafu, kwa maana Baba is the next president of the Republic of Kenya, and Mother Karua is the next deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Bona Black, stop being shy, just join me. I know you're a good man, I know you love the Lord. Wacha maneno ya watu wenye wanaharibu nchi. Please join us in this side. Asante Demba.
Christine.
It's my turn.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I just want to say in European language, I believe Adams you'll understand, but I'll also tell the rest what it means. There's a song Onyi Papa sang another time, and the song got banned because he referred to, by then, the Mata Karua in a term. He was just speaking in like parables, but it didn't augur well when somebody translated to Mata Karua what it meant. He said in European language, ni joka bimbegi wase dinonegi. So joka bimbegi today, for me, it will be the IBC. So all the tricks that the IBC might have thought to be using, we keep catching them up. And this time round, it's not gonna be fun for them. Chebukati is not gonna pull a kivuitu on us because it's gonna be bad news, you know? So I'm glad about that. And then I would finally finish by saying Giniwa Sekao. This thing, we've taken it. We are only waiting for that day for the results to be announced so that Baba can take a position that has rightfully belonged to him for so many years, but things have just been the process had to take a long time. There are ups and downs, but finally, if you are patient, no matter what, whatever God has planned for you, it surely comes to pass. So I would just urge my fellow brethren and sisters, spread the gospel, tell a friend, tell a friend, tell a friend, tell a friend, mpaka ifike huko kijijini. On 9th, tuko Gangari. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. That's very, very, very important. Daudi.
Yes, thank you so much, Temba. I'm still stuck on the two judges in Mombasa, Anno Nginjo and Stephen Kithinji. We all saw Mother Kome appear on Spice FM, and we saw what her mind was on impeachment. So it was obvious that she would read that she was going to deliver a ruling to uphold any impeachment that had been, delivered previously. So they should have probably not have gone to the extra mile of saying Sonko was free to vie and kept it that he should have waited for the High Court ruling because they knew it was coming later on in the week. But they went ahead to say he was free because he still had other options to pursue. So that created a lot of confusion. And I think IBC lawyers are still scratching their head. But given that the ruling was delivered today, I think the IBC is obliged to follow the ruling, because it says if you've been thrown out of office or been impeached, you shouldn't be fit to occupy any other office. And so IBC is obliged to stick to that. They could have given him the certificate, but I think they have to retrieve that. It's what the law says, and so they're obliged. It's the law of the land. It's the law of the land. They should follow the law of the land. That's my opinion on that. Going by Baba's caravan, going around the country, these guys are already celebrating. We're excited, and I can't just wait for August 10th to come by, and we'll officially hear Baba saying, Mimi, Raila, Molo Odinga, Naapa Kwamba. I can't wait for that moment. I'm replaying it in my mind, and it will happen. So thank you.
Yes, Adams. Huyu alija Cheruiyot Songok ni nani bana? Watu naweka tu jina lako mara mingi hapo.
I think he has challenges using his laptop. Sasa.
Go on, Adams.
Hawa ni watu wa wheelbarrow.
I think phone imejifinya. Ako kwa Facebook, I see. All right, now, thank you. My closing remarks is very simple today. There is a proverb. I forgot the exact words, but it goes like, when it is a nightfall, when it is at night, and when it is almost morning, at dawns, it's always very dark. It gets darker. So when you see that darkness at dawn, it means the light, the day will soon break. So right now, as you see, we may see things now as they turn. A lot of things are going on. Makiadi just jetted in. a lot of the
Akona jet lag. Give him time. Akona jet lag.
Today I was speaking, then Omanyala Academy, then now this guy again. These people are finger hot today. Anyway. All right, now. So right now we may see a lot of things going on, like a lot of waves, like ups and downs. But this is just a dark moment. This is that we are at that darkest hour at dawn, when the daybreak is just but yonder. Our daybreak is going to be on 9th evening, 9th of August at night, when the results are going to be trickling in, and we're going to watch it on our screens and see that indeed the daybreak has just come. There's light at the end of the tunnel, and I believe that we are in this to win. I beseech every one of us to tell a friend, to go and tell a friend, and mobilize, and let us all come out and vote, because I believe that majority of Kenyans from all walks of life, 80% of Kenyans have decided. What remains is coming out and vote. But don't come out by yourself. Come with a friend, and that friend, tell him to tell another friend, so that we all come out in one accord and vote, and we'll see that daybreak. Thank you so much, and blessings.
Makiadi.
Makiadi, while you are away.
Julia, nimesikia siasa yako kutoka mbali sana.
What happened?
Kusikia unasema mimi nikiwa kwa show ndio tunaongeaga vitu mbaya. Hiyo nilisikia, hiyo ilikuja kama MMS haingetoshea kwa message.
Alisema jana.
Ikatumwa kama nilisikia ilikuja kama MMS Habari zenu lakini.
mnafukuza nani anaitwa nani Kuseo.
Sasa Kuseo unajua amepitwa na hii maneno siku hizi. Ukisikia Kuseo ako hapo, akisikia hiyo maneno anazima TV anaenda kulala. Anahamanga na taa. Yeye anafunga anakuwa ameset up studio, the whole studio anahama mpaka na taa.
Kuseo anakwenda kwa store. Kuseo anakwenda kwa store.
Na Bob mlipeleka wapi jameni?
Ask Christine. She knows better.
Yaani nilihama na Bob.
Makiadi, good to see you. You look sharp, by the way. Wow.
Thank you. Niliwaambia nilienda kupima suti. Sasa nimekuja kama nimeivaa. Ya blue. Ni vile tu.
Lakini hiyo si Azimio blue bwana.
Hapana, ni vile niko kwa mwangaza yangu nikitengeneza mwangaza mtaona.
Lakini Makiadi, yani
Makiadi, tulia hapo nikuonyesha Azimio blue. Nikwambie suti yangu pia mimi iko tayari.
Haya, lete tuone. Julia nimesikia wewe ndio unasema mimi naharibu show ya jioni. Ndio kila mtu anatoroka.
Nyinyi ndio mnafukuza nani Kuseo. Kuseo akisikia ati tumefika mwisho. Kuseo tells them to stop talking until he leaves. Sasa nikamwambia Kuseo watu wale wanasema yale maneno hawako. Tulia tuli.
Habari zenu lakini nimewamiss sana. Unajua mahali nilikuwa kukuwa na TV. Ile kitu tulikuwa tunafanya ni kuimbiwa tu na kusikiza hii vitu zingine zenye hazieleweki. Hata sijui ni nini inaendelea sana Kenya.
Umewatch Omanyala?
Sijapata nafasi. Ndio
Kati yako katot.
Huko hauwezi weka kwa ndege. Ndio hiyo. Sasa si unaona. Enda leta yako Julia. Julia enda leta yako.
Azimio blue bana.
Na hii yangu kwani imekataa kuwa blue ama namna gani Ndemba?
Hii Azimio blue bana. Hii ndio Azimio blue.
Kama ningeweka ile dark kidogo.
Unataka mimi pia niko nayo.
Wewe enda leta yako, lakini
enda leta kusema
leta overall kama ya Moses Kiambu.
Hapo iko nini bana?
Hapana leta overall. Adams. Hapana leta overall kama ya Moses Kuria. Enda leta koti. Pants utavaa kesho. Enda leta koti tuone. Unajua kitu tunasemaga hapa mnaona ni mchezo.
Niko na koti.
Lete koti. Ndio hiyo Julia. Julia tuko hapa, enda leta koti.
Kristi tukatafue wapi nguo.
Yeah. Mimi niko blue all through the city. Niko blue.
Lete
koti. Hiyo ni green bana. Hiyo si blue. Hiyo si blue.
Julia lete koti. Tumebaki na siku ngapi by the way? How many days to election?
You'll see mine. I think I can find something. Gojeni hata mimi.
Daudi unaona uniform imeshapimwa. Wewe sasa habari yako lakini Daudi siku mingi bana.
Asante sana Makiadi, mzuri kukuona. I'm already in blue. Niko.
Hatutaki t-shirt official. Unajua baba si wa kuvalia t-shirt bana 24. Ndio hiyo. Angalia. Ndio hiyo. Wewe unaona ni mchezo.
Wacha nijiondoe tu mapema ili
weka tu hapo uone, ndio kesho utaenda kupima ile design unataka. Ukitaka kama ya Ndemba yako ni double breast
yangu ni double.
Yako ni double breast. Very good. Aha.
Yangu ni double.
Yangu ni two button mbili. Adams unmute tuone hii yako ni aina gani?
Yangu ni two
buttons. Very good. Black aliona tunafanya mchezo. Naona Black huko anasema sijui sasa wana wangu sijui nini. Hii watu walikuwa wanasikia tukisema watu wapime suti wanafikiria tunacheza.
Tuko serious.
Fundi amesema hajamaliza yangu nichukue kesho.
Kwani ulipelekea fundi wa Walmart?
Walmart.
Julia ulisema fundi ni mmoja tu na ako Walmart. Hakuna kitu
huko. Mmoja tu.
Utaletewa suti yako kama imepigwa misumari bwana.
Na kuna queue, unaona kuna queue.
Daudi. Wewe hapana piga siasa ya Azimio hapa the whole day na una suti.
Sina bado yangu bado iko kwa topi.
Daudi is getting hot here bwana.
Daudi amepima t-shirt.
Nyinyi ndio
niko kazini saizi,
Kwani hii t-shirt ya Daudi imeandikwa Amako Insurance. Kwani ni mtu ya Ruto?
Unasema it's good to be in Vivo.
Hii ni Vivo, ile Vivo Energy ya Igathe ama ni gani?
Wamekulipa kwa advertisement.
Jamaa amekuja ku advertise Vivo hapa. Sisi tunataka Azimio.
Christine, mbona umenyamaza ukisikia mambo ya suti?
Christine ameleta yangu, kwani ulikuwa wapi? I'm loyal.
Sasa hii ndio plan. Unajua nyinyi mmekuwa hapa mmepiga siasa mpaka imeisha. Wacha niwaambie plan ni namna hii. Plan kwanza, number 1, huko nje ni kuzuri, watu wanasema baba atashinda hii kitu. Nyinyi peke yake ndio mnaona bado kuna campaign. Campaign iliisha. Hiyo ndio kitu nimesikia. Campaign iliisha. Sasa ile kitu inafanywa ni kusalimia tu. Unaona ile yenye KK walikuwa wanafanya kwa 47 counties, ile akina UDA ya kuokota maoni. Sisi tunaenda kusalimia watu sasa, tukitayarisha buses buses all over the place. Watu wajiandae kukuja Nairobi kuapisha baba. Na there's a high possibility moja itafanyika Kisumu, ingine itafanyika Nairobi.
By the way, swearing tunaenda wapi?
Hii swearing sisi tunaenda Kenya.
Wapi? Which stadium?
We will look for, hata tuwezi toshea kwa stadium.
Uhuru Gardens.
Unajua Julian. Julian. Unajua wana refurbish Uhuru Gardens.
So,
Uhuru Park. Wana refurbish Uhuru Park. Yeah.
Sasa ile swearing ya kwanza ilikuwa dummy, ile uliona ya kwanza ile ya People's President. Sasa hii ni ile live the one that is coming ni live. So watu wapime suti. Daudi pima suti. Hapana kuja kutuambia hapa you are seeing things are bright na upimi suti.
Things are bright, you know. I don't have to even have, mine is just ready. As soon as na land Jomo Kenyatta itakuja.
Sasa Themba, ile kitu tutafanya ni hii. Tutakuwa na, unajua kwa jeshi kuna kitu inaitwa dress rehearsal, kama umewaisikia kuna kitu inaitwa dress rehearsal. Kwa jeshi uendangi parade ya commissioning parade bila kufanya dress rehearsal. Lazima uende kuangaliwa kama longi ulipiga laini ikaenda straight mpaka chini, ufunzwe namna ya kufunga trouser mahali inatakikana, hizi buttons za shati.
Lakini Makiadi suti yako hicho mtu anajua ama
ngoja Julia nikupatie hii ni siri, hata hakuna mahali pengine utapata hii lesson unless you join the military. Now shati hii buttons za shati, you see that line inafaa kuenda straight mpaka kwa pants, so we will have a dress rehearsal here. Kila mtu anakuja na blue. Kama kama ukuji na blue, hata ukiwa moderator hiyo siku tunakufukuza.
Makiadi madhara utaacha, kwani hiyo t-shirt ya Daudi haitoshi?
Hiyo t-shirt ya Daudi
nini bana? T-shirt nini bana?
Lakini Makiadi yako na point. Kwa hiyo Makiadi hiyo suit yako haiko blue. That's
this one is blue. This one is blue. Ni vile niko na mwangaza mingi nyuma yangu. But
this one that is not Azimio blue bana. Azimio blue ni
you know hiyo ni Wajakoya.
Ngoja nikuambie kitu moja.
This is Azimio blue bana. Wewe acha
bana. Ngoja Themba nikueleze. Unajua Atuoli anakuaga na Mercedes zingine. Atuoli akiwa kwa jua inabadilisha color inakuwa brown. Akienda mahali hakuna, sasa you've seen those glasses inakuwa namna. Sasa hii yangu ikiwa kwa jua inafanana na ya Themba. Lakini ikiingia kwa giza sasa inapunguza makali,
Hebu tubadilishane kuja karibu na Themba tuone kama
No. You know, you are making me adjust my lights here so that you can see. Kama nizime taa kabisa mnione.
Okay.
Si mnaona ni blue?
No, it is not. It is not Azimio blue.
Wewe chukua ile kazi unanifanyisha hapa leo.
Hiyo ni Wajakoya bwana.
But you see this one is number 2.
This is Azimio blue. Tafadhali tutafuta Azimio blue. This is Azimio blue.
Lazima tukue na standards. Sisi hatutaki umeniambia nisiende Walmart. Sasa hatutaki vitu substandards. Sasa kama unaenda kupima suti kala ya Themba, kama upimi hiyo usikuje kwa studio.
This is Azimio blue. Tafadhali tafuta Azimio blue. Ukiweka white ama ukivaa na kichwa white naleta Azimio colors. Hata ukipiga na red na ndani unaona inatoa hiyo color ya Azimio.
Ya Azimio.
Awe wacha hiyo yako Daudi bana. Hiyo ni
Yani Daudi natuletea scrub kwa show. Really?
Abu Chris anasema kitu.
Yeye uvae t-shirt badala hiyo suit bwana. Hiyo si Azimio.
Julia, kuja huku mesis ni kubwa sana, hata kina mise wanakujanga hii mesis yetu. Kuja nitakusaidia kutembea around.
Ulionanga mise.
Yeah. Mise mesis hapa kwetu. That's where they come.
Sasa iko namna hii. Julia, mimi ninajua hiyo town unakaa iko na Walmart moja, na the only thing unaweza pata Walmart.
And one tailor. One Walmart and one tailor.
Na unaweza pata only overall peke yake. Hii overall ya CCM chama cha ya Moses Kuria.
Nitaenda kutafuta ready made, msijali.
Ndio hiyo. Sasa hii kama hii nimevaa ni ready made. Ile kitu unaenda kufanya unapima koti, ile tailor, kuna mtu salesman anakuambia koti iko sawa. Then pants anapima height.
Nini?
Pants anapima height, anakuambia hapa unaenda, hako na mtu hapo wa kufinya pale chini mahali height yako. Unajua zinakuwa zimefunguliwa pande ya chini. So anakuambia hiyo wewe unatoka ukiwa umevaa suti yako. Hapa naenda kutafuta material sijui kaki kutoka sijui wapi China. Inakanyagwa na cherehani the whole week. Yes.
Mtu anasema yako ni rangi ya kotu.
Ati Makiadi rangi yako ni ya kotu.
Makiadi ukweli unapata kama ya Demba yako imepotea.
Hiyo ya kotu wanaimbaga nayo solidarity forever.
Huyo jamaa ananiambia yangu ni ya koti, ameniangusha sana. Na ndio nililipishwa pesa mingi sana nikiambiwa ndio Azimio Blue.
Azimio Blue ni ungesema nikuje nikuletee sample. Mimi niko nini bana? Niko nilipata memo.
But you know the thing is hata nikitaka ku brighten up ndio unaona watu wako na blue.
Matakarua blue. Sasa huyu amepata ya Matakarua.
Julia utafanya hima jameni. Julia wewe kila siku ulikuwa unatuambia hapa rarua ticket kuanzia June. Rarua it is rarua na una hata suti.
Makedi, you are just like me. Sasa tunde tupime student atakuja na poa kesho.
No, this is number 2. There is another one.
No.
Atifundi ni wa
wewe haujapima.
Sasa kesho
nataka bwana Black atifundi ni wa UDA amekataa kukushonea nguo.
Hata hiyo ukuta ya Julia lazima upaint blue. Iko ni yellow. It's yeah.
Inaweza kahamia kwa
mtu. Hata unaambiwa Julia kama iko shida uende Goodwill. Sijui sasa Goodwill kama utapata nguo ya blue, lakini sawa tu. Kuna mtu anasema Josia OP anasema enda Goodwill. Hakuna kuvaa kitu ya Goodwill wakati wa kuapisha baba.
Atuvaa vitu ya Goodwill kama baba ameshinda.
It is either you have a new suit or you stay away.
Sasa hiyo story ya Goodwill hiyo ni embarrassment man.
Si embarrassment. Goodwill unakuta vitu mzuri. Hata mimi napitianga Goodwill saa nyingine unakutaka wamerudisha
kitu. Siku hatuendangi Goodwill.
Mimi napitianga Goodwill jamani. Goodwill you can unajua mimi napenda zile vitu zinaitwa Santuri, the big records. Sijui kama mnazikumbuka wale walizaliwa Daudi hawezi jua, hata Adam siwezi jua. Labda Christine na Ndemba na Julia wanaweza jua hivi. Tunajua nyinyi vijana wa jana.
You know Adams dyes his head, so he might also know.
Exactly. This hair is dyed. Hii ni dye bana. Hii nywele nikiacha inakuwa white.
Sasa ukienda Goodwill unapatanga wamerudisha hizo Santuri. Iko watu wanazirudishanga badala ya kuvunja. That's the place ya kupata hizo Santuri. So unapitianga Goodwill. Hapana dharau Goodwill, inatokanga vitu mzuri. Every good thing comes from the ground.
I take my stuff to Goodwill juu sababu zingine sasa sijui kama nitazipeleka home, so I find myself taking clothes there.
I take there but I don't consume.
No, Julia tafuta suti. We have to be serious on this.
Lakini Makedi pia angalia suti yako na ya Demba. Tuseme tu kweli.
No, the thing is Ndemba wacha tusikizane hapa. Unajua kama hii ya Ndemba nilimuona amepiga nayo YouTube siku nyingine.
And Ndemba is feeling so good.
Ndemba alipiga nayo YouTube siku nyingine, kwa hivyo atapima nyingine mpya.
Ndemba, confirm umefunga zip ya long Ndemba.
But you have plans. You know, some people don't have plans.
Unaangalia nini? Angalia focus.
What are you looking for?
What are you looking for down here?
Nothing. Unaangalia longi. Christine, inafaa uangalie suti. Koti sio longi.
Focus.
Kila kitu, of course, nikiangalia Temba siwezi.
No. Our sister, focus. We have to be focused. We have an election to win. Eh?
We have an election to win. Focus. Don't focus. Don't focus.
Naona nilisema mwenye kelele ni nani? Now are you blaming me mwenye hamjui nani mwenye kelele?
Kelele gani?
Watu wamtembei.
Sisi tumekuja kusema we have had people here saying wanaleta suti. Sasa tuko na dress rehearsal and then you will set the date. If you don't come with a blue suit here, usikuje hata usionekane kwa studio hiyo siku. Kwa sababu wewe ni sawasawa na wale watu wanakaa na sisi
tunatangaza hali ya hatari. 1 week to the election. Program ya jioni unaingia na Azimio Blue.
Sio mbaya. I'll get mine. And you know, Makiadi, you need to go and get another one.
Yes, Makiadi, you need another one. You hatutakubali.
That one can confuse some of us. You know?
This one is blue. This one is blue, but my tailor is still there. Hako na options zingine.
This is Azimio Blue. Kindly people get Azimio Blue. This is it. This is it.
Walmart hakuna suti.
Sisi mkiongelelea hii yangu ni blue gani?
Yours is okay.
Hiyo yako ni tunakuhurumia tu, lakini blue ya
campaign.
Lakini hata wewe Christine, tuulize kwa ukweli, wewe unafikiria ile nguo Martha Karua na campaign nayo ndiye ataapishwa nayo? So you have to go back to the drawing board, eh?
Mimi niko ready Temba. Si uliona niko na 2 options, blue, white, then yeah.
Ya niliona hiyo blue ya hapo chini.
Sasa sikia mwingine hapo.
Lazima mpige vizuri hiyo siku, tunapiga Azimio Blue na tunakuja hapa najua Julia anajua vile anaweza pata cape ile ya Azimio imeandikwa R.
Iko jamaa Ndemba anasema Arizona hakuna fundi, please advise. Anaitwa MMTV. MMTV enda Milano bana. Enda Milano, achana na mambo ya mafundi.
Better buy something. Okay, for the ladies, I think someone can get ready-made, something really good, really cool, ready-made.
Yeah, everything. Hata ukienda Milano unatoka na suti kama umevaa.
Or you can we have an erection to win.
Huyo ni PK is focusing elsewhere. Yeye na Christine wako same WhatsApp group, eh?
Huyo na Christine wako kwa WhatsApp group moja. How do I stand up? You see the suit. Na wewe unaanza kuona zip. Where did you even see the zip in the first place?
Au wale wanafunzi walikuwa nasumbua walimu. Mnawakumbuka wanafunzi?
Mr. Temba.
Yeah.
There's a breaking news here. I think this guy called Black just crossed to Azimio. So I think you guys should welcome him.
Akuje nimtafutie suti.
Amevuka.
Akuje tumtafutie suti hata yeye. Ile kitu atafanya atatutumia. Unajua watu ya UDA measurement ya kiuno watujui ni kiasi gani. Atutumie measurement ya kiuno. We cannot estimate, eh?
Black has always been Azimio. Ni kupretend to debate kwa interesting. We know
Black. Story ya suti imembamba mbaya sana. Akasema lazima celebrate pia yeye.
Ameona hii suti. Unajua unaweza nunua suti, mwili ni yako.
Watu wanunue suti. Hiyo tumemaliza November. Sasa wewe ile kitu utafanya utatupatia date. Then wewe unakuja umepiga yako blue, eh? Unakaa kwa hiyo kona yako na unashika mouse ama ukiona mtu anachungulia huko chini anataka kuingia studio bila suti, hakuna kuingia. Kwanza Julia wewe.
Makiadi wiki ya mwisho, a week to the election, watu wakikuja hapa hii program yetu ya jioni, kama mtu wako ina Azimio Blue, hapana ingiza yeye.
Na ile watu wanakujaga na vest hapa kuvuta sigara kwa giza, mtu anazima stima na
anakuja hapa anavuta sigara kwa studio na anaweka mavest hapa, hatutaki.
Demba ndio unawakubalia. Si niliona mmoja leo.
ametuvalia vest na kifua sio hata noma.
Si ndio ninasikia bwana.
Vest imeandikwa sengenge ni ng'ombe. Ameingia studio. Sengenge ni ng'ombe. Ama ng'ombe ni sengenge.
You know when Rarua ticket takes the presidency, we are trying to go international sasa ile live, yani live broadcast ya 24. Sasa mkileta watu hapa na vest na wanavuta sigara kwa giza, hiyo watu ndio wanaharibu hii mitambo, inakaa ni kama ya watu.
Hatutaki watu wanaweka wanavaa vest, watu wanaongea wakiwa kwa kitanda, watu wanaweka nini, wanaweka inaitwa nini, my curtain. Tunataka serious people only kwa hii program ya jioni.
Remember, I don't know, sometimes when you guys sometimes miss, I don't join the show, but daytime I sometimes I just naangalia tu kidogo. Hii show yetu ya jioni iko very straight. Like people are very straight. Hiyo show hizo zingine za asubuhi, wengine wanalala, wengine wako aje, so crazy. This one watu wako straight sana. So
I think amechoka hata the way wanaongeleshana. Kama jana they picked a very bad fight. I mean, I thought it was too bad.
Yeah, they were fighting so bad. That was bad.
Away. Yeah, mpaka Bernard akaenda. I think maybe in future you people Themba you do some streamlining kuongelesha watu. Ndio.
That one needs kama Themba atakuwa huko daytime. Unaona?
Yes, that one needs kama Themba atakuwa huko daytime.
Ikifika jioni saa zile Themba anakuja, the fighting warmongering group are gone. You don't find them. The other
you know Themba does not give he doesn't play. He throws you out if you begin Kibelembele. I remember Alex was
ceasefire. Themba ceasefire.
It's not really Kibelembele, it's just some culture of decorum.
Yeah, unajua watu if we learn to focus. Unaona hapa hivi jioni kunakuja watu wako focus. And if you learn to focus on the matter inakuwa rahisi ku deal with the nini. Lakini watu wakikuja na other issues and then inakuwa kidogo hard to but kawaida kwa any group mkikutana you have to structure. Unajua if you set a structure and you stick by it over time inakuwa ni your culture. Sasa hiyo culture inakuwa habit inakuwa behavior. Sasa unajua ukiweka inakuwa hivi kidogo watu wanaanza kupitia vile wanataka.
Angalia hiyo comment.
Kini watu tu wananiingilia tu.
Ati Julia tagiza Bob bila.
Sasa Bob atavalia nini suti kwa mbele ya curtain ya nini shower curtain.
Lakini Bob kwa nini anakaanga kwa bafu?
Wewe ndio utatuambia ama Christina.
Wewe ndio utatuambia. Unajua anakaanga kwa bafu kweli. Ni nani? Ni Christine walimuingililia.
I think hiyo tu ni kuchomea Bob because
ni kuchomea tu Bob. Bob akaangi kwa bafu. Julia mbona nakuwa hater.
I heard people saying that Bob nakaa kwa bafu.
Makiadi, let me tell you. Change of environment saa zingine pia inaletanga ladha nzuri sana. Bathroom is a very good place kama maji ikimwagika.
No comment.
Na uko kwa show?
No comment on that.
I said wrong, Adam.
Amesema nini mbaya? Amesema nini mbaya Adam?
Hata kuna kitu amesema.
Your mind Adam. Hey.
Adams, you are thinking so fast.
Adams amesema nini? Don't wewe uko na mafikara mabaya. Amesema nini?
Problem Adams, you are the problem. What am I saying?
Ati kwa bafu na
Julia ameanza imagine chenye iko na atatoka kabla
haja. Adams, I forgive you, nitakuombea.
Yeah.
Adams anafaa kuombewa. Adams anafaa kuombewa.
Don't think so fast. Usikimbize mawazo. Enda polepole.
Come back to the show.
So iko namna hiyo. So habari nimepata ni namna hiyo. Julia, mimi nimeambia Taylor kama itakuwa blue enough, I will go back.
You can do some
bado niko na
uongeze rangi.
No, niko na 2 weeks ya kurudisha. Si unajua hapa unavaanga nguo mwezi moja unarudisha kwa duka. Unaenda
Yeah.
unachukua ingine mpya. Unakuja unavaa 1 month unarudisha. Sasa hakuna kunini nguo. That's what we do.
Hata usijali Makiadi, maybe ama ni suit ya suede. Utapiga suede.
Hapana. Hii ni original ma. Hii ni Milano bana. Hii ni Milano bana. Wewe unasema suede. Hii ni Milano.
Atapiga rangi.
Niko na 2 weeks ya kurudisha, so msiwe na pupa. Nitarudisha tu. But
return to the real color.
Exactly. But
Christine naambiwa kwani wewe umeenda na ya wiper. Hiyo ni color ya wiper.
Na si wiper iko Azimio Temba ama si tuko Azimio.
Tunataka Azimio blue, si wiper blue.
Aku campaign.
Nataka Azimio blue. Ate Adams ni jogoo wa shambani pia. Hey, Makiadi umefanya vizuri kurudi hapa. Juzi Julia, ni lini ile siku mlituimbia hapa wewe na Martin Deto? Kuna yani tulidiscover some talents hapa. Mpaka Martin akaimba, mpaka anaitwaje? Mise akaimba hapa nyimbo za Kisabato,
Sasa unaona mulileta kwa ya SDA ama ilikuwa
bana Mise alimba hapa mpaka Julia akasema kwa nini nilidecide against Mise? Ningekuwa naimbiwa hivi.
This is not so annoying.
Okay. Na nimepitwa na mambo mingi. Sijui hizi vitu ninafaa niende nikae chini ni watch.
Inaonekana Makiadi, you've missed a guy by the name Zuri. He's
Christine, mbona ukiingia? Okay, wait. Christine ulikuwa wapi saa hiyo?
I was in my car driving but listening na uli handle the situation so well, Julia.
They were about to scratch each other's faces then bapa. I was like
Let me ask you, huyu mnaita sijui Zuri ni yule mtu nimesikia hapendi akina mama.
Sasa huyu Zuri naye is something. Bernard is trying to cool up things, anasema Bernard, goja niongee. Hawa wanawake wako na maringo sana.
Alafu nilivyokuja kwa show akasema I'm a wise man.
Ukiona mtu mwenye amesikizana na Adams at the word go, ujue hata yeye ni headliner. Unajua Adams anakuanga headliner. Huwezi mtoa kwa line yake. So hata huyo Zuri ni headliner basi. Tutakutana tu pole hapa.
Bernard was trying to cool things up. Zuri ndio ame unmute. They are so emotional. You see, like Juliet here is an point. Juliet, she was talking. Yani Zuri is making things worse. Kuliripuka hapa Themba. Mpaka Bernard literally walked away.
Alisema amesomea. What did he say? He learned something to do with something. Na hakuwaifundishwa na mwanamke.
Hakuwaifundishwa na mwanamke. Wanawake. Huyu mwanamke hapa umesikia vile ako emotional. Sasa naambia Juliet na sasa hiyo mama Selina ako. Wacha nani aingie.
Nani aingie?
Ayimba.
Ayimba alipelekwa vaccination diet, ilikuwa si hata quarantine. Hiyo ya Ayimba iko kwa quarantine.
Ayimba alikuwa anapeleka nani mbio?
Na huyo Zuri wacha Bernard amtoe hata akwe kwa quarantine, alipelekwa tu I don't know where.
Ile inaitangwa kwa Kikuyu Thio Githiaga ama namna gani Julia? Uende ukiendaga?
Thio Kiomaga.
Ndio hiyo. Inaitangwa one way traffic, unaenda ukiendanga kabisa. Thio Kiomaga.
Unaona Themba nani Bernard had to deal with Mama Selina, Ayimba, Juliet.
lakini
Mama Selina naye
I did not.
akawasomea wote wale wanaume walikuwa hapa, akawasomea na wanaume wako hapa, sijui wako nini, wako bure kabisa, you know.
Lakini nyinyi amsaidiange Bernard. Mkiona Bernard
Julia, what was the topic? Mbona kulikuwa na hiyo
Zuri is the cause of the problem. Zuri anaanza kuongea hivi that women are so emotional, they can't be leaders, they can't be what, they can't be what. And he gives an example of Juliet.
So Juliet had just spoken, Juliet had just spoken. And you know, Juliet sometimes goes off topic and starts campaigning for herself.
Yeah.
And now Zuri came in to attack her. Zuri was attacking Juliet. But he used the term wanawake. That is where he messed. He used the term wanawake. And Selina was sleeping. How he got out of that bed, I don't know.
Selina was sleeping.
Alikuwa amelala kwa studio.
Wazi hapo amelala, hapo analala.
Nani alimpigia simu akaamka? I think somebody called her.
Unajua iko watu unakumbuka Ndemba Kenya, kuna ile kitu watu walikuwa wanasema kupiga set kwa matatu. Unajua kupiga set, unakuja unashikia mtu kiti makanga wanajaa 14 na passenger ni mmoja. Nimegundua hapa kwa hii show kuna kitu inaitwa kupiga set. Wewe bora uko kwa kioo, you can sleep as unaekelea tu pillow na unalala.
Nani anafanyanga hivyo? Anaitwaje? Huyu jamaa wa Christine Bob Papa Azimio
overworks Temba, like
Papa anakuja anashika kiti, anakuja anashika step.
Tulizanga Papa kwa nini tukamuuliza na Zemba ana fast au nini, kwa sababu hatujaijua saa yenye analala. Tunampata ameamka, tunaenda kulala kama ameamka, tukilala anaamka. Sasa when does he sleep?
Sasa nyinyi ndio mliharibu Papa. Papa anafaa kuwa hapa. Amungeanza kumuuliza maswali mingi. Sema
yeah, so
anauliza ati Temba, did you handshake with Alex? I have no reason to handshake with anyone. Maybe I have no issues with anyone.
Hiyo siku Zemba you missed. Mimi sasa nikaingia. I think Bernard was thinking that nitajoin na mama. Mimi nikanyamaza kabisa. Nikasema sasa leo nitumie wisdom, nikasema huyu kijana ni kama wa mtoto wangu, so we'll handle him like that. Maybe his father fought his mother, or he found people fighting, or
oh my God, I wish you could comments askie.
I was trying to calm things down.
Sasa Julia, wacha niseme kitu moja. Wakati mnaona aitwa nani? Bernard akilemewa namna hiyo, saa ingine mnamsaidia. Unajua Bernard anakaanga hapa na kutanaga na kila sampuli ya mtu.
I'm telling you.
If Bernard is huyo, kama angekuwa kwa government angekuwa anapatiwa kitu inaitwa hardship allowance.
Okay, sasa unasema people like 5 people wrote on the comment Bernard needs hardship allowance, because even after that Wangila naye akasomea Bernard.
But you know, I think Bernard said here that he's a pastor, right?
No, he's a pastor.
Yeah. So akona that character of a pastor. He wants to accommodate everybody with different characters.
Sasa mnaacha Bernard anapigwa na kila mtu mawe hapa, na ameanzia show saa 3:30 ya usiku hapa, mpaka mtu anakuja kumpiga saa 7 ya usiku, na nyinyi mmekaa tu kwa masofa mnaangalia tukanwe tu. Na
unajua kuna hii kitu watu wanga anakuwa nayo kwa hii show, na hiyo ndio kitu saa zingine mimi nasemanga. Unakuta mtu anakuja akianza kuongea anasema I've been sitting here from sijui saa ngapi.
Okay,
unajua you are not doing anyone a favor sitting here for that time.
I have been sitting here for the last one since 3 a.m. listening to nonsense, and Bernard, you are here allowing bra 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 bra. Bernard sasa hiyo ilimfika mwisho, hiyo ilikuwa ya kumaliza sasa kabisa. Akasema, what? I have been here for 8 hours. I'm leaving Julia take over.
Unaona sasa Bernard anapitia ngumu hapa lakini inafaa unamsaidia.
Wewe Linet wa bomba, endeni mtafute yule anataka handshake. Mimi I don't need handshake with anyone.
Makedi, you know the problem is when you jump in at you want to help Bernard, when unaweza kuwa attacked mbaya sana. You can be attacked from head.
Kama wewe Adams ungeongelesha hawa mama Sini aliwasomea akaambia wanaume wako hapo ni bure hata wafikiri hawaoni nini.
I would have supported the women. I don't leave women like that. Ningewa support.
Anaitwa nani? Silver Daud. Enda Themba and Lulu Show hapo YouTube. Enda tafuta subscribe. Alafu handshake, mimi sihitaji handshake na anybody. I don't hate anyone. I mean ukikuja hapa tunapiga story, tunaendelea. I don't have issues with anyone.
Themba, I think you need handshake with Zuri too. Leona, I don't know what you told Zuri because sometime I got off.
No, Zuri what happened?
Comment section alikuwa na wewe.
No, what happened with Zuri? We came here and we said, don't unmute and talk before you're allowed. He went against the rule. Now, I told them, if you go against the rule, I throw you out. We meet tomorrow. I threw him out. So that's simple and clear rule. Alex, I don't know what's it. He doesn't like my face. Will I force someone who doesn't like my face to come and be here? I mean, if you don't like my face, that's how it goes.
Which Alex are you talking about? The normal Alex.
The one who drives 24/7 mwenye afikangi penye anaenda.
Alex moja wa Uber.
Yeah, alikuja hapa akasema kwa show ati Themba, we don't agree. I mean, you don't have to agree with me. Fair now your views. Mimi ni mtu mdogo mtembee. Sasa akiona nikiingia anatoka ati sasa hataki ku. I mean, I'm above that. And nobody can bring me so low as to hate them. I hate no one. Hata Alex alikuja hapa and he comes to the show to give his views. I'll give him his time, just like everybody else. I don't have issues with anyone. So
we should not put our show into our hearts because
usiweke hizi vitu kwa moyo. Ati nikiona sasa Julia hapa ati sasa siwezi ingia Julia. I mean that's kuja hata Alex akikuja hapa kama niko moderating, I'll give him time just like everybody else. I mean that's how it is. Yeah?
Ukiwa kwa show Christine, ukiwa kwa show hapa unakutananga na kila mtu. Mimi kuna wakati tulikuwa najaribu kufanya numbers hapa, nilikuwa naitwa hardhead ati sisikii. Hiyo mtu alikuwa anakuja tu anaanzana na mimi throughout hapa. Hii kama mtu ni kichwa ngumu akasikiangi. Sasa mimi nashangaa brother, mimi hata sikujui unaniita kichwa ngumu na umenionea hapa ati sisikii. Kwa nini nawapatia numbers? What is wrong with you with listening? Sasa mimi ndiye ananiuliza na anijui, hata sijai muona, ananitukana bure. Mwingine naye anakujaga hapa anaitwa sijui Peter Eric nani Julia, ule anaanzananga na wewe akiingia hapa. Peter Mushiri. Anaanzananga tu na Julia. Huyu mama sijui yako na nini throughout. Kila mtu ana mti yake.
Hata getashi nde. Mimi I have
Niletwa bomba. Address yourself to the right person. It's not Themba. I don't hate no one. So go tell the person who doesn't like Themba. But you don't force them to like Themba. Don't force anyone to pend anybody. That is not up to anyone.
What we must agree ni kwamba, you know, when you talk in public, kuna watu who just get turned off with your face hata before you open your mouth, you know, they don't like you whether you say what you do. Na kuna mtu pia the moment ameona face yako tu hivi, ukifungua tu mdomo hivi, now their heart melts. You know,
true. Yeah.
We are humans.
You can't force people to like each other. That one is out of this world. You can't force anyone to like anyone.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Adams. You know, I can see the fruits on the comment section. Naona mtu amechukua majina mbili. I can see you melted somebody's heart. Ukiongea unaongea from experience. I agree with you. Unajua niliacha kama my sister hapa ako na jina moja lakini naona amechukua zote na akaweka alama ya Mutembei TV member on top. Ni kama ile OGW. Naona
Julia.
Naongea juu ya Adams hapa. Hapana ruka. naona iko majina yote mbili
Eugene Otieno Adams. Hey.
ya possession, ya possession. Unaiweka apostrophe hapo
That is
who nani confirmed. That is a confirmed case. It's a done deal.
Yani Adams haikui Adams kama yako, iko na ile possession
yes.
Ile kagesi
And they have just come back. Makiadi wamlikuwa memisi kadhaa when you went.
Makiadi, na unajua hisho yetu ya usiku when you were away. Nilienda kwa Hansard and I saw Adams na Mise. Kuna time karibu waletane mbaya sana.
It's just that I prayed.
Yeah. Nakwambia kuna siku Mise na Adams.
Until I was asking myself, are they fighting for Christine or are they fighting over Eugene Otieno?
No. The problem was Sakaja. So because the Misa supported Sakaja and I disagree, and I told him that whoever supports something fake is fake. So so that one he came.
Adams, those were not the words you said. You said you even doubt his credentials. Be honest.
Yes, Adams alisema you even doubt his credentials.
Adams aliambia Miss hata I even doubt if you are a real lawyer. Unajua Adams ndio vile anaisema na nini? I even doubt if you are a real lawyer. Wacha mnachemuke. Wacha shukuru Mungu au kwa karibu mishale ingekudunga.
Shukuru Mungu ni bacho.
Na sasa Miss aliwahi rudi tangu hiyo siku kweli ama alienda
kabisa?
He came back. He was singing the other day.
Oh yeah. He came back and akaimba.
After the show kuisha, we did not get, me and Misa, we did not get out of the show. Tulibaki hapa hivi. So
they remained fighting. Can you believe
it? Tuliongea poa mpaka vitu zingine for another 2 hours.
Papa anataka link.
Hebu leta papa hapa, nimemiss sana bana.
Just tell Julia. Julia will sort him out in 1 second.
Papa nataka kuingia please.
Julia, wachana na hiyo mambo ya backdoor hiyo mambo ya backdoor si mzuri. Wacha mtu akujie huku mbele. Unaona mpaka ananisalimia. Naonekana nilienda na rumba yote mpaka Bob papa akatoroka bana. Na unajua ndio number 1 fan wangu.
Makiadi, there was a day here Missy alikuja kuimba hapa, my friend.
He's a good singer bwana. Nimeacha kumdisregard.
Na Mato akakuja
Bob sang. What happened when Bob sang Adams? Hebu kumbuka.
Leo papa yuko kwa gari.
Vipi?
Leo umetoka kwa bafu.
I'm getting out of excitement.
Hapana, ninataka kukimbia Voi. Niko na shughuli kidogo.
Bob papa, jambo bana. Nasikia nilitoroka na wewe pia.
Hapana, wewe nao usijui ulienda vacation ama ulienda vipi? Mambo namna gani?
Nilikuwa nimeenda kusoma ground.
Papa watu wamekumisa hapa.
Leo nilikuwa na shughuli, nilikuwa natupa tu maneno kutoka kwa comment. Nilikuwa nataka
nimekuona kwa comment
vipi? Huyo Christine, how can I say hi to you and you don't even respond? That was very bad manners.
That's bad manners. Why are you fighting in public?
Why are you fighting in public?
Seriously. I am now complaining in public like Ruto.
Julia, don't get yourself into people's fights,
Haitakusaidia papa. Publicity stand.
Papa mpige slap.
Pige slap ya Ruto.
Makiadi, did you when you got a new job, I can see you are in a suit.
Yeah, today
it's a new rule boss.
Hii sasa hii ilikuwa ina double up kama ya mkutano na ya kwenda haswa nyingine, lakini nimeambiwa nipime dark blue.
Angalia hizo suit, angalia Maketi na Zemba. Ni gani
wewe papa hujaona hii yangu?
Kuna case hapa. You have to tell us which one ni gani Azimio?
hiyo ndema inakaa kama ni mtu wa circus.
Mbaya.
Ndema amevaa suti inakaa kama mtu wa Mr Bean. Alikuwa anaitwa Mr Bean ama nani? Najua Mr Bean ndiye alikuwa anapenda hizo kala. Alikuwa anaitwa nani mtu ana acting bila kuongea? Anaitwa nani?
Wewe wacha wewe Makiadi wacha. Wewe hauna Azimio Blue. Enda tafuta Azimio Blue.
Unajua
wacha kusikiza papa hapa.
Wakati tulikuwa vijana tulikuwa naenda Uhuru Park, kulikuwa na circus ya Wahindi. Wanakuja na zile ndovu.
Wewe papa wacha kudanganya Makiadi. Hii ni Azimio Blue. Tafuta Azimio Blue.
Papa, nilikuwa naambia Julia kona concern kuhusu bafu na nilikuwa namwambia you normally take shower. Kwanza shower ni poa kuliko bathtub. Adam akasema nifukuze studio. So I don't know ati nimeongea mbaya. So I don't understand.
Sasa Christine anajaribu kurudi baada ya wewe kumuuliza kwa nini hakushika simu yako.
Black anasema ati unaendesha ambulance na maiti ndani.
Black akona roho chafu. Black akona roho chafu tena sana.
Hiyo ndio inaitangwa literally ambulance chaser
Wacha mimi na I want to make a stop somewhere. Alafu ndio tutafunga hiyo show in the next 3 minutes. Nakaribia mahali.
Hizi stop zako kwa nyumba ni stop bathroom. Kwa barabara ni stop. What is happening?
Don't get worried.
Wacheni wewe papa mute enda usimame kama unatupata hapa ni sawa.
Babu scoff then.
The next 3 minutes I'll get you guys man.
Sawa.
Sasa Julia wewe
unasikia Makiadi vile ilifanyika hapa. Lakini Misa alirudi ana akaimba nyimbo nzuri sana. In fact Julia ndiye alikuwa anamwambia sasa nataka kusikia nyinyi wote mkiimba. Mimi nikaambiwa na Elkana Shivashi ati hiyo siku niliimba wimbo wa matanga.
So wait until siji Adams ulikuwa?
When hiyo siku ya song.
Did you sing? You are the one who was singing a bad song, right?
No, I didn't sing. Mimi peke yangu.
Wacha Bob na Martin na Ndeto waimbe. You ukikimbia tu.
Ndeto
really hurting my ears.
Ndeto kwanza alisema Ndeto alifanya hivi. Akasema ati haya sikieni kuna hii wimbo nataka kuimbia na akaanza kufanya alafu watu wakanyamaza. Vile alianza tu kuimba hivi tukaanza kusikia yuko switch off mic ya Ndeto, switch off that mic.
Yeah, watu walisema ati switch off the mic.
Switch off the mic. Alafu anasema ati I don't know how to sing but I hope you hear what I'm going to sing.
Unataka msikie message na sauti hakuna.
Don't listen to my.
Ushaona yule mtu anajaribu kuimba anaenda juu na kichwa lakini sauti bado iko chini.
Ana hit the wrong notes
Ana hit the wrong notes. Anaanza akiwa soprano anamaliza akiwa bass.
Mimi niliwaambia hapa sauti ni mbaya lakini roho ni safi afadhali useme tu unajua kukariri. We will forgive you because you just read.
Leo mmeongea maneno ya Kalonzo mkafukuza Martin. Kwa nini mmefanya hivyo nyinyi watu?
Martin alikuwa anaenda sijui wapi, alisema atarudi. Alisema atarudi. Julia hujatuimbia wimbo wa East Africa. Hebu tuimbie wimbo wa East Africa ndio papa akikuja hapa.
Nisahau.
Tumalize tukienda. Makiadi amerudi hapa atatuanzia Lingala kesho.
Makiadi kesho. Hebu tuimbe. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu, uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu, viwandani na hata mashambani. Tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tujenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Amen.
Naona umefanya mazoezi.
Fabulous.
I tried to listen to. You want to hear it? I think I can share with you. I tried to listen to the song.
Na hiyo ikuagi na copyright?
Yeah, ina copyright.
Oh, sawa.
Let me see whether I can get.
That was a good umeimba vizuri sana. Sasa unajua nimefikiria sana nikaona hao wanaume wawili wanakuja na suti. Kwani are they trying to set the bar? Unajua kama ni suti tutaweza nyonga hata sisi wote.
Sasa sikia hii maneno imeenda namna hii. Imesemekana according to the judges, hii judges wako kwa ground floor na mmoja hapo top floor. Wamesema mimi suti yangu iko grade 1, ya Ndemba iko 2. Sasa hiyo ni bar stage 2. Sasa wewe ukikuja you have to come with a better suit kushinda hii ya Ndemba.
Hey, hiyo mimi naenda
Wacha nishare kwenye nione kama nitaipata.
Unajua mimi sasa natoa ile yangu ya Sir Henry's ama Abdallah the Man's Shop. Zile za France.
Lete suti
acha kelele.
Wacha kelele. Hii kututisha hii. Ungekuwa unatutisha kama umevaa.
Speak less, do more.
Hapana tisha.
Abdallah what?
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tulijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Wow, that's a nice one, eh?
Thank you.
It's a very beautiful song. Mm-hmm.
Who is the writer of this song?
I don't know. I think you can.
I'll check it. A very nice song.
Good job. I wish you could venye umefanya utafiti, I wish ungetafuta suti mapema pia vile umetafuta hiyo wimbo.
Makiadi, wacha mwana ya suti yangu.
No, Makiadi, by the way,
lazima blow someone's bubble. Yani mtu amekuja ametuletea wimbo, I want to blow bubble.
No, what I want to know, at least Themba has been at his base, but Makiadi went and came back with a suit. Were you given free? Makiadi let me be.
No, you know when I went there, I went to survey the ground, eh? Na unajua ground iendangi kusurveiliwa na overall. Unaenda kama umevaa smart.
Kuna information fulani hapa, hivi msikize. Inasemekana the East African anthem was composed by a Tanzanian called John Mugango. The song has been sung by 170 million people across Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, and Rwanda.
Wow.
170 million people have sung that song.
Okay, this song now, these Adams, at every school occasion, lazima watoto wanaimba national anthem na wanaimba East African anthem. That's what's happening now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Makiadi, so Bob Papa, wewe uko na shida na suti yangu, eh?
No. I appreciate, but one thing I want to believe.
You don't like his suit?
No, he's jealous. He's jealous.
No, look at the sequence of events. The guy has went on vacation. I think he was trying to score bonga points. So this suit, actually, he wore it when he went for this last dinner before he checked in here.
No, unajua Bob Papa,
Bob Papa, learn to celebrate others until it's your time. Learn to celebrate other people until it's your time.
Unajua Bob Papa nasikia Black anasema unaingilia suti yangu na umevaa uniform ya ambulance. Sasa
I know Black is your henchman. So I will just assume that he is trying to throw stones at me.
Ati utaoa wagonjwa.
Wewe subiri
hii show leo. Wewe Bob Papa angalia Bob Papa angalia Christine ameenda ku-unleash. Ameenda ku-unleash.
Themba, it's hot.
Themba, what are you looking at?
It's very hot here by the way.
Makiadi, watu leo walikuwa wanaangalia na kamera hizi zimefungwa.
Christine just said here, hapo hivyo kwa comment, Christine aliandika she loved chess, good chess. So yeye pia akaenda katoa ile aonyeshane chest.
Makiadi, these are the things that keep people like Kuseo away.
No, Kuseo kama anataka kufungua kanisa aende. Hakuna mtu kwa niko nini. Hii show hapana nini, hapana kanisa unasema keep away. Hakuna mtu analipwa kukua hapa. Acha niweke koti yangu hapa
wala sio mosquito.
Okay, usiendelee.
Makiadi, this place is very hot. No.
Don't go beyond that.
Wacha tuongee sasa. Bob amesema shati yangu, koti yangu ni mbaya. Sasa ongea.
Hiyo shati iko sawa.
Shati iko sawa. Iko sawa kabisa.
Imeweza.
Bob Papa, comment kwa t-shirt ya Christine.
Hiyo t-shirt ya Christine, si unaona alijaribu kukuja kala kama yangu. Huwa tunajipanga hivyo.
Bob, umeona t-shirt kweli? Sema kitu umeona. Bob, umeona nini?
No, ngoja usipeleke Bob mbali namna hiyo. Unajua amebeba mgonjwa.
No.
Bob,
Nyinyi watu nataka kuwaombea kwa sababu nimeona
Julia.
Adams ameenda wapi?
Hapo amepotelea huko chini kwa sofa huko.
Julia. Umeona hiyo comment hapo chini? Makiadi alionekana kwa beach na the same suit.
Huyu Josia OP. Nani watu wanaogeleanga wapi na suti jameni? Kwani ni Kisumu, ni Dunga Beach ama ni gani? Dunga Beach ndio watu wanaendaga kuogelea na suti.
Yaani watu ni wachokozi kwa hii platform.
We Bob Papa, usichanganywe uangushe mgonjwa. Make sure tu umeenda taratibu. Fikisha
Mimi
mgonjwa
niko peke yangu bwana. Wewe wacheni hizo story bwana.
Why are you defending yourself aduko peke yako? Hujatuonesha all the size of the car.
Unataka kuangalia wapi? Hiyo gari
Bob, kwani Julia bado ako na interest nijue leo. Hebu tangaza ako na interest ya kutoa wenye wako ndani ya
Dani Darius.
Yes, Christy,
Father Dani Darius amekuja. Father Dani Darius uliombea hao watu, uliombea Makiadi amerudi leo DA, tunamgoja. Ukaombea Adams naona Yufin Otieno amekuwa Adams. Na pia Bob Papa ulimwombea, naona yuko sawa. Sisemi mengi hapa.
Nimeleta majaribu hapa. You see that?
Ni Andrew anasema nimeleta majaribu. Sisi ni wazee tunapeleka
now, you know we cannot Christine, you know one thing, we cannot be outshined by these young fellows. You need to change your name, Christine. Put the other name. Put the second name.
So I wanted that. Now
sasa unataka aitwe Christine Azimio wa ambulance ama unataka jina gani?
Anafaa aitwe Christine Papa.
Christine wa ambulance.
Christine kuanzia kesho utakuja na jina Christine Papa.
Is it Papa Lolo ama Papa wa ambulance?
Christine wa ambulance imetosha, usiongeze madoido mengine, tutakujua tu.
Wewe weka tu Christine Papa A. That's all.
Ni ambulance.
Tumeshukuru sana Makiadi amekuja, Julia, Christine, Adams, Papa, tumeshukuru sana, wacha tukuache uende ushughulike. Kuanzia kesho tunarudi Lingala officially. Makiadi ndio huyo hapa, na pia tunarudi constitution yetu kama kawaida. Asante sana Makiadi, when you are away tulikumisi sana. Actually tulisema hii wiki hatushiki constitution na hatushiki Lingala kwa sababu tulikuwa tunakungoja.
Yani we suspended the constitution. That is why people were behaving yesterday kwa show ya Bernard. Unaona?
Kwa sababu tulisuspend constitution.
You see the problems you caused.
Tamba, kwani mimi amuku ni miss kweli?
Wewe ulikuwa unamisiwa na ulikuwa unachungulia pale kwa comment. Ati Chris
Makiadi, I have noticed that
Christine haezi kaa atoke kwa comment, alikuwa anachungulia kwa comment, atakuja hapa ana type
Makiadi, I have noticed that you have qualities of Matiang'i. I intend to run for president very soon. So wewe nitakurecruit kama Matiang'i, internal security. Nimeona uko sawa.
No, wewe kama uko na watu unajua, mimi tunajua kuchapa kazi. Kama uko na mtu unajua, akileta deal nzuri talk to me.
Alafu Christine, you remember to recruit Christine kama Omanga. Yule Omanga.
No.
Christine, no. Hiyo
Kompe Papa hawezi kubali. Hii yenye Yesu amempatia dakika za mwisho hawezi kubali.
Hiyo always make.
Dani Darius anasema hivi, sikieni haya, and this is a very good place to finish. Dani Darius ni Father Dani Darius anasema, blessings to you and all panelists. Unasikia Themba, blessings to you and all panelists. I think
nitatoa hiyo Themba, wacha ni delete hiyo Themba.
Thank you so much.
Ni nini sasa Julia? Si ukubali tu, blessings to me na nyinyi wote.
Hiyo ni discrimination na watu wa Mungu wa discriminate.
Amekuinclude hapo Julia. Tulia. Bado utapata mibaraka tu. Unaona?
Kuna comment nyingine hapo chini ngumu sana kuelewa.
Hiyo usisome, wachana na huyo. Watu wamekuja hapa kuona TV ama kuona vitu vingine. Wewe Ndemba.
Huyo
Kesho umesema tunarudia constitution. Tulianzia
kuanzia kesho tunaanza constitution. Na kuanzia kesho pia watu wanaleta request za Lingala.
They should send the request now so that Makadi prepares.
Yeah, leteni request za Lingala. Christine Papa. Umesema tuanze kusema ni Christine Papa.
To you like it's been a month. Kwani kuna mapendeleo? It's been a month. Ama mko na wivu gani Papa kimbiwa hiyo song?
Gani hiyo?
Tako new.
Okay, sawa. Papa kuna wimbo Christina ameomba hapa.
So you want to stuck on him, hakuna kudivorce?
Hakuna kudivorce, hata Makiadi akuja na kifua na shati.
Unajua the same song ulimwimbia Mise and you did not stuck on him.
No, I didn't say to Mise that song. Mise alikuwa tu under 18. You know what under 18 does. Siwezi mwimbia song.
Unajua Christine ametishwa na ambulance, sasa haezi toka hapo.
Wachana wewe hata ukifanya nicheze muziki
from the bathroom to the ambulance. Haya, ati kuseo saizi ako kwa dictionary ana catch up na conversation saizi. Kesho atakuja akiangalia wajeni kugonga kuseo. Haya, Wiki nani Makiadi, kuna kuna jamaa anaitisha wimbo
Masu tulichapa, Mamu tulichapa. Leo nilikuwa nimejipanga, kesho nitajipanga niwaletee Sadu. Najua Bob Papa ukisikia Sadu itapigwa lazima ukuje show. Sadu Makambo.
Sijui kama Linette ameingia udaku anataka sipangwingwi.
Makiadi, do you mind playing?
Huyo ni Neto wa Bongo kwani ameingia udaku anataka sipangwingwi.
Anataka sipangwingwi.
Makiadi, I love song by inaitwa Magi. MAGUY. Imeimbwa na Luambo Makiadi. Have you heard of it?
Ukinipatia nitakuletea lyrics, nikipata lyrics nitakuletea.
Yeah, it's Magi. That song is so nice. Oh my God.
Hiyo tutakutafutia, lakini Bob Papa lazima aweke muhuri. Unajua Bob Papa ndiye ana determine gani utachapiwa.
Yani watu 209 bado wanatazama udaku.
Wewe Dembo unasema ni udaku. This is very serious.
Si udaku, wanatazama umbea. Yani watu wamekatalia kwa show wanaangalia umbea.
Tempa, do you know such kind of things? This one sell more than real issues.
Yani umbea unauza, wanasema umbea utaki uzembe.
Inauza.
In fact, people are saying Papa looks happy, Christine dawa yake, which is good.
By the way, wakati Christine alipokuwa hajaja hapa, Papa alikuwa kidogo unaona kidogo yani ametatizika sana. Kutoka Christine aje alafu kisha Christine akabadilisha. Waona hata sura ya Papa imekuwa kidogo imerembeka.
You know, stop calling her Christine. I am the only one who is allowed. Otherwise, she's called Nyaugenya.
Sasa si wewe umuite Nyaugenya, sisi tunamuita na ile jina ambayo ametupa hapa bana.
Christine hiyo ingine futa tutajijazia.
Christine wa ambulance.
Unasikia Christine, wewe andika Christine hivi vitu vingine futa tutajijazia. Kila mtu atajua either Azimio, ambulance nini.
Linette wa Bomba tupe wimbo tutakuletea kesho. Lakini watu wanapenda umbea, yani watu 203 bado wako hapa umbea. Jamani, acha tuwaache mwende mkalale. Tuonane kesho majaliwa. Inshallah mbarikiwe kabisa.
Tulikuwa na message ya Father Dani before ufunge. Hiyo yenye Dani ametuma ya mwisho.
This is a serious life.
Yes.
Yeah, tunaelewa.
This is therapy.
Haya. Wacha mimi nielekea sasa.
Wewe elekea.
Haya, peleka wagonjwa hospitali.
Tutaonana. Peleka polepole.
Ati umbea uponya heartbreak, and that's a fact. Safi. Naona mnapenda umbea sana. Watu 204 hawaendi kulala, hawatoki. Eti kwa sababu yote ni umbea, eti kisa ni umbea. Mnapenda umbea. Haya, tuonane kesho, tuwape umbea mwingine wakati wa jioni. Tukutane wakati wa umbea. Mungu awabariki.
Alright, have a nice weekend.
Karibu sana. Naona hiyo suti. Sijui kama utalala na hiyo suti na viatu umevaa.